Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds. Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 School will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include 𝐏𝐸𝐾𝐈𝐄𝐒 and 𝐾𝐒. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds. Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 School will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include 𝐏𝐸𝐾𝐈𝐄𝐒 and 𝐾𝐒. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Good day and welcome to the APAC qualifiers of the PGS, and we're here for the Phase 1 playoffs. We're into Daytrade, where there's stakes on the line with teams fighting for the top 8 to advance to the finals. My name's Contra, here with me is Extreme, as we will take you through all the matches to be played for today. And Extreme, we're definitely bound for a lot of amazing action.
Yeah, yesterday we found out that there will actually be a fight for at least maybe those bottom 2 spots in the top 8, but at least there's going to be a fight. It was looking kind of scary throughout day 1, and even throughout the start of day 2, looked like potentially we weren't really going to get any good competition towards the end. But as you said before we started, there are absolutely stakes on the line. This is for your qualification into the grand finals of the PGS 3 and 4 APAC qualifier. And that's obviously the qualifier that gets you through to those 2 international events. So there's absolutely a ton on the line. Yesterday, storylines started to crop up that maybe Daytrade, Armory Gaming, teams that on paper should be doing quite well, might not actually make it through to that top 8. We saw Panic have an absolutely excellent day. RXE continued their consistency. Yesterday was an absolutely fantastic day. And of course, this is the schedule. We're on the 28th right now. If you didn't know the date, you probably do, because you're definitely more aware of the date than I am. But yes, 28th right now. There'll be a little bit of a break tomorrow. And then obviously over the weekend, we get started in those grand finals.
That's right. We'll be looking at which teams will be joining the seeded squads to be playing in the finals really soon. So Friday, we'll basically take a little bit of rest, so don't miss us too much by then. So with that being said, we're definitely going to be also keeping you guys up to speed of all the team's progress. Now we're in the playoff stage, which today will be the final day. So the 8 seeded squads definitely will be taking a look at some of the top performers throughout the course of the playoffs for this live stream, of course. So we'll see the top 8 teams to be joining on the weekend, as they will have to play 4 days of matches from the 30th of March all the way to the 3rd of April. And then we'll look for our top 4 teams to be headed their way to PGS 3.
Yeah, and it's probably a good time to remind everyone that all of the top 8 seeded teams that have been a sure shot into the finals, they came first in their respective regions, right? So those are the top 8 seeded teams on the left-hand side of your screen. They earned their way there by coming first, and so they deserve their shot straight in the grand finals. Everyone on the right-hand side of your screen are currently playing. They're in the playoffs right now, and they're fighting for top 8 to join the top 8 seeded teams. But all those top 8 seeded teams have been studying and watching for 2 days, and they've got an extra 3rd day here, or another 3rd day here rather, to make sure they have all of these teams' tendencies locked down. And so when it comes to that grand finals lobby, hopefully they do have their strategies set, and they know what they can exploit from these playoffs teams. But I mean, you look at those names and storylines do start to emerge. It's been a very hectic couple of days for all 16 teams so far, including the bottom 5 that yesterday seemed to resurge a little bit, have a nicer day, I suppose, for the bottom 5. I started to write them off during the start of yesterday, and then some of them had decent games towards the end of it. But we're looking at a highlight from RXE right now. And if you watched yesterday, you'll know that the couple games they won, they were incredibly assertive wins. It might have been an 8-kill win, but that one was certainly a 13-kill win. They had an excellent day, and so did Panic, and I'm sure we'll get to a few of Panic's highlights in just a moment.
Yeah, and currently RXE definitely holds the record for the highest amount of chicken dinners so far, with that currently being the player to have the highest amount of kills in these lobbies. So we'll see whether they're going to be able to pull up with these numbers, especially when all the gloves are off from the rest of the squad. So 𝐏𝐿𝐒 Esports definitely might face a couple of difficult rounds in between, but so far RXE, they have been looking rather clean, getting themselves into a really high ratio of ranking points by the end of each respective round. So now that we're also looking into all the other teams that are fighting for the top 8, first we had pretty much a dismal run coming from the Masters region and, of course, the PJC. But who knows? Maybe even teams like PMA or GLS could pull a miraculous run, just like how Panic Esports did with them having that chicken dinner first displayed here in the highlights, which they've managed to really pull up some really astounding plays.
Yeah, Panic obviously one of those teams we're going to be looking at today to maybe not necessarily continue their form of yesterday, but definitely play to a much higher floor given what we saw from them yesterday. RXE as well, although I think those 2 teams probably locked in. There's the top 3. All 3 of those have cracked 100 points. RXE, Unicorn, Cyber, and Panic have all been playing quite excellently throughout this tournament. That consistency from Panic was fantastic for them. And then when they did start to finally reach their peak, well, that shot them right up there into that top 3. Forest, Valee, Thai obviously round out the top 5. And then we've got a couple other teams down there, FTF, Reluctant Squad, and Daytrade in that bottom 8 situation. Of course, Armory Gaming as well, looking at them to fight their way back. I feel like they should probably be up there no matter what. I pegged them as a team to be in that top 5, almost guaranteed, but they haven't really been performing to standard. And then we look at that right side of the leaderboard as well. It's gone now, but if you had a look, PMA, GLS, they're also teams that you could very easily easily imagine finding their way on the left side of the leaderboard into that top 8. So I'm thinking that this kind of top 12, maybe top 11 is just super stacked, and we're almost certain to get some upsets.
That's right, and we're going to be moving into the schedule rounds where it's very similar to how Day 1 plays off with 2 back-to-back rounds of Erangel, and then we'll move into both the Candy as well as 𝐾𝐿, and then our penultimate round will kick off around 8 p.m. or so in Miramar, and of course closing out the night on the final match 6. So with that also being said, where of course we will definitely highlight maybe a little bit more onto the top 8 ladder all the way down to 11th, of course. Now, let's also imagine the fact that if it currently stands pretty much similarly as to what it is with Daytrade at number 8 as well as Armory Gaming, it also means that the Challenger Rumble side will have these 2 brethren to be knocking one out. So it definitely will be really sad for the Thai supporters back at home, but there are possibilities where they could be able to maybe overcome some of their struggles from Day 1 as well as Day 2 to maybe even take Reluctant Squad or even FTF out of the picture. But from the looks of it, we'll definitely have to put in a lot of points in these upcoming rounds. So definitely we'll keep track on what's to come. So other than that, I feel like the top 5 pretty much have secured their spot so far in this series.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Forest, Valee, Thai, Panic, Unicorn, Cyber. I forgot the other top 5 team. My apologies. But I don't think we're going to see any of those teams really fall off. They haven't shown historically in this tournament, I probably should say recently in this tournament, that they're going to do that. And I think that's something that I'm starting to rely on a lot is, okay, what have I seen from these teams throughout the last couple days? Is what I've seen from them showing to me that they are going to fall out of consistency or drop their floor to a certain level or start to play incredibly badly. And generally, I just don't think that's going to be the case for, certainly a few of those top 5 teams, if not all of them. The teams below them, probably in a very similar boat, although they're a lot closer to the bottom of the leaderboard pack as well, kind of that 9th through to 11th position. And they are certainly in danger. It is very close, however, in that 9th to 8th gap. Currently, obviously, we saw the leaderboard before, but to remind you, Daytrade in 8th on 73. Above them in 7th is Reluctant Squad with 84. So there's a bit of a gap between 7th and 8th. But Armory Gaming is down in 9th, and they're at 71. PMA is just below them, 70, and then a big gap between them and GLS. But we're looking at PMA, we're looking at Armory, who are 70 and 71, and then Daytrade 73 in 8th. So there is essentially 3 points that separate 3 teams who are fighting for that top 8 right now. And of course, throughout the course of the night, we're going to be playing 6 different games. The leaderboard, at least at the bottom half of it, is going to change up quite significantly. I'm almost certain that's going to happen. It happened yesterday. No reason why it shouldn't happen today. And I think at least for the start of it, all these teams are going to be playing to their standard, playing to their own identity. I don't think we're at the point yet where anyone is going to do anything crazy to try and get a ridiculous amount of points to ensure they have that top 8. I don't think we're at that point where these teams are going to be risking things like that.
True enough. Well, I mean, the only crazy place where we're looking at is FRKS. Now, they could basically play spoilers in some of these rounds, and that might actually be of concern to, the guys over on to 8th all the way to 10th. But who knows? Maybe they're aiming at RXE instead. But we have ourselves a beautiful flight coming in from the west all the way to the east. That gives them pretty much a lot of space to play out. So take a look at the starting point. Oh, boy. That's a lot of coverage through the waters over the southwest. So the only few playable areas that we're looking at is around the sector of Very Pure and maybe into the islands. If the hardship goes down south, man, we will have a tight squeeze over that bridge.
Yeah, if I'm just looking at Reluctant Squad, if you're them, there's a chance that you probably try to emphasize playing towards Farmer, the compound just above their logo right now. It's kind of obscured by their logo. You might emphasize playing towards there. You could emphasize playing towards Ferry Pier, playing out of it, playing with the Bunker Hill just above them, having a nice 2-2, and then being able to play the circle from there. Because I think you really want to account for it going west here. That's kind of the furthest place it's going to stretch to. Playing east isn't really an issue from Reluctant Squad's position. The other opportunity you have if you're Reluctant Squad is if you sit by the bridge and wait for, say, a D&E, a dopeness to come across that bridge, you could get 4 points or so, depending on how many shots you miss as those cars come across the bridge. And then you also have access to the circle. So you can kind of maximize your points in that way. Currently, Reluctant Squad have that opportunity. But of course, if you do choose to camp that bridge, it's risky in and of itself. So maybe something that they don't necessarily want to do, but that's the leaderboard. And if you didn't catch my description, or if you didn't think my description was very good and you couldn't visualize it in your head, well, there you go. You can visualize it now. You can see it clear as day. 70, 71, and 73. Those are the teams we're really looking at. That gap between 7th and 8th, I'm certain is going to be made up or changed around, shifted up as the night continues. I guess the other thing, while everyone's looting up, that we can kind of talk about going into tonight, we probably won't focus too much on the storyline of ISG and FRKS because they're down there 15th, 16th with 17 points each. Their tournament was over yesterday, but I think today we can officially put a line through them. FRKS not hot dropping at the start of this game, which is a monumental change, and I'm kind of weirded out by it, but I do like it. I do like it from FRKS. And ISG obviously haven't really just shown too much. So they're both down there 15th, 16th. I don't really think they're going to have too much of an impact on this lobby, and I think we can safely put a line through both those teams.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree. I mean, statistically, it's pretty much impossible unless you're telling me that, hey, I'm here with 20 points per round, and that is a whole different narrative that we will not even expect, judging from, you know, the results that they've turned out from the past 2 days. I know. So most likely than not, that will be written off. While for the ones that are on the top, though, of course, we definitely see a couple of dynamic shift coming in from how things have run back in day 2, where Panic Esports were, of course, the biggest victors. Of course, let's see if they're going to be able to bring that momentum, while RXE has also been able to still hold on to that #1 spot. Meanwhile, a little bit of a shaky run in between for Valee Esports from yesterday. I've seen them maybe playing a little bit less consistent heading into, of course, the mid rounds of, I do believe, the Candy, as well as a couple rounds of Angle, but they have always been excellent in Miramar, so they could basically still hold firm while we're having PMA getting shot by Runax. Might be able to actually dish in some damage, and he will be able to at least pop a tire and give some trouble towards PMA for the moment, but they'll still be able to get themselves back on track, so that is going to be some sort of relief for TN at the very least.
Current points leader on Erangel specifically is FTF, which I think they probably need just to secure their self nicely in that top 8. I think they're going to hit their floor obviously tonight and be able to stay in and around probably 5th to 6th to 7th, maybe even 8th if they have a pretty bad night. But obviously Erangel being the first couple maps today, they're going to be loving that because they're currently leading the pack with 43 points, and obviously second is Unicorn Cyber with 36. Everyone else beyond that is pretty evenly spread. So FTF obviously having a much better time on this here map, but we'll have to see whether that actually translates into the final night. GLS are taking the emergency parachute, probably going to angle towards Primor's kill, gets you a lot of info towards the kind of central forest line that's in between Quarry and Primorsk, and I was totally wrong. They're not even going to bother going towards Primorsk. They're going to hit something a little bit more central, go on top of Llama potentially, crash the compounds at the bottom of Llama, something like that. The warehouse is currently free. I'm wondering on whether or not they'll be able to scout towards Daytrade, but they don't even need to do the scouting. Daytrade have fully announced themselves, trying to take out Huang Nam, who's been put down to less than 50 HP. He will survive just barely, though. Oy, those shots were quite close. Nuren's trying to finish him off, but he can't. So they get a central spot nice and tight there in that warehouse. They'll be able to spread out. They've got that fully for free. They've got plenty of time to reset, debrief, heal up, and then play the rest of the game.
Too close for comfort right there. I guess they would be thankful enough that Daytrade was positioned with a 2-2 split. Another 2 closer towards the side of Fairpure instead. So they will definitely get a little bit more reprieve being around that quarry sector. Still a lot of space for them as well as time to loot up. There will be ISG pretty much in close proximity as well. So GLS, at least this compound's going to be pretty safe for now for them to book. And this being pretty much dead center, they could basically put up a firm hole, and unless if there's going to be more of these teams to crash in heading into phase 2 or phase 3, if they're deciding to just directly book to their area, maybe they might be able to find a couple of kills eventually. But for now, I'm looking at the map as we will have AG approaching the region of Pochinki eventually, and already having a good pull coming in from RXE to try to actually go for those early picks.
Yeah, Reluctant Squad did go for that 2-2 with Bunker Hill and Fairy Pit. So they're kind of shepherding teams who try to go along the beach or down that main coastal road towards Primorsk. They're going to have opportunity towards them. Dopeness will be able to cross the bridge for free, which they are currently looking at trying to do. Armory Gaming pulled themselves up onto Pachinki Hill, but smartly they stopped quite close. Vinsu, yeah, that's your signal to get out of there. The rest of RXC will do the exact same, not necessarily because it's Armory, they probably don't know, but because Pachinki Hill's not really worth fighting over right now. It's an edge position. It's not something that you're going to want to fight for your life to try and secure. RXC are looking for something a lot better. And they've got teammates who are much closer to the center as well that they can gather information from as well. So Armory will take Pachinki Hill. They can basically get all the same information that RXC had and then make their own play based off that. RXC silent breaching into the forest here. No one in front of them. Unicorn Cyber a little bit off in the distance. They've got that compound just a little bit deeper into this forest. RXC not going to venture over there just yet. They've taken a little bit more of an off-center spot. They're going to be sitting inside this compound, very next to Pachinki Hill, but I don't think Armory Gaming is going to commit to this either. Even if it got to that point where Armory had to fight towards RXC, I think RXC would just leave. Again, not really any point fighting for that compound unless it centers up on it.
Yeah, I do believe so as well, where I believe that prioritizing positioning right now will be of utmost importance. While Reluctant Squad starting to be able to spot some targets as they are going to be zoning. Dopeness, good shots coming in from Long High with the Mark 12. Won't be able to take them off their wheels just yet, but this sector pretty much have them getting a little bit more of a open area play around Fair Pure. Though no points picked up just yet, but when the circle pulls towards their way, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a lot more work for the side of Reluctant Squad. While this is definitely going to be a little bit more troubling for the side of Dopeness, who have, of course, managed to cut over the bridge, but needing to actually secure themselves in this state, that's going to be pretty hard, especially with majority of the quarry side pretty much taken over by plenty of teams. So either they will have to find certain terrains to cover for the time being, but with them now having the circle away from them, so perhaps Dopeness might have to force their way through to just fight against the rest of the Reluctant Squad.
Nice little quarry circle for us to enjoy for night one. Reluctant Squad, yeah, we'll be rotating along that beach. Daytrade won't be able to do much but take pot shots at them and hope they land those headshots. Forest kind of have a very pivotal decision to make here. They've got two in quarry, but they've also got two that can very nicely control those outer hills of this zone if they wanted to. But it looks like Forest are going to at least regroup to a 2-2. Probably a much smarter idea than playing 1-1 in a zone like this. Pixel Stars getting dangerously close to Forest. And obviously we want to see Forest continue that consistency, and one of the ways that they'd be able to do that is by keeping 4 up, and they're in prime position to do just that. Reluctant Squad finally, they're going to kind of finish making their way along that beach, and again, Daytrade only really able to take pot shots, not much more they can do. Pretty sure Reluctant Squad will end up somewhere on Primorsk Kill, and then they'll be able to fight their way in from there. GLS, well, guess what, Valee type? They've been here for quite some time. Either Diane or either Valee Ty didn't scout this, or GLS were playing very silently. They didn't have any cars, GLS, so there's no kind of indication for Valee Ty that there's a team in this compound. Usually, obviously, a dead giveaway is if there are cars parked inside the warehouse or along the walls. That wasn't the case, so I think Valee Ty completely caught off guard there. GLS obviously playing quite silently. I think smartly as well, because they were here quite early. They didn't make any noise getting here. It was only Daytrade that shot at them much earlier on. They came in from that emergency parachute. So Valee Ty lose only Latte for that, and I think honestly that's probably a pretty a loss you'll be happy to take, because if more of Valee Ty members entered that compound, they could very easily have lost more than one member. So Valee Ty scraping away with just 1 loss.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they would be thankful with that form of decision making as well. It could have been much, much worse for them. Well, we're looking at Suspect cutting across, might be able to actually get more out of PMA. I'm not too sure if he knows that there's somebody up there. But, of course, Pete and the rest of PMA have made themselves known. With a really long toss of the nade, it's going to be pretty difficult to catch Pete in the meantime. But Teddy as well as Tan will be giving him a little bit of backing from the top side of Quarry. will be able to also get that resuscitation. But oh boy, Jun meanwhile being knocked down, and he will be able to actually go for a revive.
Oh, small town kid. He has no idea that the res is happening. He probably can assume it, given that the noise was cut. The player stopped crawling along the floor, but small town kid not wanting to risk going for that peek through the doorway down the stairs there. They have absolutely no idea he's up here. Absolutely no idea. He's on for one here at least. One, maybe he can get that flush. Maybe there's no one there to get the trade on the side of Panic, but at least they get that res. So if they do push up as two, then they might be able to get him. They actually do. We cut away from it, but Small Town Kid didn't even get one. Pivy knocks him down immediately with a headshot. So PMA, they would have wanted a lot more from that. That's one of those positions, if you're a Small Town Kid, where it's kind of do or die for you, and what happens to you dictates what the team does. If he was able to get one, maybe even two there, then the rest of PMA probably would have committed a lot more to that fight. But now that Pete's down, now that they've lost Small Town Kid, both of the other members of PMA are backing off. Teddy and Tian want nothing more to do with this. Panic have come out on top, even though they had that player so dangerously close to them inside this triple.
Yeah, I would have actually expected Small Town Kid to go on the full aggression instead of trying to actually hold the door. So I guess that kind of backfired for now, while DN's going to be able to also find Pivy, as he does get a little bit of a glimpse. But as we take a look at the update, we'll be pulling deeper into the Quarry region. While Valee Esports have gotten pretty much some good space over on the north side, the only challenger being Unicorn Cyber later on for the time being. While over onto Pixel Squad, they will have to basically make their way across. So it should be doable, especially with only one member of FRKS to be holding on to the compound. So we'll definitely have to see whether or not if there's going to be any action from that western corner of the map. Meanwhile, congestion directly over the middle as well as the south.
I think they've ended up in a really nice spot, haven't they? They don't lose any member there. They grab a couple kills onto PMA and they get fed dead center. It's not like they're going to be able to get too many more kills, I don't think, unless teams start to send it into the center of Quarry, just because they are very much low ground inside the entirety of Quarry. And obviously the walls of Quarry are going to stop Panic from getting too many kills here. But they'll be happy with the central spot. It's a spot that you often see Panic able to capitalize on. Saw them capitalize on spots like that a couple times yesterday. FTF making their way in, unaware of the FRKS player. FRKS down to 2. FTF have absolutely no idea that he's here. It's just 1 for FRKS though. The other player is down in that kind of barn off to the southwest. Wondering whether or not 1-1 will announce his presence. I don't think we've seen 1-1 before come into play. Oh, no way. Are you serious? Wow. Does he check for him? Does he see him? I don't even know what happened there, but straight onto Armory right now, who are ripping apart DNE.
We might have actually caught a glimpse of that barrel, but oh boy, it's just an eruption of chaos with AG going on at full force against RS. And Daytrade Gaming managing to really pull in some numbers at the very least, dishing out huge amount of damage. But 6, 7, 8, 9 will be able to eventually get them here off the map. So that's going to be the first 2 squads down. Both Dopeness as well as Reluctant Squad just took the short end of the stick in the midst of that rotation, and believe that AG have already been able to guard it well enough. But that basically announced the presence of the squad towards the side of Daytrade, which is looking to push. This is going to be crucial for them to eliminate AG right here, right now. Finds the Missy and will put him to sleep.
Yeah, they've got to do it, don't they? This is one of those opportunities that rarely come. The team you're fighting with on the leaderboard right in front of you, free for the picking. They will take down Dynasty, and I think they know where Riz is as well. Riz, in fact, known now by Pixel Stars. Pixel Stars coming in on that west for quite some time. Only one person to contend with. Riz is excellent in situations like this, but I think 4 people coming at you in one single, when you're down to 23 HP, it's just not doable. It's almost impossible, I would say. Peeking through the windows, they are surely going to be able to trade him. A little bit of a TK. It's stressful, it's not clean, but they should be able to get him done. Riz goes down, they will get that res. Armory Gaming gone in 14th, game 1.
Oh boy. It's just so chaotic over on the south side. Really, it didn't seem like they have much of the spacing to work against the side of Daytrade. And now, Daytrade as well, they have to force their way into the circle that popped further up into the north side. As we see Puchus now dropping by the compound where Whitefish is going to be at. So another challenge for them. GLS also marking them with their crosshairs. So Daytrade, they got a lot to deal with right now, but Belmont have at least secured a little bit of an area of play. And now Forest Gaming will now push through. We'll have Teddy holding it out alive, but Teddy won't last for long. And that's Forest clearing things up.
That was clean. Nice double heady. It was the only thing that KM99 could aim at, but props to him for hitting the couple shots he needed to hit. That's PMA gone too. So that's Armory Gaming and PMA both gone. Both teams that were actively fighting for that top 8 position. AG currently sits inside of it, but Daytrade, they've got 4 up. They're not currently in the zone. Just barely actually fighting for it. On the edge of it, Belmoth stayed down south. Belmoth stayed down south and Pixel Stars will claim him. Daytrade were looking at Belmoth to be their covering fire. Nice shot from Nuren's WF trying to push up here. They've already knocked down Pooches. They want the rest of Daytrade gone as well. GLS now chiming in. They smartly moved out of this compound quite some time ago. Now they have the opportunity to third party it. WF with the man advantage here. Daytrade just holding on this wall. Smoke's going to have to go up. Car cover as well. If they peek that wall, then they can utilize that coop that Flash has to maybe get some cleaner peeks off. WF currently limited inside that single. Looking for them to potentially just group up as 3, take the fight. But I think they have to figure out what Pixel Stars is doing first. Unicorn Cyber, Pixel Stars now going at it. This may be opportunity for Whitefish to go, but Pixel Stars, they've changed their mind. They've changed their mind completely. They've now entered the compound as well.
And now it's going to be Whitefish sandwich in between with so much attention given from the side of Unicorn Cyber with Destroy taking one down. And there's just so many targets for Cyber to work with. 3 squads right underneath their noses, but Destroy pretty much alone. We'll have to reposition. We'll leave Sapao to be on the watch at the very least, while Shuto's going to be able to spot up members out of Forest Gaming. Pixel Stars actually managing to pick up both Daytrade as well as members from Whitefish.
Insanity here. Daytrade needs to capitalize on this as much as they possibly can. Yeah, they're only 2 up, 1 down. Nurens has to get that res, but they need as many points as possible. Couple more points and that puts them in the top 8. A much better fighting chance. Luckily for Armory Gaming and PMA, the competitor, direct competitor, isn't having the greatest game and they're not in the best position either. Nuren's trying to make his way across in the open, trying to find a tree. Mad Pig spots him out, gets the clean spray as well. Daytrade gone. No more points for them. The 8th to 10th position teams remain pretty much identical to how we started. It remains pretty close. And 7th is gone as well.
This is still pretty much a tough ordeal for some of these teams that are remaining at the same position, but it's definitely great for AG at the very least, securing 6 eliminations in this matchup. While the circle will pull towards the side of ISG, we'll see how they will hold up. While they have so much free time and space to just overlook the section of the quarry, it's time for the rest of ISG to farm up. While GLS still needing to get themselves a little bit of leeway there to cut across Panic Esports. Even will be able to challenge the rest of Unicorn. So it's going to be a tough entry for Unicorn Cyber to basically get deeper in for the time being, as they are just hugging by the spine of the hill for the time being. We do see a few members of Valee Esports approaching from the north. Might be able to actually challenge the likes of the Vietnamese side.
Oh, this is so crucial for GLS to capitalize on too. It's one of those games where the people above you are all gone. They're all dead. 6th through the 10th are gone. GLS in prime position to have a great game for themselves and put themselves right up there with their competitors. But first, we're focusing on Unicorn Cyber and WF. WF absolutely 0 chance. Not even in the placement points yet. They don't have any kills to speak for. They won't get to placement points either. Sapao gets both. Whitefish gone, eliminated. Out in 9th. And there's Valee gone as well, out in 10th. At least they will make it to the placement points, but they seem pretty set in that top 5 anyway. Panic, this is the fight I want to see. Crucial for GLS. Like I said, their competitors are all gone, and Panic, they seem to be gone as well. GLS just ripped them apart as they run up this triple. Only 2 up for Panic now. I believe one of them's actually knocked down. 3 up. Dusky is the one knocked inside that other warehouse. I don't think the rest of Panic are going to be able to cross back to that warehouse to get that res. Pibby might be trying to make it work. Lightwork is first line of defense, but he's been destroyed by Zayu. Absolutely decimated. They'll get that flush and they'll look to finish off Panic now.
Such an explosive round for the side of GLS, securing 7 and now adding up 9 on the block. Hongnam is just popping off with Zayu now getting zoned a little bit. Oh, he's got to at least get himself a little bit of a better area to play. And they're going to be able to actually get some good hold against the other squads that are just hugging by. So if GLS get those double digits of elimination points, perhaps they could basically pounce all the way into the top 8 as well. And who knows if they could basically keep everyone alive to fight for that chicken dinner. There is a potential for them to really keep their tournament dreams alive.
Day one, it looked like GLS might be a potential favorite to take that top 8. They had a couple of really good highlight moments. Diane, obviously, one of the standouts for GLS at the moment, at least. Coming into game 1 of day 3, they're also looking equally as good as they did on day 1. Whether or not they can continue that consistency is up for debate, but right now, they're looking indomitable. They've already taken out Panic. Next target. Next up on the chopping block is Forest, and there's only 2 members of Forest up, so it's an easier fight than Panic, on paper at least. GLS just have to play it perfectly. Perfect team play. Don't let anything pressure you too much, because that fight that's just ahead of you could be an easy one to win. The only caveat to that is potentially Unicorn Cyber, who we're going to look to third party this. They don't have anything to play inside the zone for themselves, so their kind of only option right now is to get as many kills as possible onto the teams on top of Quarry. That's Forest, that's GLS, and Unicorn Cyber, you can see on that minimap down there to the bottom right, they're currently making their way over to both those teams.
Yeah, they're just basically choking them up with Hong Nam, applying pressure back towards the side of Forest Gaming. Olympus will be able to pin him down alongside with Scappy. Now GLS is in deep trouble. Not much of an option to escape the wrath of what may come. Well, ISG, as much as they've been scouting out for potential points, they haven't really gotten too much. Ooh. Destroy also seeks out for more golden opportunities against GLS. And they should be able to actually clear this section eventually. Scappy might be able to also trade towards the side of UNC, but he's just trying to see if he could basically catch a glimpse of Diane. Right now, struggling by the edge of the blue. And that will be the end of GLS, but it's some huge points that they've managed to gain in this first round.
What an opening statement from GLS. Putting themselves up there very close to that 70-point mark. We're down to our top 4. Scappy gone to the nade. To 4G as well, by the way, who sneaks his way into the top 4, maybe the first top 4 appearance for FRKS across the entire tournament. Again, though.
Believe it to be so.
Yeah, exactly. Line's already through them, but at least happy to see them here in some form, one way or another. Lucky G now looking to do even more, and I'm sure he can. He's in kind of a unique spot where he could maneuver his way over to the lower side of Quarry. I don't think he's going to be able to make a run towards Unicorn Cyber. Maybe he could get some off angles if he peeks up a little bit, but no chance he can run over there. I mean, looking from Dizel's point of view, you can see that if Lucky G wanted to run across the top of that ridge, he'd be absolutely dominated. And I think he's doing just what I said. Yeah, running down, smokes are up, utilizing that utility to get into the swamp area. Shots will still be taken at him, though. Don't get me wrong. He'll still be targeted by the teams with the high ground, but he still has a chance to get low enough. And once he's low enough, he should be quite safe. RXE in a chance with another win. They've already got the most wins out of this entire lobby, and they're now looking to claim a 5th.
Yeah, and not that they really do need it all too much, but of course they want to at least gain that confidence to head into the playoffs and perhaps just basically stick to what they do best, seeking out for the opportunities to get into the final circle and close it all out. So most likely than not, it's going to be them against ISG for that late game skirmish, while Lucky J finally trades back, finds back, and that is going to be a huge opening for the side of J to eventually run in. But with both teams just gunning out for Unicorn Cyber, they will be taken out. So FRKS advancing to the top 3. Lucky J, his position pretty much will be known for now. RXE, they're starting to have a little bit of struggle of their own, especially having that being knocked out. Thankfully, there's Tanan to be able to go in for the rescue. So with an open field like this, ISG may have to actually go for a little bit more of a closed approach, as they're already sending 2 members to go in for the flank, as T9 has got some nades to cook up. Let's see if it's going to be able to find anything at all. And that is Dazel in danger right now.
They're not even prepared for it. Oh, RXC. You thought maybe they might be looking towards ISG to flank outside that compound, but RXC have no idea. Lucky G down. Straight 4v4 now. RXC have to come through the field. ISG currently trying to cut every single rotation from RXC off. Bat, though, making his way down towards that swamp. Now that Lucky G's dead, that's an angle that he can take. It's an opportunity opened up for the star player of RXC. He was miles ahead of the rest of his team in terms of frags yesterday, at least when we started. Unsure where he's ended up now, where the rest of his team have ended up now, but after the 2 wins, you can almost guarantee they are certainly fighting, putting themselves up there in the top fraggers of the lobby. They have to be. They have to be with the amount of wins that they have. On for a 5th here as well. ISG have the unique opportunity to at least sit on the roofs for now, but Xiec have suddenly claimed a lot more territory than I thought. I actually backed out of that initial 2-man push. They used a little bit of utility. I don't know whether they used all of their utility. You can still see Molotovs on Ciudo, but no HEs to his name. 1 HE on Muck. So hoping that they keep their utility up because they're definitely going to need it when they take the fight to RXC in about a minute or so here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a while before we see that full-on skirmish, but whatever opening pick that either side will get, it's going to be open for them to at least claim some space. And ISG, they're pretty much funneled down into the south side. So with that spread coming from Xiec, it looks to be a better chance, especially when we close into phase 8. So we'll definitely want to see how ISG approach this. If they do get that chicken dinner, I believe it will be the very first for the PJC region here in the APAC qualifiers.
Yeah. FRKS and ISG, by the way, 15th and 16th, making it to the top 4 of a game. Kind of crazy. We're breaking new ground here on night 3. And ISG with a really good chance to win. This territory in front of them looks incredibly open, though. Very much so, but RXC aren't currently peeking. Their smokes aren't really set up for RXC to peek down towards ISG. Rather, they're set up to block some of the angles coming from the compound, but that's not what they need right now. They need to be able to peek down to ISG to save FAP, but it's too late. FAP's gone down, backside of the shack now. This opens it up fully for ISG. FAP was kind of the linchpin here. If he goes down, all of a sudden ISG are now in with a much better shot, and that's exactly what happened. FAP's dead. It's a 3v4. The rest of RXC stuck at the top side of that field. All ISG really need to do is keep this 2-2 alive. Keep this split as healthy as it can possibly be. Make sure that you completely isolate RXC. Don't give them any opportunities to work with at all. You've got time to work with too. The Star's basically in the center of all 4 of these teams, but the man advantage heavily in the favor of ISG.
We're also looking at Thailand, looking for a flank approach as well. And perhaps this might actually overwhelm ISG. Set up here with Muck also being pinned to 3 HP. We'll be able to pop the med kit in time. Now, Aegon on the lookout, and we'll be able to stop Tanan. Only 2 more left for Xiec Esports to fight back, but they don't really have that space to work with. This could very well be ISG to close it all out. And they're just going to be making sure that they will just buy a little bit more time and space while Smoke goes in for that push. But will it actually be punished? Aegon now traded back, and suddenly it's all doable for Dazel.
It's all doable, but there's no chance. No way ISG let this one slip, and they don't. ISG, the team that was down there in 15th before this game started, comes out on top with a nice little 8-kill win. Yeah, it was a bit of a compound feed, but who cares? At this point, it doesn't really matter. ISG will certainly take anything they can get. They get that 8-kill win, yeah, maybe it got a little bit dodgy towards the end there, but I don't think that there's anything there that's super alarming that would lead me to believe ISG don't deserve that win. That was a compound feed that they got that they absolutely capitalized on, and even in moments like that, you might think, whatever, you know, compound feed, they'll take it, but you can't really criticize that. Any team in that situation will take it, and ISG do it quite cleanly.
Yeah, they were definitely poised in position for most part of the phase of the map. And when we hit into its late game, all the teams were running towards that direction, which allowed them to also go in for those free spacing of a pickup of multitudes of kills. So I would definitely say that the final fight against Xiec could have been a little bit cleaner or so. Of course, they do have that pressure, especially when they were dueling with FAP, but I like that they were a little bit more assertive in nature to be able to push towards their direction instead, because if the rest of Rapsec managed to claim a little bit more spacing, it could have been a lot worse for ISG. So with that said, ISG at least will be able to be proud enough to take home this win here in day 3. And well, we'll see how far will that actually take them. But with us starting the day saying that we count them out for the tournament, at least they show us that there's still a lot of gas in the tank for them to really fight on here in the last few matches.
Yeah, save some dignity, make sure that not all of your fundamentals are broken. I suppose the real storyline, and I suppose we'll see it when we get to the match leaderboard and then the overall leaderboard when they do come into play. But the real storyline of that game was the fact that 7th, 8th, and 9th, 8th, 9th, and 10th all went out basically at the same time, and they all kind of ended up at very equal points. That, and the fact that GLS had a really good game too, put themselves up at like 66 points or something like that, which is very close to 70. Do the math on that, that's 4 points. And that puts them in range to actually claim a top 8 spot, which maybe they wouldn't have necessarily thought would be the case coming into today. I certainly thought it would be. I think GLS have shown a lot of promise throughout this entire tournament. Diane's absolutely been a standout for me, and proving that in that game too. So the leaderboard hasn't really gotten worse after game 1. In fact, it's got even spicier, essentially. Now it might be a 4-horse race rather than just a 3-horse race for that top 8.
Yeah, it got a lot better as well when we, of course, have seen some really good run coming from even FRKS into the top 4. It really goes to show that this time it's all about getting into those serious business where they've managed to also get a couple more. Of course, I'm not going to hype too much about FRKS, but between the leaderboard, where of course our focus is back on towards the top 8, that 5 margin, it's just basically going to be critical for these 4 to 5 teams to be able to put up the top performance. And I'm happy to actually see GLS give us all they've got in this particular round, so that we will have a very competitive fight till the very end of today.
Yeah, I'm happy to see it too. I guess I was expecting it to be a little bit less explosive from GLS, but then I think, okay, well, how else was I really expecting it to be? If they were going to do what they just did, it kind of had to be explosive, right? So very well done from them. Daytrade kind of ended up in a really weird situation. They went to breach that compound, that warehouse compound that we saw, I believe it was GLS take much earlier on, with that emergency parachute. And then they just kind of got caught in between all of that chaos with so many different teams vying for that compound and all the terrain around it. Unicorn Cyber got involved, Whitefish got involved. It was just chaos, and Daytrade probably could have got a little bit more, but not much more. In their situation, when you're stuck on that wall, not much you can really do. Armory Gaming was surprised. We panned to them, we switched to them, and they had 6 kills just kind of out of nowhere. I don't really know how that happened, but in a matter of, I think, less than a minute, they racked up 6 kills on teams rotating. I thought they were probably caught out on rotation a little bit as well, but it was good to see that from them, knowing that, of course, when it comes to those pressure moments, they're absolutely able to rack up all of the kills when they come their way. Of course, then it was a little bit, it was too much for them to be able to reset off the back of all the fighting that they had just done. Daytrade take full advantage of that. They take down Dynasty, and then Riz has to back off, fight down towards that single. Pixel Stars come in. At that point, you're not really getting a 1v4. And so that's kind of how that the teams that are fighting for that 8th position fell throughout that game, and then GLS obviously came up right behind them all.
Yeah, and then throughout all of that chaos happening over the south side, of course, with Daytrade, AG all caught up in between, honestly, I've been expecting a little bit more coming from PMA, because they control Quarry for one of the longest time as compared to all the other squads out there, but they haven't been able to actually reap the rewards, especially with all these teams cutting across. And I would actually want to see them maybe come in with a little bit more confidence, because there were golden opportunities which they could have actually brought in more points, especially that flush towards that compound, which they didn't really prepare for it. But of course, we'll leave that for now, as we do have the match leaderboard now with ISG taking a win here. This is the most points that they've gotten so far within the span of 3 days in the round. It's an 18-pointer, and of course, Rapsec so far has been so consistent in the match, and it's good to see GLS with that 11, and followed by UNC that has been able to take down a lot of the teams from the southeast corner of the map.
You're right, actually. ISG basically more than doubled their total points with that one win. But that's the leaderboard as it stands. Again, keep your eye on Armory Gaming in 8th, and the few teams below them in 9th, 10th, and now 11th, with GLS putting themselves up there. Again, the trend this whole tournament has been the 11th place team breaking away from 12th. The 12th is Pixel Stars at the moment. They've had a couple decent moments, but GLS with that game break themselves off from that bottom 5, which is what the majority of the lobby has already done. GLS now finally do that. They put themselves very close to contention for that top 8. Reluctant Squad, I don't believe they had a very excellent game. I believe they went out with a whimper, essentially. And so them sitting in 7th, it could get a little bit dodgy for them, but I think obviously over these next 5 games, they're going to have plenty of opportunities to get that 5 points per game or whatever it's going to be to stay away from the danger zone down in 8th. It looks like right now, Contra, we're just fighting for that 8th spot. That could, of course, change, but right now, that's what we're looking at.
Absolutely, Extreme One. Here in Erangel once more, I believe that they would have actually expect this kind of tempo of play when it comes down to phase 3 onward. So they really have to be prepared to basically take fights, especially when we take a look at terrains that were a little bit treacherous if it's going to end up around Quarry again. But most likely than not, it's going to be a different scenario. With it being the final day, we're both still praying that it will end up in the island. But of course, when we take a look at Reluctant Squad, as much as they do have that safety net of disparate points between all the other squads that were battling for that 8th spot, essentially, if they do stagnate, that is going to concern them later on when we start to move into maps like Tago as well as Vikendi.
Yeah, I mean, those being the tertiary maps, you don't want them to kind of become these maps that you just fall flat on oftentimes. And so, yeah, when we are playing these Erangels, when we are playing these Miramars, you do want to obviously get as much as you can, because those are your comfort picks. They're everyone's comfort picks. We played them for years. So on Erangel, on Miramar, play to your standard. And then when it comes to Tago, Vikendi, they're not necessarily the lottery. Of course, those maps play out like a standard game of competitive PUBG do. They have their own identity, obviously, but just because of the nature of how those maps can pan out, especially Vikendi with the third-party opportunity, it can be a little bit more RNG heavy. Again, not necessarily because of the
point flipping.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to describe it. Just because there's so many teams that can get close to you in third party, you might be taking a fight that you think is isolated. That's not the case. Down the road, there's a couple other teams that are thinking of getting involved, and so you want to avoid having those maps just be absolute disasters for you. And if they are, in that case, then obviously Erangel, Miramar, those are the ones you want to be doing the best on. 45 seconds, we get to our second game of Erangel. I am with you. We've only really got one opportunity to get a Sosnovka Island ending. We've been on an absolute dry streak of military finishes, and I am suffering. I'm absolutely suffering. I would love to see how it plays out in a lobby like this. In fact, I think it's interesting to see how a Sosnovka plays out in every single lobby. Coming from a player's perspective, Sosnovka Island finishes are always so unique that it's the one thing that even if you're not the captain or the IGL or the coach, it's the one thing basically every individual thinks about, because it's so choreographed and so played out that when it comes down to Military Island, you get this, like I said the other day, you kind of get this almost mini tactical shooter version of PUBG just on Sosnovka Island. It's very intense, it's very exciting, and strategically it's very interesting too. But we haven't had that yet. One more opportunity to do just that. It is game 2 of night 3 back on Erangel.
And here we go again. All of teams will definitely have to put their level best when it comes down to how they play out this round, because it's going to be pretty rowdy heading into the maps of Tago as well as Vikendi coming up soon. But of course, we'll focus on this matchup. We're going to be also looking at how this fight's going to be allowing them to go into certain safe spots. Hopefully, they'll be able to at least secure the usual township, as it will be beautifully flying past majority of the open central regions. So we're not going to be having too much of a commotion in the early game, I do suppose. Well, we do have 2 teams inside of the island, being Valentine Esports as well as Dopeness. That has always been the case throughout the past 3 days. And yeah, FRKS still behaving. That's a good sign. Well, I'm looking at AG. There is going to be Ruse. Just picked up a car by the course of Primas. Wonder if he's going to be punished for that, though. Thankfully not. Panic Esports. They're going to be allowing him a little bit more of that safety net. But there is a little bit of a crowd going over onto the South Church side as well as Hospital. We might actually see small little skirmishes heading that direction. But instead of the south, we get ourselves that northern point circle, which is still going to be pretty interesting to witness on how these teams will be able to at least take control of some region. Well, 70 is pretty much open for the taking.
Whoa, what the?
FRKS. What just happened right there? Okay, Panic. Instead of getting AG, they're just going to get the freebie against 4J. And yeah, that just happened.
Yeah, a bit unlucky, I suppose. I guess it's one of those things where Panic realized that there's only really one guy over here that we can easily exploit. And so we'll take those opportunities every day of the week. Generally, those are good ones to take. Very easy decisions if you see a solo dropping around your loot spot and you have quick access to a car, quick access to weapons and armor that you can use to just go and 1v2 that person, 1v3 that person. That's kind of what Panic opted to do just then. So I don't blame them, but yeah, more disasters for FRKS. 2 military island looters, but no military island circle. Very unfortunate, but as you said, this circle can have excitement of its own. FAP, top fragger right now for RXE. In fact, I think he's very close to top fragging the lobby. Give me 1 second and I'll be able to confirm for you. Yes, no, he's not. He's second fragging. So Latay right now is top frag for Valee Thai, and then RXE FAP is second with 24. So he's up there. He's absolutely up there. And I expect it too. FAP is generally one of those players you look at to have more than one highlight moment in a set of 18 games, and that's exactly what's happened. A nice little 4x spray that you hope would land. The first couple shots were good, and so were the last few as well. Destroy will take down Fervent, assisted by Manhung. Not necessarily the worst play for Unicorn Cyber to make. Yeah, sure, they use up a little bit of time, but to get that 1 kill is certainly absolutely 100% worth it. Unicorn Cyber, one of those teams that is probably secured in that top 8. There's no reason for them to really worry, so going for these confidence plays is something you are going to see them do a lot. It's not even a big risk for them to take. It's just kind of something that you see an opportunity to do. You know the tendencies of how Pachinki players loot. They loot that compound, then they go back towards Pachinki for the hard spawn for the cars to group up with their teammates, and Unicorn Cyber looked to capitalize on that timing and did just that.
And of course, they are still battling for pride as well, looking at their brothers from the PVS region taking that #1 spot. Now, I did manage to also catch a glimpse of, how chat's been reacting to what the current scenario where they didn't really expect RXE to be able to top this entirety of the group here in the playoffs, because historically, UNC has always been able to really shine for the PVS region. And of course, having FAP really putting on a good showing, still having that DNA of being that ex-member of Cerberus Esports, really having a good run. So UNC will still want to challenge for that #1 spot. Speaking of RXE though, already getting some couple of all these pot shots from the side of Happy. Not going to be able to actually get too much other than some wear and tear on the US. But from the future, it's going to be another squad that will want to remain consistent throughout the course of the day. With, of course, a really competitive lobby from 7th all the way to 11. So we'll see if FTF is going to be having a little bit of snooze, because yesterday wasn't exactly the best run that we are seeing coming from the Indonesian squad.
Here's Armory setting themselves up in the nice compounds that are just kind of southwest of Yasnaya Poliana. Nice 2-2 for them right now on top of Volcano as well. Kind of controlling southeastern quadrant, I suppose you could say, of the center of the circle. Very solid area to control. Able to get a ton of info, and honestly, it can be quite hard to breach up to Volcano, especially when you've got teammates to back you up on that defense, and Armory Gaming have exactly that in that setup. So they're setting themselves up nicely for this end game. Everyone else doing pretty much the same thing. RXC quite split, actually. They've got a couple people above Rozhok River and a couple people below it. But again, sitting in first at 120 points, they are all but locked in, so they can take as much risk as they want. It gets to this point in the tournament, and the teams that are locked in for that top 8 will just start to limit test, essentially. They'll take risks that they wouldn't necessarily do when they're fighting for position on the leaderboard, but now that they've secured themselves, they can try stuff, they can practice, they can limit test, they can see kind of what the... they can make as many errors as they want. That's probably the biggest thing. They can make a ton of errors and then fix those errors for the grand finals. Teddy has an opportunity here onto Jun. Tires popped, headshots out from Small Town Kid, and another one down. Hwang gone as well. PMA, is this a rotate camp that they looked at that they know Reluctant Squad do, or is this more of an opportunistic thing? Either way, PMA capitalizing dearly onto Reluctant Squad's rotate here. And I think they know that maybe it's crunch time now to get a few points here and there. If you've got an opportunity to rotate camp, maybe it's something that you will prioritize doing instead of going towards the circle. PMA doing exactly that right now, and Reluctant Squad copping it at the moment.
Yeah, I would say it is pretty much the opportunistic standpoint other than being plotted out, judging from the way that they've been rotating around the map. And the damage done towards the side of RS basically give them a little bit more of that opening. Now that's basically 2 rounds in a row that they're having a little rough time. And speaking of rough time here, Dopeness having a flip vehicle, thankfully, of course, they still have the Xiec to work with and a couple more at the back. So ditching one off, I'm not too sure how much it will affect them rotating into the direct center, but most likely not, it should still be okay for now. Well, majority of the teams are basically fighting for that spacing around the outskirts of Yesaya. A couple of teams are above the lake, while majority of the other squads are hoping that it will pull towards the side of Rozhok. It will be a very interesting take onto how RXE is going to be approaching some of all these fights, because we saw how they set up. They're pretty much spread wide from the river all the way into the corner of school. So that's something that I'll keep my eyes on for later, while the rest of Forest will play it safely, and they might have actually expect Unicorn Cyber to eventually rotate towards this region. So Daytrade, they're gonna take a different approach to this, as they have a lot of spacing open up towards 70. That is going to be a potential opening for them to just squeeze by safely without worrying about any opponents cutting by. While Valee Esports moving slowly into the region, there is going to be RS that will still be around those sectors of the Pochinki Hill. So whether or not if Valee Esports will be scouted out by PMA is going to be another question, whether if that's going to be another opportunity for PMA.
Bit of a 50-50, isn't it here, Contra? Rozhok River kind of separating the north and the south, as it often does. Teams having to figure out whether or not they want to commit to the north or commit to the south. Armory Gaming is in prime position if it does go south. Not many teams around them, so they'll have time and space to actually regroup. It's not like it's going to be a regroup that's hectic, where you could lose members on rotation. It's quick, and it'll be decisive from Armory Gaming too, I'm certain of it. Daytrade, however, they've committed to the north. Ooh, this could go sideways, though, for Armory. Luckily, information's gathered. That was a bit of a bait drive-by from a member of FTF trying to help Happy get lines of sight, but James spotted Happy before anything else can happen. This does continue to be a little bit 50-50. The lake very much in the picture. Happy spotted now. He's going to back off, group up with the rest of FTF. I don't think he can cross that bridge in a vehicle. He's going to have to swim, make that cross, then make the terrain cross, the land cross as well from the coast towards the Alamo. PMA coming in from the sky. They timed this nicely with that circle pop, and for their efforts, they get petty. If this shifts northly, PMA, if I can't even speak. I can't even speak right now, Contra. If this shifts north, then PMA are in a really sick spot now, having claimed that petrol station.
They definitely are.
Yeah, I mean, Armory as well, if it shifts south, again, they're so close to each other that regrouping isn't going to be an issue, and they'll have 6 spots to work with as well. This could get very spicy very quickly.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're looking at some shots being fired from the side of FTF, managing to spot out some members of Whitefish Esports. Not gonna be a pickup yet, but Whatface managed to find themselves a compound to challenge against Rap6. Vinsu, and he's gonna do it all alone, will be taken down by Tiare, absolutely ready from the outskirts. Proto-Key also wants a piece of the pie, but that's great work to be able to at least get the flush going. But Force Gaming, that Natural Gaming, they've been overwhelmed by Unicorn Cyber. I thought that they've had the firm hold by the corners of the bridge, but it's going to be UNC that has been able to successfully go in for that push. And that is what I do assume, since we didn't manage to, of course, catch a glimpse of that. So it's definitely great for the side of UNC to be able to give chase towards RXE right now. As a matter of fact, they have that 5-point advantage against RXE at the moment.
Yeah, that was over at Loot Delivery on the western side of the map. Oh, PMA down, actually. I don't know how Teddy lost his life there, whether he extended himself outside of the petty or whether he decided to kind of peek towards maybe Alamo or something, whether he got shot in the foot, or whether or not he actually missed the emergency parachute to begin with. I can't recall whether or not I saw 4 members land at PMA's location, but Teddy's gone down, which is devastating for them, because in that spot the PMA's in, not only on the leaderboard, but in the center of zone, you want as many members up as possible. A nice little crate delivery for Armory Gaming. They'll grab that, bolster their individual defenses, I suppose. Riz will be the one to get it. It's a 3x, or sorry, an 8x, a FAMAS, and a bunch of 3 gear as well. Full 3 gear set and the ghillie suit if he wants to bush himself up. But I'm not sure he wants to do that. Could be a little bit more exposing rather than helpful for Riz. I don't think he takes it. I didn't see any on his arms, but he'll take the FAMAS and the 8x certainly, and that'll help him as we get into the late game.
Yeah. Could be pretty useful if the circle does close into the forest side for AG, but other than that, of course, there'll be a walk-in bush for everybody else. So could, of course, leave it inside of the crate. While RXE, they really didn't have to force any form of rotation throughout the course of the hard shifts, but Small Town Kid's gonna be able to find one. That's against Daytrade, so that's an important pickup coming in from the Master Squad. So PMA might just be locking onto this engagement, especially with Daytrade now trying to find a region to call their own. It's gonna be pretty tough, because by the corner of the lake is gonna be Panic Esports waiting the wings to try to gun them down, but we'll basically take this as a pit stop, and we'll hold out for now.
These 8th through the 10th teams keep on fighting each other in these early to mid-game situations. They just keep on ending up very close to each other, knocking 1 or 2 out of the picture on either side. It's a nice, I guess, consolation point for PMA. Obviously, losing one in the spot that they have is not what you want, but then taking one back on your direct competitor is a little bit more reassurance, I suppose, that you're still in it on the leaderboard. You're still in it on that fight. That doesn't really get any easier, does it? I mean, it is almost certain to go north here. I don't think there's enough space down on that south eastern side for the zone to actually land itself in. So I think it is going to go northwest here. FTF will be in a fantastic spot. Same will PMA. Daytrade might even get fed on the very edge and maintain survivability towards that northwestern side. So those 2 teams certainly will be able to continue fighting for that 8th spot. Armory Gaming, however, well, they're going to get as many kills as they can on that southeastern side, and then they're going to have to make their way in, most likely, unless the circle breaks, unless all hell breaks loose and we get another really wacky circle. But I don't think that's going to happen, which means Armory Gaming might be in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, same goes to Valee Esports, that's basically forcing their way into the direct center, drawing a lot of attention right now as Reluctant Squad is definitely on their tail. That's going to be a trick that will be able to pick that one up instead. So FTF really getting a firm hand onto their 6th position at the moment, while Valee will be in between it all. So they will just be playing through those terrains for now. Eventually, Dopeness will have to also be part of this picture. FRKS further down from this northern region would be able to maybe hold the Japanese squad for the time being. Now, back towards the side of AG, I wonder if they do have a couple of vehicles to eventually cut across that bridge, because it's going to be pretty difficult for them to eventually face off against FTF if they decide to go for a swim. But back towards the side of Dopeness, Information gathered against FRKS. They should have some utilities, but 𝐏𝐆𝐒's only got one frag grenade. Don't want to really waste it just yet. Perhaps might be looking to have a tag team to work this one out. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 making his debut here in Daytrade. Didn't really get too much of action going for him, or could you also say the rest of FRKS, but we'll see how the trades actually go. Speaking of trades, it's Daytrade that's on the crosshairs of FRKS. So it might be able to actually dish out some damage, but I wouldn't really expect it to be too troublesome for the side of Daytrade. But there is definitely pressure with a couple more minutes to go. They will have to squeeze in Tide.
Flash again with a laser point precision mortar. What? That guy and Mad Pig seem to have the mortars just dialed in. It seems to be second nature for those players, but that's the circle we expected. A great migration on that northeastern side. Dopeness on the map trying to send it in. Daytrade don't have to move very far. Fight's gonna pop off almost everywhere. Flash confirms those two original knocks with the mortar. Again, laser point precision from him. FRKS lose one, ISG lose a couple as well. Valee, Thai struggling. Valee, Thai now gone. UNK, the last one was up for them. Pixel Stars struggling on the side of that hill over there. They've already lost one. Mad Pig is down, getting shot through these tree lines. Pooch is trying to do even more damage than they've already done. There isn't much space to play in the circle construct. There's dips, trees, maybe a couple nice little bowls that you can park some cars up in and prone, and then just wait until the late game. That's basically all these guys are going to have to play. All the priority positions have been taken. Petty's gone, Alamo's gone, the hill with the yellow, that's gone. That's where Whitefish is, including where Pixel Stars, ISG, and Unicorn Cyber are too. That high ground is completely occupied. So what else do these guys have to play with? It's just terrain, it's just bowls, it's just trees. And at this point in the game, especially if you're a team like Daytrade, that's not necessarily what you want, but it's going to be what you're going to have to take.
Yeah, they just really have to commit to the nearest fight that they could basically take. With so little spacing for them to work with. Unicorn Cyber now locked their crosshairs from across. Manhung did match actually catch that, but will be able to quickly reposition and perhaps supplement the attack coming in later on. Happy now finds one member off the side of Reluctant Squad. 6, 7, 8, 9 down, and Long High just trying to actually go in to the rescue, but it's going to be Foxwood Kingslayer that will be at 14th. But if you look at the crosshair, they managed to take almost every member inside of Panic. Dusky next to fall. And FTF, like you said, has got that prime position. They just had the pure line of sight against all the teams rushing to the gas station.
This will be the game that secures FTF, certain of it. No chance they can really throw away not only the potential to put themselves in that top 4 position, but they've got such good kill opportunity as well. Everyone else around them is scrambling for a spot on the map, scrambling to just survive, and FTF will be looking at them very hungry for those kills. Omachidan down. Daytrade looking to clean up Dopeness, who occupied the bowls just in front of them. Daytrade smartly saving utility up until this moment, and now claim all 3 remaining members of Dopeness. That bowl is now theirs for the taking. They can sit safe and sound inside of there and wait to the late game. Decide what they want to do. You can see on the northern edge now they've got an opportunity to maybe push up to the Petty, take the fight towards PMA. Again, direct competitors on the leaderboard. Armory Gaming versus RXE down on the south. Armory Gaming had a much easier fight in towards the circle than I thought, but RXE putting up a bit of a fight, not for much longer though. You saw that on the minimap, you saw that in the kill feed. Only Shanks went down, able to trade it out. PMA versus Panic. This is a pretty pivotal fight. PMA win it, not cleanly though. They do lose one in the process. One's able to get flushed out, but they've got 7 kills to their name and they maintain that kind of north-central spot.
Yeah, they managed to put up such a great fight and defended that spot very, very well. So now they only have to worry about FTF eventually, and with AG also approaching after taking that win against RXE, it's still going to be very, very competitive for the midfield teams right now, while Daytrade has done excellently to be able to flush out a couple of names like Dopeness, and now Armory Gaming looking for more as Happy goes driving through the fields. Still not going to be able to get the right angles just yet, but coming into phase 6 onwards, that's where things are going to be a little bit more difficult with Armory not really having too much of that space to work with. The further they go, they might be spotted up by Whitefish on top of the hill. So let's see if they're going to be pulling in for a fight. And Real's now spotting out 𝐏𝐿𝐒 inside of the washroom, and there's not going to be much of a save coming in from FTF. Well, remember, Dallas, these competitive side of Armory Gaming is just looking to hunt him down, but he's just going to book it and perhaps having a little bit more of a small little wall to cover 𝐏𝐿𝐒 for the rescue.
That was GLS fighting back from the north. GLS, the other team I suppose we have to look at. They're in a bit of a rough spot right now. They were the ones to get that knock onto FTF. Almost cleaned up by Riz, almost stolen. But he couldn't get it. That down player ducked into the bathroom. Rezzed as well. Nice for FTF, because again, I'm almost certain this is a game where they can really break themselves off from the teams below them. 100 points is in FTF's future. Not necessarily for GLS though, stuck behind that massive electrical pillar up there on the north, and it's not in zone. They've got an open run in front of them as well. Very difficult to make. Kisama made it about 5 meters before he had to go prone, and now he's knocked as well. Daytrade desperately trying to clean these kills up as well. They know that's a competitor of theirs, but they'll be happy to let FTF do it for them. FTF not really fighting amongst Daytrade, Armory, PMA. FTF is looking to be secured this game. Close to that 100 points. Daytrade trying to get up there as well. Nice shots from 𝐏𝐿𝐒. They, of course, want to weaken the teams around them. Taking multiple fights at once right now, but their ultimate fight, the one they really want to take, the one they really need to look for, is this fight with PMA. And if they've been counting the kill feed, they'll know that PMA is only 2 up right now inside that petty, which is a perfect opportunity for Daytrade to capitalize on.
It's still going to be pretty difficult for them to infiltrate the gas station coming in from this angle as well, since there's going to be that wall to actually cover them for the meantime. So they will basically take a slow approach while they focus on to the members of FTF instead. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 still going for the trades. And so far, Happy has been doing such a great job in this matchup to really put FTF up ahead. Now with the push coming into effect, FTF might just actually look to gatekeep the rest of Daytrade from even moving anywhere nearby. So the decision has to be made by Daytrade right now. Which fight do they want to take it to, PMA or FTF? And it seems like they will have to basically settle scores with FTF instead.
Yeah, I think you're right. FTF's got to be priority number 1 for Daytrade, but of course then PMA will be looking to third party that. So whether Daytrade's going to be able to get that off cleanly or not, it's all up to PMA really. Power Rush knocked down, Unicorn Cyber. They're in a late game? Of course they are. They generally tend to be in these late games, and they're causing a lot of strife for Pixel Stars. ISG have remained alive inside that yellow on the edge of the cliff there for quite some time. It's been inside the zone, I guess, every circle so far. Haven't really had to move or do anything different. Or a similar story to Whitefish as well. They sit inside the other yellow, the one that's on that very flat and kind of wide plateau. Armory Gaming, the other team we desperately need to pay attention to in this endgame. Fighting for that 8th position, knocked out of it. He's sitting in 9th at the moment, and maybe this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Pooches, well, PMA aren't going to give up their little feet. They aren't going to give up their knees or anything like that below the fence, and so Pooches is going to have to look for a much more aggressive entry. That's a stellar nade to start off the fight between them and FTF, though.
Yeah, and Millie going in for a push with the US at the ready. He's going to look to secure it at the very least, dropping another one towards the side of Happy, but still soaking it a little bit more as FTF retaliates, and that nade actually dented all their hopes. Now he has to push in all alone and will succumb to the damage being brought by 𝐏𝐿𝐒. Beautifully done from the side of FTF, and just timed it a little bit too well. And now from the future, not only do they break into the 100 points, they're definitely up to challenge the top 3. But of course, we still have Unicorn Cyber firmly planted at that number 1 spot. Armory Gaming doing a good job surviving to the tail end of this match. To my surprise, PMA really took the slow approach to leave the gas station, and now we'll have all the bullets flying their way. And somehow, in an awkward situation with Pixel Stars, 𝐿𝐒 gets that one right across. Mad Pig, man, he's gonna be happy with that 1 point added. But for now, how long can 𝐿𝐒 survive?
This is so good for Armory. So good for Armory. It seems like every few seconds they're getting a free placement point. Gone from 9 teams alive now down to 5. 3 points for Armory Gaming. Moved up into 8th now. Off the back of that, a kill plus a placement point. They'll take it. And they've got 4 up too. That's the biggest thing right now for Armory is they keep 4 up. They keep 4 up. They're moving their way slowly into the zone. ISG have already been ISG have already been dealt with. That's another team, but I got them mixed up with Whitefish. Whitefish is the other team that Armory Gaming have to deal with right now. Maybe not. Maybe they can just leave them, ignore them, let them sit inside that yellow. Armory don't even have to move in to fight that. They can probably just play around those ridges. Look at all the space Armory have towards that north. Yeah, there's a solo of FTF up there, but that shouldn't be an issue for Armory Gaming. And if it is an issue, well, that's a big error on Armory Gaming. Trick's already down to like 1 HP. Riz with clean mini shots there. Remember, he's got the 3 gear as well to play with. It's been beaten and battered, though, down to red HP, at least on the vest. But this is Armory Gaming claiming a lot of space on the north here and potentially even the win.
Yeah, if they do secure the window, then they will have a huge sigh of relief to be, of course, distancing themselves against the rest of the pack that's fighting for 8. Armory Gaming so far looking phenomenal and have been able to spot out Destroy. It does get a little bit of cover, so that's going to be a chance for much later on. Whitefish, so far, not really spoiling either side of AG or even Unicorn Cyber, playing very, very passively. So I guess that they'll only partake much, much later on, unless if AG goes in for the push. I don't see the necessity in that for the time being. Still phase 7, while Unicorn Cyber, as much as they are on top of the hill, if it does pull towards the lower ground, they might be having a little bit of a struggle, but they should have just about enough utilities. As James closes in, unsure if that's going to be looted up for now, but is there going to be any chance that he's going to go in for any form of restock? I don't think that's going to be his priority at all.
Nah, you're right. I think this is absolutely all Armory Gaming. I mean, looking at the map, this is FWF. They have to move their way out. They're probably going to engage with Unicorn Cyber in some way, shape, or form, and then Armory Gaming just clean up from there. I think Armory have much better spots than Unicorn Cyber do right now. The nade forces Hudat away from his car, and then James gets the spray. He's on 5 kills already, looking to claim even more. Those blue zone grenades are going to be such a pain for the 2 members of Unicorn Cyber going for that res. The man on high as well, Man Hung, he hasn't done anything right now. Feels like he's not even shooting his gun, trying to help his teammates. James has been pretty exposed this whole time behind that crate, but Man Hung hasn't really done any damage. And so this is all James right now. It's all James opening this up, and then his teammates come over here to finally finish off Unicorn Cyber. They've completely locked them out of the zone. Armory Gaming playing this to perfection, but the problem right now is this is when Whitefish have decided to push. Runax and his teammate, but all of his teammates have decided to push out of that house. It has to be clean for Armory. Shanks has already gone down. Dynasty got 1. He didn't get a second. This is when Armory Gaming potentially fall short.
And they just came in at the right time to basically play spoilers, taking down multiple members of Armory Gaming, and somehow opening up a little bit more space for Unicorn Cyber to work with. James doing excellent so far, but there's only so much he can basically do when you have another squad to worry about. Dynasty, he's not going to be safe in any form of a chance. And you're looking at Reels trying to deal with the situation here with the side of UNC, and Dahlia, he's going to be able to take down the rest of Armory Gaming, perhaps. We'll have to heal up for now. Whitefish, who knows, this might also be another chicken in the dinner for the side of PJC, but Destroy is sure to wipe them off.
Armory Gaming fall incredibly short. I thought this was theirs for certain. They looked in such good standing to take this win. That 2-2 fell apart though. 2 members, Shanks, Dynasty, they both fall. And after that, it's an absolute disaster for Armory Gaming. But Unicorn Cyber, first on the leaderboard. They'll be first in this game too. Whitefish, what can you really do against this? This is a Unicorn Cyber who have looked incredibly on point. Pure confidence coming out from them. They trade it out. They get that win. It's 15 kills at that, mimicking Panic's record from yesterday. But an excellent win from them. They keep getting to these end games, and sometimes they just pop off and they get that win.
Yeah, they have been doing so since day 2, when now they have been able to overtake Xiec Esports and also adding another record on the block as well. So far, looking at how they've been playing through the course of these 2 rounds of Erangel, they have been finding a lot of great areas of play, especially controlling the top end of the hill throughout the course of this particular round, have really gotten themselves a lot of kills being picked up. And even despite us almost running off on that very final battle, of course, Whitefish did manage to give them a little bit more of that opening to basically pick up this big win for UNC.
Yeah, we saw excellent things from Unicorn Cyber on day one. I feel like day one for Unicorn Cyber was all about their ability to survive. They were very formidable in just being able to stay alive. Then day two, we saw some wins coming out from them. Obviously, that win against Panic on Vikendi is the one that sticks out to me. And since then, it's just been all gas, no brakes, right, for Unicorn Cyber. Essentially, they've just been foot on the pedal, going super ham every single game. And of course, they're on the top of the leaderboard for their efforts. The highlights, though, yeah, we got a lot of those that game. It was one of those circles where there's not much to play, and so teams just kind of hope and pray on their rotations that they end up with something good. Flash, again, with those mortar kills. Unfortunately, I don't think we would have caught them. Can't really blame the observers for not looking at those mortar kills because they're so rare. But Flash and Mad Pig, they seem to be the ones that just get them consistently, at least in this lobby. Nice push coming out from Daytrade as well. Dopeness, maybe you could have spread yourselves out a little bit more to avoid those nades, but incredibly difficult in that situation. Daytrade, they're one of those teams that you're going to see save their utility a lot because they know how meaningful it is when it comes to winning fights in the end game, and that's exactly what we saw just then. This, though, for me, this is the storyline. You look at this mini-map now and you think, okay, they've got a really sick 2-2. They're doing absolutely everything against Unicorn Cyber. It's Jane basically doing it all, and then the other 2-2 that's on the eastern side of the map falls apart. Dynasty and Shanks both go down. They only get one knock on that as well, and it completely falls apart from there. Then the other two members of Armory Gaming are just completely stranded on an island with nowhere to go. They have to go prone and just go quickly to survival mode, which is an absolute disaster from them. So it sucks for Armory Gaming because that was a game where they could have really broken away from the teams that they're fighting with. That wasn't really the case, though. They don't do that, and Unicorn Cyber get 15 kills again, which matches the record in this lobby. Panic yesterday also on 15.
Yeah, at the very least, they do have some slight upper hand with this massive round that went their way, and not only were they the ones who would be the big winners, the other squad that has done excellently in this matchup has to be FTF, right? Because as much as they didn't really have good rounds from yesterday, they still were in a little bit of a dicey position where if they have another stagnating round, it could basically have the rest of the Hungry squads to be going after them. But with their fights against Daytrade and all the other teams that were above the Yasnaya League to be cutting across, that's where they managed to also gain themselves a lot of all these points to not only breach that 100-pointer mark, but now also in the top 5, which gives them that safety net. I believe that they should be true for the finals, so that's good going for the PCR side. And well, once again, with even Daytrade as well as PMA that were in that sort of scuffle, I would say, I was once again rather curious about some decision making coming from PMA. Of course, they got a god area to play by the gas station, but they kind of approached the final few phases a little tad slower compared to, you know, the likes of AG as well as the other teams that were around those corner of the map. And by the time that they have to leave, they didn't really walk away with too many points accrued heading into this match.
Yeah, PMA, again, I don't know how they lost Teddy early on. That's one of the questions I have for that game. But you're absolutely right. PMA were in a really good position to potentially even win that game if the circle shaped up a little bit differently. But there you go. Unicorn Cyber, 25 points. Which is a monumental amount in that game. And as you mentioned, FTF doing their absolute best to make the most of the situation they found themselves in, trying their best to break away from the people who were kind of fighting for that 8th spot. And I think they did that just that game. Armory Gaming, they do get 12, which is a very decent amount when you compare that to Daytrade and PMA. It's only slightly better. The only team kind of falling short in that game that is amongst the teams fighting for that top 8 is GLS. They find themselves way too far away now, and that sucks. It's such an abrupt end to a run from GLS. In fact, I don't want to say it's an end to their run, but now they find themselves with a very big gap between them, PMA, Daytrade, Armory Gaming, and now Reluctant Squad, who weren't really potentially out of contention before we started today, but now they find themselves close to being out of contention, very close indeed. So with Valee Thai too. If this ends up being Valee Thai falling out, Reluctant Squad falling out, I'm going to be very surprised. But Daytrade, PMA, Armory, they seem to be showing up with a certain level of consistency tonight that these other teams weren't necessarily prepared for.
Anything can happen in 4 maps. So Valee also really have to step up in the game if that's going to be the case. So far, it's not a death sentence yet for the side of GLS. We have definitely seen some signs of life when it comes down to how they've been able to adjust with the tempo of play for the past 2 rounds of 𝐴𝐿𝐴, but 𝐏𝐿𝐴, oh, this is definitely going to be a little bit concerning at the very least for those that don't really find themselves to be able to really have too much of those high-flying rounds with the 10Ks or above to be secured in this matchup. So we'll really have to see if this is going to be them being in a really good position in order to really pull some of these deficits out of what happened in the last round. So GLS maybe will be able to still have another shot at this. So other than that, Daytrade, they would be looking to at least close in a little bit more, since there's not too much of a big gap between them as well as even RS.
Yeah, a couple pivotal moments, I suppose, for Daytrade in that game. Obviously, it's the fight with them and FTF. Daytrade died to FTF, but PMA don't really get involved. PMA don't really try to extend out of that petty and fight towards, try to third party that fight. It's all Daytrade and FTF, and Daytrade just kind of get destroyed. I don't really know what happened. It seemed incredibly quick on the side of FTF. They just destroyed them entirely with nades, and I suppose their terrain that they were coming from, the angle they were coming from, was a lot more forgiving than Daytrade's. Either way, that was not the fight that Daytrade, or not the fight I thought Daytrade would lose. I thought that they would kind of be able to win that one and then look towards PMA, and yeah, PMA didn't even get involved. It's kind of hard to get involved if you're PMA, just because you have to kind of stick your head underneath the fence, I suppose, just go prone and hope that no one's looking at you. Maybe there's a couple moments as well. We saw Pooches get quite close to the gas station, and maybe if PMA were to make another mistake or expose themselves in any way, shape or form, Pooches could capitalize on that, and that might give Daytrade another option, another fight into that zone, because I don't think wrapping east was the play for them, or north, sorry, was the play for them. I think they had to take that fight towards FTF. And then, of course, for GLS, if you look at GLS's rotation in that game, they kind of went really wide around the northern side of the zone, it seemed. I don't know whether or not that's... Oftentimes you see that in big international tournaments where teams kind of get scared. There's a lot of pressure on them. They're fighting for a lot of prize money, or they're fighting for first, second, something like that. And the kind of thing that they resort to, because it's the safest option most of the time, is to go for a super wide wrap. Just because you know that you're going to end up on the soft side. Technically, you're going to have some space to play with. That was not the case for GLS. And I hope that decision for them was more out of necessity rather than a decision they made because they wanted to be safe, or they were like, oh, you know, now we're in the running. We have to make sure we're getting into spots in these games, because if that's the mentality that GLS are going to have going into the future games, that's just a losing mentality. That's not going to get you the points you need. Not saying that that's what happened that game. I really hope that that wide wrap was a rotation out of necessity. Honestly, it probably was, given that we were 50-50 on that Roshok river for quite some time. But yeah, very unfortunate circumstances for GLS when they looked so close just the previous game. Yeah,
GLS has definitely had a really good shot, and you know, based on that decision-making factor, I guess it could be a little bit of both, where maybe they're also thinking that, hey, maybe teams are going to be there where we could basically challenge on all these soft spots, or also, like you said, because of that pressure coming in, all these teams may not be feeling always confident in some of all these team fights. Rather than going into central areas of play, you want to let some of all these fights to subside a little bit more, and then take them on heading into phase 7 or so, provided if they do survive, of course. So with UNC also wrapping around those hills, so it made it so much more difficult for teams to basically get that free passage to begin with. So I guess that's pretty much what did happen towards the side of GLS. Whereas, of course, I still did ponder a little bit more back onto, you know, the fight from Daytrade as well as FTF on what if they do wrap around to try to challenge PMA instead. I still feel like it's going to be pretty rough, because judging from what really happened to PMA, there was UNC who also had some angles to be cleaning up the entirety area, which is what happened to PMA. The moment they stepped out, of course, forced to hug the tree, and you still have that one member Pixel Stars to be able to punish them as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. What would have happened if Daytrade were successful in their push? They killed 3 members of FTF. They get those 3 points. and then they're able to either push around that side. If they don't kill FTF, then yeah, what needs to happen for them to make that northern wrap? And I think it's probably just a no-go off the bat because you have those teams on the hill that are going to be looking at you. You're going to be in the complete open. You open yourself up to a flank from FTF as well. So it's probably one of those decisions that was very easy for Daytrade to make. Maybe they could have done something earlier. That's probably the only thing that I could have said for Daytrade there is do something earlier. Obviously, if they had 4 up as well, that's a no-brainer. That's going to give you a much better advantage. But maybe they could have done something earlier that gives them an out to move across that road in a different way, save a vehicle, something like that allows them to just make a safe rotation and not have to take that fight towards FTF. But I don't blame them for the way they played it. They were excellent in dealing with dopeness. They were excellent in the way that they played those bowls. Those bowls just below that gas station can be quite iffy to play. But I think once you get a little bit later on into the game, it's harder for teams to get advantages on you. Say you play them phase 1, the team in the gas station is going to have you dead to rights every single time, right? Because there's no one around them to stop them from leaving the gas station, just grenading you. But that wasn't the case. So Daytrade took the timing very well, and they played those bowls excellently, just couldn't really get it done towards FTF in the late game. Very unfortunate as well, but that does mean that we still get that really close fight for, well, now it's looking like 3 spots. Going into tonight, it was looking like 1. It was looking like, well, I was about to say 2, it was looking like 1. But now it looks like 3 because a couple teams, Reluctant Squad being one of them, have fallen out of contention. And of course, we'll show the overall leaderboard when we get into game and you can remind yourself of where we're at. But yeah, going into game 1, it was looking pretty boring. Going into game 3 on Vikendi, it's looking pretty damn exciting.
It is, and now we're getting ready for our round inside Vikendi. Of course, we do expect a couple of all these early fights to happen, and I do hope that Armory Gaming will not be overwhelmed by this, especially the challenge coming from the side of RKS. I say overwhelmed, but they did match, so of course, eventually win out that trade until Unicorn Cyber comes in to wrap the round. So we did see, of course, great adaptation coming from Armory Gaming for today back in Erangel, and we just love to see it. This is basically Armory Gaming back into their fighting form, and they definitely do stand a chance to still make their way into the top 8. So let's see what happens here as we dive right into the map.
As I'm looking at Vikendi just there, I'm realizing that Vikendi's missing something. Vikendi's missing something quite crucial. You have Sosnovka on Erangel. You've got a bunch of different islands, Partona, Prison, Eastern Islands on Miramar. On Tego, you have the massive northern island. What does Vikendi have? Vikendi is just this flat kind of circle with not many breaks in the land and no islands that can make spicy circles. And, you know, there's no military islands kind of copy. There's no islands of any sort that the circle can end up on Vikendi. The closest we have would be the coal mine kind of separated piece of land. I don't want to call it an island because there's that massive frozen over river in between the 2 pieces of land, but yeah, there's no kind of like circle, like extra circle, extracurricular. I don't know what the word I'm looking for here is. There's no military island on Vikendi. There's no military island or anything like that. Like there's no circle that you look for and you go, oh, okay, we're in for a good game here. There's no circle like that. That's what Vikendi is missing. I don't know how you'd fit that in though. You'd probably have to get rid of a pretty decent chunk of land and then fit it inside the area you removed. And I don't know if we want to do that, but that was just an observation I made as we were heading into it. Either way, Northern Plain Path. Everyone will be settling in nicely. Where is FRKS? They're not hot dropping again, which is, again, surprising, very jarring coming from day 1 and day 2, but happy to see it. Looks like they want to actually play through the game and have a decent shot. GLS on the outside of the circle on the eastern side, obviously looking at them. They're kind of on a timer. You know, they need to have really consistently good games from here on out if they want to contest for that top 8. Otherwise, we're going to have to put a line through them because well, they fell short in that previous game. Again, it's very abrupt, very jarring for that to happen to GLS, but in that previous game, basically everyone they were competing with did very well. So GLS need to step it up now, or it might be too late going into the rest of the night.
Yeah, one bad game from them, it's going to be all over. So they really have to put it on the 5th gear throughout the course of the run. Well, I absolutely do agree, and I believe that even in previous iterations of Vikendi, remember back then when you still have some water in between that frozen River from the top. That kind of split Vikendi, where Dino Land was maybe positioned a little bit different, where it used to be called Dino Park. So I guess that was being implemented, but it still didn't really felt right. So I do believe that these changes actually give all these teams a little bit more of a chance to see opportunities to punish other teams around the central region. So maybe that's kind of like the aim of it overall, which doesn't really necessarily make players go, we really have to cut through a difficult terrain to get there. But we do get ourselves a lot of fights, which is a good thing. With Whitefish now starting off with a little bit of a challenge towards Panic Esports, but no casualties thus far.
Yeah, just scraping by it. Very close to dead. But they survive. On 18 HP, does light work. This is RIP for anyone who is unaware. A prominent Oceanic player who is playing under light work CAC. Don't know why. Don't ask me why. But yeah, this is RIP. If you didn't know. So that's why he can have some highlight moments. He's just one of those kind of young cracked players that will pop off every now and then. And I'm sure he's been doing excellent work for Panic. They're currently sitting in third after having an excellent day yesterday. And of course, we're not really expecting them to be able to continue that great performance they had yesterday into today. Their hearts just probably aren't in it. And I'm not going to blame them for it. They're pretty much set in that top 8, right? They don't have to take tonight like everything is on the line. They can chill, again, limit test, practice, make sure that their foundations are set in place going into that grand finals lobby. I don't see them falling out of it. So that's the case with Panic, RXC, Unicorn Cyber, Forest, and recently FTF, I'm happy to say. I don't think FTF are going to fall out of that top 5 anytime soon. They seem to be keeping up that consistency with kills alone. That's FTF's game plan a lot of the time. Yeah, can't blame them for it. And they did just that the previous game, rotating in now from the northeastern side. Kind of potentially close to a couple different teams, but there's obviously a lot of land that they can maneuver their way through and avoid any unnecessary deaths. They are quite close to Valee Thai. In fact, never mind. I am completely wrong. Orca went down. Valee Thai was so much closer than I initially thought. FTF, a quick 180 turnaround. We don't want anything to do with that. We've already lost a teammate. No way we can trade that out. If we even attempt to trade that out, we'd be risking the entirety of the team's lives. So no point. We'll play the rest of the game as 3.
Absolutely jinxed it right there. From the future. Just getting that -1 off the block. Well, not exactly -1. Well, teammate, absolutely. But Whitefish, they're firmly planted died on land, and FTF, they wouldn't really have to worry all too much about their positioning being compromised within the span of this round, unless, of course, Valee Thai pops off and puts them into the lower block. But most likely for teams like RS, maybe they'll be looking to be playing a little bit safer this time around, especially taking full control of Dekkames. So having PMA pretty dead center into this matchup, though, I want to see how that pans out for them, because over onto the far side of the hill, we have AG as well as Panic coming across, via which Armory Gaming already taking those pot shots, and we'll be sending them into the direction of PMA. Oh, this might just be a fight that we want to keep our eyes on.
Oh, yeah. Armory Gaming still here, though. That tire's popped. That tire's popped a little bit of a spin, and he continues to spin on the ice as well. Not good for Pivy. Down, or sorry, Dusky down and gone. Completely out of the game now. Panic have to play the rest of the game as 3. No chance Dusky gets res. The rest of Panic will leave him to die. Completely abandon him, and justifiably so. Continue down that road. These rotations so deadly on Vikendi. Can't really fully judge where teams are going to be at any certain moment. There's very few landmarks for you to get information, so sometimes you just have to send it. That's what Panic are doing, sending it dead center, and they are in the dead center as 3. Whether they stay up as 3 is another question entirely. PMA, well, they avoided them. They've instead found themselves right next to RXC. Those couple shots landed. Some fadeaway shots from Vinsu. Panic continue to rotate, but continue to survive, most importantly.
Yeah, I really did wonder how on earth did they manage to still pull through with their engines still running, because easily certain teams would be pretty much having their vehicles exploded by then. Reluctant Squad also want to have a go at some of the members of Daytrade Esports. That will have Longhai falling back with a little bit of a fadeaway shot as well. Daytrade will be rotating a little bit further into the foothill of this current lumberyard position. So they could eventually look for a late game pickoff. ISG not too far off. That could be a good opportunity for them eventually. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports feeling a lot more comfortable now that they are 20 points ahead of RXE. And back towards the side.
It's just an ego boost.
Yeah, it is definitely an ego boost. So, but you did point out that, yeah, Panic may not need to actually fight a little bit harder, but imagine the story for Panic when they start off so low in position, starting off from day one and the climbing to this top 3 and then eventually become the champions of the playoffs. That is definitely something that they'll remember for life.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to happen in a playoffs lobby where, you know, third or first doesn't really matter. But it'll certainly be a comeback we'll have in our minds for a bit. I mean, they had, obviously yesterday, the wins that they had were wins that showed probably peak form Panic. Just the way that they controlled the end games, the way that the individuals played, it was excellent. But we can't focus on that too much. 𝐏𝐿𝐒's going for his flush onto a member of Armory, but he's got to be very careful. That is greedy from 𝐏𝐿𝐒. He's losing his life for it. Dynasty gets him. Finally finished off by Xiec. That, I don't know whether it was no information. That seemed very greedy, though, from 𝐏𝐿𝐒, and that's not good for Daytrade at all. They were there to back him up and I suppose save him from actually going down out of the car. They can take shots at Armory Gaming and stop them from actually killing him, but none of that actually came to fruition. Armory Gaming were fully ready for him to send it over that hill to flush out 𝐿𝐿e. Now, the story kind of shifts. 𝐿𝐿e might actually be able to get Rez, and look at Riz. He's already on the backside looking to take the rest of Daytrade out and dissuade them from continuing with this fight any longer. He's basically corralling them out of the Armory Gaming's territory at the moment, and a successful fight from Armory and a bit of greed on the side of 𝐿𝐿𝐒.
Yeah, pretty tragic on how it all turned out with that greedy play first, but these two teams will definitely want to lock horns because the distance of points is still pretty much within the contention range. So AG hoping to at least pull through against Daytrade, at least an enemy that they are a lot more familiar with coming in from the PTS region. Now, Circle pulls towards the side of AG, so indeed they will basically commit into securing this region overall, but AG definitely does have a little bit more pressure, needing to also take a look towards the northeastern side with RXE and many other teams to be moving their way.
I'm wondering how many teams end up sharing Lumberyard with Armory. Daytrade probably one of those teams that could do it. I thought Daytrade were going to commit to trying to take Armory Gaming out. In fact, I think that's what they wanted to angle for. At least wanted to stick around in that area and at least take one of them with them. But no time to do that anymore. No point to do that. You've basically got access to dead center zone, and Daytrade are going to park themselves nicely inside that compound. A little bit of an off-center one, but doable for now, certainly good enough for now, and everyone's scrambling again to make their way in. Northern Raps and Southern Raps are going to be coming in, but as you can see by the look on the map, there's a lot more Southern rotations than there are Northern ones. PMA basically free on that North until RXE, FTF, and Valee Thai get involved. That's not the case for these Southern teams. There are so many teams basically making the same rotation at the exact same time. Reluctant Squad ahead of a lot of the action behind them. They'll be able to get into this zone relatively scot-free. They might have to contest with Pixel Stars in front of them, but that's that 4v4, or basically the only 4v4 they're going to have to take in a long time. And everyone else is coming in behind them now. GLS, one of those squads too. Remember it's crunch time for GLS, and this is ISG versus RS. This isn't even Pixel Stars. This is a completely separate team that I thought Reluctant Squad wouldn't really have anything to do with, but they've been absolutely dominated. T9 takes one out of the car, and well, for the rest of the teams now, that's information gathered. GLS on the southern side as well, looking to potentially third-party that fight.
Yeah, I don't think that Reluctant Squad will be able to maneuver off of their current position right now because they've been pretty much stuck in between all the others that have been able to secure a spot across Lumberyard. Pixel Stars over in the southwest, and also we have Daytrade around the corner as well. So at least they take one loss of a member and still have a chance in this matchup. While we take a look at PMA now dealing with the situation with Rapsic Esports needing to cut across. They should have info on Pete already, so they're just taking this one very, very cautiously. PMA currently have pretty much the same role as what Daytrade has, which is to keep all the other teams at bay. Valee Esports moves into the north, while in front Slimer will find a couple of rotating members of GLS on their way onto the top of the hill. Might not actually take the chance coming in from Cyber Sapao. So we'll be able to let them pass for the time being. So far, very little action in the early game, while 𝐿𝐿𝐸 has Teddy locking them on target. They're going to be pretty hard on the mini though, as that chance have been passed. Represent Esports gets the glimpse of Latte, and it's going to be out of the vehicle instead. Tanan goes ahead to secure that point, and 𝐿𝐸 still getting peppered. 1 HP, and then he will eventually be on the ground. Still a little bit of distance there. Should be able to recover, but oh boy, even Magbox is gonna be down. Boy. Not a good round for 𝐿𝐸 at all.
No, this is Valee Thai either setting up some sort of rotate camp or just an opportunistic capitalization from them. 𝐿𝐸 down to just one member. It's Vinasu, and he's trying to get the hell out of there. Small Town Kid is up here alone for PMA. That is a very open spray. Small Town Kid's going to lose his life. He just goes for the spray onto Vinasu there. He does get the point, but he's going to go down for it. More greed coming out from these players in the lobby. He was completely alone. He had full information of where Valee Thai was. They were fighting that entire time with 𝐿𝐸, and Small Town Kid decides to commit to that spray. Questionable. And
yeah,
punished for
definitely.
it.
And that punishment came quick. Valee Thai was so quick to basically react to that. Dopeness, trying to see if they could still squeeze into the zone here. They managed to spot out the rest of Panic over the top end, as they do have a tower to work with, and that's going to give Panic Esports a bird's eye view of what's really going on around the region. GLS just hoping to basically cut by safely with the rest of Force Natural Gaming having a good slide, and challenge coming from far. It's gonna be Whitefish. Brunex knocking down Scappy for now. Should have a little bit more safe and graves there, but the GLS, they're definitely looking for that push towards the side of Pixel Stars as they slowly journey their way onto the lower ground instead, and Pixel Stars will be able to retaliate.
GLS getting out of there. And they might actually end up inside Lumberyard. I was curious as to how many teams were going to end up inside Lumberyard on that previous circle, but the answer was no one. Armory Gaming is the lone team inside there at the moment. I think on these next couple circles, though, we're going to be finding ourselves with more than one team inside that central location. Lots of buildings for you to play. And oftentimes buildings mean safety. GLS, do they commit to going inside? No, they're going to stay out, play some bowls just on the outskirts. They're very low. In fact, I think they're probably realizing now that these bowls aren't super good. They might even think about doing a 2-2, spread themselves out amongst these bowls, use their cars as cover, maybe play a bit of the survival game. Fair enough as well. They don't really have info inside Lumberyard. That's probably what they're looking for right now, because if you just sent it inside Lumberyard as 4 without getting any information, that could be your death very quickly too. So I think that's what they're looking for right now, and the information they're going to find is that Armory Gaming owns this side of Lumberyard. So that might be the stopping point for GLS, and it might make them stay trapped inside those bowls, which could mean disaster for their late game. Valee Thai getting very similar information, but from the sky. Do they end up landing on top of Armory Gaming, or do they find themselves on the eastern side of Lumberyard instead?
They have one tried out through mid-air as AG managed to go in for punishment, while Happy, of course, caught in between that rotation over onto the western end of the plains, having both Whitefish as well as Forest Natural Gaming to be locking them out. And somehow it just hard shifts all the way to the favor of Daytrade.
That's touching the blue.
I'm not even certain how some of these guys over on the other side of the mountain is going to be able to survive through it all. But yes, indeed, touching on the edge of the blue, not something that we see so often.
Daytrade blessed. Daytrade are absolutely blessed with that circle. They've got a compound they can play too. Not sure how many teams are going to end up breaching them just because of the way that this circle has panned out. Everyone is going to be fighting on the edge. Armory Gaming go from being in such a solid position to now having to essentially fight their way through Lumberyard. Valee Thai, though, they came in here on the emergency parachute. and now they're immediately fighting. No time to rest for Valee Thai. Maybe they thought they were going to have an easy circle that would just center up on them, and they'd only have to take a couple gunfights later on in the game. But nope, that's not the case. 𝐿𝐴 have entered and put themselves not only in front of Valee Thai, but also in front of Armory. This is an opportunity for 𝐿𝐴, to not only take out Valee Thai, get a couple points for themselves, but then also take out their direct competitor. It'll be a lot later on. In fact, I think Armory is looking to take out Valee Thai for 𝐿𝐴.
Yeah, they're just pretty much cramped up into the warehouse. I'm not too sure if they will be able to at least pull a couple more points back, because they are pretty much segregated for now. So they will leave Latte to deal with AG. Well, maybe just find a way to squeeze past members of the side of GLS Esports. And they took that parachute hoping that this is going to be that direct center with that hard shift, now having them sandwiched in between these two squads. So it's only going to be kill points that they will be looking for in order to survive. And Reluctant Squad also receiving a little bit more pressure eventually coming from inside of Pixel Source. And I guess like for the side of Forest Natural Gaming, they could also look for an opportunity to also pincer the attack against Pixel. Well, the trades goes in. Malrush gets the head of 4J. Not even sure where exactly FRKS is for the mini-map, but ISG so far, splendid games for these couple of rounds. Though, of course, we will not see them fight for that top 8, but overall, playing well enough to also dent the hopes and dreams for those that are still competing. But they are going to challenge the top dogs instead. Pot shots from Xiec not hitting. When we get into that late game, I want to see how Daytrade will be able to pull up with some points, or maybe get overwhelmed with some invades into the compound.
I don't even know if Daytrade are too focused on kill points right now. I think just get yourself into that late game spot, get that top 4, then you've got a chance to fight for that win, and those 10 points will be enough for them. They're so close to consistently falling out of the top 8 here that they'll take a compound feed at this point. Circle goes even closer towards them. Not necessarily dead center, but good enough for Daytrade. Yeah, I'm with you, wondering whether or not they're going to be breached by anyone at any point, but I think people are just going to be taking out each other on the edges of these zones, weakening each other. Mortars coming in as well. You can tell those mortars aren't from Mad Pig or Flash because they're not accurate enough. Reluctant Squad, Forest down and out, but traded out quickly by Mad Pig, who'll try to get that second spray but go down to the blue. So that's Pixel Stars gone. PMA trying to make their rotate in. Another team that we certainly have to keep an eye on. Panic surviving in this little bolt. Quick shots taken from Light Work. Sitting behind their car that's currently on fire. That won't be utilized anymore, but they've got smokes to work with. They can use those as basically walls to defend them against dopeness, but those aren't walls that will block any grenades, and they are finding that out the hard way. Pibby, the last one up, trying to get this 1v4 off, but I don't think it's going to happen. Dopeness are slowly closing in on Pibby's position. He's got that MG3, sorry, but he's not going to be able to get that 1v4 off. So Panic go out. They still sit in third. They are all good for the moment. Dopeness, though, had a couple clean kills and a decent spot in the zone.
Yeah, they managed to create that space after taking out the rest of Panic. A really excellent job cleaning from the PJC side, while ISG, meanwhile, basically commits to the fight against UNC on the outer quarter map. Now, Dopeness will still have to deal with PMA eventually, and that definitely is going to be a pretty daunting task, since they do have more members to be able to trade back. PMA still on that borderline, currently 10th in position, while ISG will be overwhelmed by Unicorn Cyber for the time being. Armory Gaming now spots out the movement, will be able to get that catch onto RS, an important one. And if they do get these points out, it's going to be a great ordeal for the side of Armory Gaming. Full blows coming from Dipsy will be able to eliminate him eventually with the zone coming to a close. Now RS on the outskirts here, just relying on the smokes for cover. Armory will be able to go for a pickup to still have the numbers to trade back against Reluctant Squad. 6, 7, 8, 9. He's all alone, and he's just hugging by a tree. Can he actually make the pay? He does bring down Dipsy. Rule's gonna be low as well. He's just gonna try to dance it up. Reluctant Squad is out, but there's still more trouble lying up ahead. GLS have arrived and will overwhelm Armory Gaming.
Reluctant Squad tried to put up a fight, and the fight they put up was so good that it allowed GLS to backstab Armory Gaming. Again, direct competitors on the leaderboard, and GLS will wipe them out of the match. A very, very well-organized push from GLS, and an opportunity that they needed to exploit. Sucks for Armory Gaming that they were caught up in that fight for so long, but that's how it goes. If you suffer those knocks, if you can't hit those shots, then teams will capitalize on that. Those were very nice shots from 𝐏𝐿𝐒. They were incredibly clean. 3 shots, I think 3 of them landed too, but 𝐿𝑒 will get rezzed. Just a little bit of damage farming, and luckily the observers caught that, so a bit of a show reel for him. But yeah, Armory Gaming out. I mean, look at that leaderboard now. Armory Gaming, they sit in 7th, but Daytrade very close behind, just 6 points separated. And GLS, despite having a terrible previous game, they continue to try and fight for their spot in that top 8.
Yeah, keeping their chances here alive. And the timing on that backstab was just immaculate as well. Just knowing that there is going to be a weakened side, just reading through the kill feed. And now also having a chance for a chicken dinner with their squad strength. But first and foremost, of course, they will have to look to seek for some better advantages with Dopeness, who may actually be pulled away with the circle advantage hitting to the next phase. So not too sure if that's going to be rough for the side of the PJC side, but as for Unicorn Cyber, the master going for a wraparound, now challenges FTF. Will be a little bit more cleaner, and that is just going to be him locked out in that shack.
All right, FTF gone. Down to our top 4, GLS, Daytrade, Unicorn Cyber, and Dopeness. 2 of those teams are incredibly important in this top 4. GLS don't lose their heads just yet. Maybe dodgy if they weren't able to get that kill out of the car. That could have been absolutely disastrous. That was all 4 members in one vehicle. It is a PUBG player's dream to have a barrel spray onto something like that, but they traded it out quickly enough to avoid disaster. Daytrade very eagerly looking over there, looking for an opportunity to take out GLS. And it would be very important to do so. But their compound, the one that we looked at, that was center a couple zones ago, a little bit off center, just the previous zone. Now it's just on edge, so the zone is slowly taking advantages away from Daytrade. And the spots in front of them, the terrain in front of them, doesn't look too forgiving either, looks quite open. Daytrade, though, you're certain they would have kept their cars up. It's not a compound that we've seen being breached. It's not a compound that we've seen being heckled or just targeted by any team. So I think Daytrade's going to have full access to their cars. GLS lose 1 on rotation. More clean shots from 𝐏𝐿𝐒, from Dopeness. Japanese team showing up, at least in this game. Unreal shots from him on that Mark 12 so far. And Daytrade look to claim steal as many kills as they can from Dopeness, but none have gone their way so far.
Yeah, really taking full advantage of the high ground for the time being. Dopeness, they still have a lot of good spacing to actually work with as compared to all these other teams that are hugging by the rim of the current circle. And as a matter of fact, this is going to be a shift which will see the rest of Dopeness to be living those hills. So they will need to basically prime in a couple of these smokes to go in for the setup if they are going to be moving into the center. And this is just going to be tough to do, especially having GLS locking them with 𝐿𝑒, already getting a little bit of a glimpse, but it will still be pretty dangerous for them to actually go in for a full commitment, especially with Daytrade around the south corner of the map. 𝐿𝑒 also getting a couple of attacks through the wall. So this 3-way warfare is just all about who makes the first move and who may be punished for doing so.
You know what? I don't think it's good for Daytrade, but I also don't think it's terrible because the circles also push Dopeness out. And so if Daytrade had to leave their compound while GLS and both Dopeness were in at the same time, then that would be an absolute disaster for them. But it's also pushed Dopeness out. So Daytrade have an opportunity to, I suppose, move into the zone same time as Dopeness. And while they're both moving in, obviously neither of them are able to shoot at each other. So they both kind of team up, essentially, just to claim as much terrain in the zone as possible. But Dopeness have done it a lot quicker than Daytrade, though. GLS is helping out Daytrade, I suppose, with the timing here. Omachidaten flushed as well. Daytrade with a real opportunity to leave that compound safely. Obviously, I think they need to utilize their cars and smokes to absolute perfection here. Again, I said it's not that easy, and I remain steadfast about that. A couple rocks maybe that they could play, but it's not going to be a lovely living for Daytrade. Certainly not. GLS as well. They were kind of gifted. They remain in on edge, and I think they're going to have decent angles towards Daytrade once these smokes dissipate.
Yeah, I really like that GLS actually holds still and basically pull onto the edges for the time being, while keeping their eyes to be able to actually punish the rest of Daytrade. Shots through the smokes, and Daytrade has got no time to even go in for the res. And now Dopeness running out in the open. Diane just got some golden opportunities to seize right now, and there's still a bike for them to make a desperate attempt should they were to leave this vicinity, and going for some quick restocks as they will still opt to travel on foot.
Where does this zone go? Phase 9, sensors up essentially. Star will be somewhere around the road. Couple nice knocks though from Daytrade onto both competing teams, both remaining teams in this end game here. One knocked on each team at the moment. GLS actually suffering a lot more knocks than I thought they would be. 𝐶𝐿 hitting some nice shots, and he wants to activate off that too. He wants to act off that knock. Another one onto DNE from Nurans. Daytrade continue to fight back in this end game, even though their spot isn't that bad. That nade was cooked to perfection and went just the right amount of distance to flush one out and get another knock onto 𝐿𝐶𝐿. It's just 𝐶𝐿 up for Dopeness. Daytrade have taken full advantage of the spot they were in. GLS lose a member. 𝐷𝐼U is flushed out. So now we're down to a 2v3v1. Daytrade have firmly put themselves in the driving seat of this game. GLS lose another. Kisama went for that res. I believe 𝐶𝐿 claims him. This is looking better and better for Daytrade.
Absolutely, the way that they've been able to punish them with that golden grenade really suppresses the rest of Dopeness. Now they're going to be down for the count. And that is Diane once again having that perfect view to basically going for that punishment upon Daytrade. Puchius, though, trying to catch out Diane, but he's been so elusive with a couple of smokes. They popped out. But this is going to be really rough for them the moment that they step out of that area, as Flash is ready to actually take him on. Still have a little bit more barricade, but that is slowly crumbling. And that is GLS taking out a turd. So the battle is on. Two-man advantage with 𝐶𝐿 hugging by the corner of the rocks. They still have the grenade and two mollies to work with. So a little spacing, but 𝐶𝐿 gonna see whether if he can time this right to challenge Flash as he goes in for the push. Step by step, and he will fall down to a 1 versus 1. Puchius can he seal the deal? Spots him hopping across, and he will not be able to seize it just yet. That flashbang that 𝐶𝐿 holds might be the winning factor here. Puchius to 9 HP left. And he's just going to toss it right now. Puchius out in the open, and it will be a win for Dopeness by the end of the candy.
Oh, what an absolute brawl at the end of that game. Every single team in that late game put up a fantastic fight. They all had a chance to win that one. That was honestly insane. The circle didn't necessarily favor either one of those teams, and they all had to I mean, it was just blood, sweat, and tears for that win, wasn't it? Dopeness come out on top, a 1 versus 2. And Daytrade, they might be devastated, but what a valiant effort from them. GLS, another decent game, might put them in contention for top 8 once again, but that was just trading blows back and forth between all 3 teams in that late game, and Dopeness come out on top. What a win from them, but again, you could see anyone winning it in a situation like that.
Yeah, just look at the difficulty of that final aerial play. It really does, of course, allow all these talents of each respective team to be able to shine, where even 𝐿 has played it off the best of their ability. I thought that they could actually capitalize on situations where commitments were coming off from both Dopeness as well as Daytrade to be taking out each other, but eventually they lost out on that timing where they need to basically push out of that zone. And honestly, nobody had any form of advantage heading into this final stage. Oh, yeah. What a game this is. The intensity is real for whoever's in that lobby.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that overall leaderboard, because it's going to be much closer this time around than I think I would have anticipated. Now I'm wondering, actually, by the time we get to the final game, whether or not the leaderboard will be taken away. I don't think it will be, though. I think it will remain on the left side, and we'll be able to see who wins in real time. But what a game on Vikendi. Vikendi maybe sometimes can be a little bit sleeper, but certainly not this one. This one was action all the way through. That hard shift as well, away from Armory Gaming inside Lumberyard, and away from Lumberyard as a whole is what really shook this game up. It's what really threw this game into the third dimension, essentially, or into the seventh dimension, 3D. We live in a 3D world, so that would make no sense. Some other dimension, but yeah, what a 1v2 from Shinnosuke here. An excellently timed flash, just enough pressure as well to be able to win that 1v1. A little bit dodgy potentially for Shinnosuke. He was taken down to quite low HP off the nice org shots from his competitor, but the real win for Shinnosuke in that fight, or the good one at least, was when he switched his position over to that car and then shot through the flames of the car, essentially shot through the side of the smoking car. One of the Daytrade players had absolutely no idea that was coming his way, and then a nice pressure 1v1 at the end there. Shinnosuke comes out on top. Another win for a Japanese team, and it's good to see. Good to see wins coming out from that region, a region that we know that can be strong. We obviously have the household names like E36 and things like that, but it's good to see the teams that we aren't necessarily super familiar with come out on top every now and then. I don't think that Dopeness is going to be making it to the top 8, but if they want to start, then this is one way to do it.
Yeah, and when we take a look at the journey of each respective team, of course, certain teams like Dopeness as well as Daytrade, they did have the circle advantage with that being pulled away. I think that the most difficult run would definitely be on GLS. I think we remember them coming from the south side of Lumberyard, going directly into that township itself, and somehow survive to tell the tale. It's a lot of heroics to be pulled off in those instances, and then really play by all these rough edges. They even have to make huge decisions to be able to crash certain teams, to be able to overtake. I couldn't remember which squad was exactly in that Xiec for them to hold out that late game, but that play, that decision really brought life to the side of GLS to keep this tournament dream alive. Whereas, of course, very unfortunate for teams like Pixel Stars heading into this matchup, which also see them being pretty much suffocating of dealing with the blue zone and all these other squads like FTF on their neck as well. So wasn't easy after all. FTF, I think they definitely did pretty good heading into this matchup. So far, great bounce back coming from the PCR team in this very final day. So it's good to see, right?
Yeah, it's excellent to see. If you're not going to do it day 1, day 2, you're going to do it day 3. So we like to see it here. You were absolutely right though about GLS. That was a very hard fought kind of maneuver through the I guess through all the terrain as they had to leave Lumberyard. It was absolutely insane from them, and that nets them 14 kills. DNE with 19 total, though they take most points that game. Daytrade with 11. Where's PMA? Okay, PMA down there in 9th most points with 3. Not very good for their crusade into the top 8. Armory Gaming, Reluctant Squad, and FTF doing a lot better with 8 and 9 for all those 3 teams. It was an important match, as all matches will be here in day 3. This is the overall leaderboard. Daytrade now in 8th, 1 point ahead of Reluctant Squad, who've now officially fallen out of that top 8. PMA, well, they're down there a little bit too far away from Reluctant Squad for their own liking, still able to fight back. And again, GLS doing their absolute best to put themselves in a good standing, only a nice 10 kill win or so away from getting back into that top 8. Will Valee tie fall out of the top 8 as well? That's the other question that we have. Forest, FTF, Panic, RXC, Unicorn, Cyber, looks like they have secured their spots. I don't think any more inconsistency from them will net them falling out of that top 8. Yeah, I think Contra, you might be muted. Wait for him to fix his mic. Cords come unplugged. There we go. Yeah, I couldn't hear you, but you're back now. Okay, all good. I'll cover. Let me have a look at the Twire. That's probably where we're going to find some interesting stats for the moment, at least. I'll look at the player stats as well. Obviously, I think going into day 2, KM99 was on top for kills. So if you want to look for your star players coming into this tournament and set up some narratives going into the grand finals, then your top fraggers is where you're going to find at least one of those narratives. I can hear Contra, so that's good, at least on my side. But yeah, current top fragger, at least before that game, I think was FAP, of course, from RXC. And then, of course, Hudat coming up in second from Unicorn Cyber. Excellent to see the Unicorn Cyber members getting up there. I don't really think I saw too many of them, even though they were the ones leading the overall leaderboard for quite some time. So placement points maybe are their affinity, but everyone's pretty close. Everyone is pretty damn close. 25, 26, 23, all fighting amongst each other. But we are going to throw to break. It is this 15-20 minute break, so don't go anywhere. Get a snack, popcorn, whatever you need to satisfy your hunger or your thirst. I'm going to do the same. I haven't had water in about an hour and a half, so I'm going to go fix up my thirst. But yeah, please don't go anywhere because we've got more PUBG action right after the break.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐏𝐿's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and 𝐾𝐿. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds. Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐏𝐿's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and 𝐾𝐿. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds. Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. And once again, for those who have just joined us, this is the APAC qualifiers for the PGS, as teams are looking to book their spots into PGS3. And this is the playoffs, the final day, and we've only got 3 more games to go. Extreme, we've got some crazy rounds ahead of us. And of course, even those previous rounds that basically were displayed by all the teams out there have been amazing. So far, all these teams that are around that top 8 region, they're still fighting for their lifeline here to qualify for the finals. And I don't know what to make out of it. I'm just definitely here to take along the ride with you, my man.
Yeah, it's been a really good playoff so far. I feel like it's very hard to dispute that every game we've had, or most of the games we've had, have just been exciting games. Like we've just had really exciting PUBG. Again, forget fundamentals, forget whether it's good PUBG or not. Doesn't matter.
Throw it out the window.
Yeah, throw it out the window. It's been incredibly exciting PUBG, and so that's fantastic to see. It also means probably we're going to have a very similar grand finals when you get those stacked teams, those on paper better teams. Put them against these teams who have been putting on a show for us. It'll probably be a very exciting grand finals. But before that, we have to secure our top 8 that's going to make it to those grand finals. Right now, we're looking at about 3 spots at the bottom of the top 8, so probably 6, 7, and 8. Those are the spots the teams are fighting over. We've seen Reluctant Squad fall out of it. It's getting close to potentially Valee Thai falling out of it as well. Daytrade, Armory, they've been putting up a fight, trying to get up there. And so is GLS as well. That previous game, you gave them a lot of credit for an excellent fight back into the end game. And so we're seeing them come out on top in certain scenarios. But this is it now. It's basically about an hour and a half of non-stop PUBG action until we determine that top 8. I think it's going to be competitive all the way through. I hope it's going to be competitive all the way through. We've got a 𝐏𝐺𝐒 and then 2 Miramars, and then we're done.
Yeah, I'm hoping that these teams will be able to cope with that pressure, because one mistake is all it takes for them to be out of that tournament. So everything needs to be on point. Today, the one that has been able to capitalize is not only the likes of FTF to be able to save themselves into the finals. Daytrade Gaming now just besting Reluctant Squad by just 1 point, holding on to that 8th position. So Reluctant Squad is definitely not having the easiest time, especially kicking things off in Erangel, having some struggles of their own, and Vikendi almost was a no-show from them, unfortunately, with a lot of all these teams surrounding them. So other than that, PMA, they need to basically take a little bit more presence in some of all these fights, which sometimes they do get certain good areas to hold out, but they didn't manage to defend it well enough. Yeah,
they certainly need to step it up. They're one of those teams on the cusp that probably need to play a lot better than they currently are. I feel bad for GLS for having that bad game on Erangel before the second game of the day, because if they hadn't had that and they kind of got maybe 6, 7 points, they'd really be in it. They'd really be in it. We'd really be looking at them. We started off yesterday and kind of ended yesterday as well with Armory Gaming and Daytrade underperforming, essentially. And going into today, I'm not going to say that their performances have been so much better, but I think they have been a lot better. And now they are both sitting in 7th and 8th, which is fantastic to see. On paper, those are the teams you want to see in that top 8. You expect to see them in that top 8. I set up the narrative that Daytrade, maybe you would expect them to fall out. Potentially, you could argue for that because obviously their Super Cup performance wasn't very good. That's probably the best way I can say it. It wasn't very good, and obviously they are making a roster change going into events after PGS 3 and 4. So Daytrade is one of those teams you look at and you go, yeah, we expect them to be top 8, but if they fall out, you know, it is what it is, right? Different roster, IGL changes in the recent few months as well. Armory Gaming, that's not the case. Armory Gaming have been performing incredibly in recent Thai events, and of course the Super Cup as well. They won the Super Cup, and so you expect them to be in that top 8 no matter what. You expect them to be farming this lobby. They, in the first couple of days, were losing members back and forth, basically playing every game as 2, but going into day 3, that hasn't necessarily looked like the narrative, which is excellent to see.
Yeah, and of course, when we look deeper into the representatives of the PTS region, Thai series, to name it, so surely we've seen a lot of great solo plays coming in from a lot of all these teams out there, but Valee Thai Esports are also not off the hook just yet, since they are just, as much as they are almost touching into the 100-point radius, they are also getting chased by now a performing side of Armory Gaming as well as Daytrade Gaming. So they don't want to end up in that situation where, you know, their other brothers coming from other teams will be out of the contention into the finals. Maybe it's for the better, you know, because they have been having so many weeks of action going up against each other. Maybe it's better off to just get rid of them here and now. So we'll go into 𝐏𝐿𝐒 and see what's going to be happening up next. So with Daytrade now needing to hold on to that top 8, they definitely need to get another good game off. And with PMA kind of in a really shaky state, we'll see if they're going to be able to also push teams like Reluctant Squad, which haven't gotten all too much out of the past couple of rounds. So here we are, ladies and gents, as we move into our second half of Day 3 to close out the playoffs.
It's 𝐏𝐿𝐒. Very team fight heavy map. Your fundamentals in your team chemistry, I suppose. That's what's going to net you points on 𝐏𝐿𝐒 in a lot of different circumstances. Just having a look, because you mentioned Valee Thai, at day 1, day 2, they looked really good. In fact, I think they looked like one of the better teams in the lobby. And having a look at the stats now, I'm actually kind of shocked because Latte, who was previously top fragging this event at one point during yesterday, I believe, he's on 27 kills for Valee Thai. The second most kills on his team is 𝐾𝐿𝐒 with 17. That's a 10-kill gap between him and 𝐾𝐿𝐒. Then there's 𝐿𝐿𝑒 and 13 and UNK on 7. Latte is performing incredibly well for Valee Thai right now. And maybe one of the reasons they are going to fall out of that top 8 is because the other members on the team aren't stepping up to the plate when it comes to kills. And obviously, if your individual prowess is lacking, it means that you have to put that weight on other members of the team, and that's never a good thing. For Valee Thai, it is getting quite dangerous. They aren't obviously out of the race just yet, but getting to that point where it's quite close. You'll see the leaderboard in a second. You'll be able to see how close it is. I believe they're about 99, below them 97, and then below that team about 95, something like that. Either way, they're close to falling out of it. That circle, not very good for a lot of those teams on the north, but it is one of those circles that could be a little bit more exciting than any other one we could have had.
I'm glad that you actually brought up individual performance, but what do we have here? Okay, thankfully, no collision course just yet. None of them have weaponry, so they're good to go. Just trolling by. But Unicorn Cyber Esports, if they want to, they will follow it all the way. But will that lead to a trap being set by the rest of RXE as they're driving to the corners of the other side, to assume? So we'll see what will be the outcome of that. But yes, like I said, the circle, absolutely unforgiving. Oh, they do happen to have weapons.
They've got guns.
Okay. Let's see it. Xiec Esports now bringing the M249. This is not going to be good for the member of UNC, but thankfully getting past in the nick of time.
Yeah, UNC didn't really want to commit to that. They probably understood that one of RXE was already inside Palace and sending themselves over that hill to try and get a couple kills on the weaponless people in the car was not worth the potential risk of running into that M249. He basically brought that out and started spraying that thing, and Unicorn Cyber said, yep, all right, we understand. We'll go our separate ways. You can have Palace for yourselves. Yeah, but that's the leaderboard that I was talking about. So it's 99 for Valee Thai, Armory Gaming 97, and Daytrade 96. All of them are secure right now. But of course, below them is Reluctant Squad 95, and then PMA and GLS all fighting for a spot in that top 8 as well. Dangerous for Valee Thai, but when you look at that leaderboard, it puts into perspective that potentially they're going to be okay, even if they continue to fight with Armory Gaming and Daytrade. As long as those three teams stay in the mix, then they're all good. Unicorn Cyber have not given up on this fight. Seems like they've breached the soft side of Palace and RXE. I mean, Unicorn Cyber were hoping that they would be unsuspecting victims, but Vinisu is very aware. He's on point. Doesn't even want to get in the car. Wants to back off to his teammates, group up, maybe take this fight. But I think Unicorn Cyber realized that the jig is up. There's no point taking this fight anymore. They thought they could get a cheeky kill or two. And now that that opportunity has slipped them by, they will now leave Palace. In fact, I think they are baiting one, potentially leave one behind just to finalize a kill. Either way, we move to Dopeness, the winners of last match. A nice 1v2 from Sinosuke, and a nice little peak battle between Scappy and 𝐾𝐿𝐒. Scappy, 0 cover. 𝐾𝐿𝐒 had the tree, and so it's a freebie for 𝐾𝐿𝐒.
Yeah, he's just spinning round and round, counting his days already. But the drive-by for Master. Oh, that was classy. Man. 𝐾𝐿𝐒 kind of took too long to basically secure that number. Well, Shinosuke coming off a little bit too late, but might be able to actually pick one more point off. And here comes 𝐿𝐒. M249 getting 2 members clipped up. That's KM lost out of the match. So a lot of firepower will be negated from the side of Forest for the meantime. Dopeness really hot on form after the win, looking for more, as they're going to be able to knock out Olympus as well. Now, what's Masters going to do? He's being pinned from all directions, hiding by the corners of the wall of that small little warehouse. We'll see if there's going to be any form of play, but that is quite scuffy, I would say.
These Dopeness players basically only shoot the amount of bullets that they need to knock someone. We saw 𝐿𝐶 in the previous game shoot 3 bullets and get a knock with all 3 bullets hitting, and then he got a nice knock just after that as well. And then that was a very quick burst from Shinosuke, I believe, to get that knock. So Dopeness looking very sharp, but a bit little too late. Down at 57 points would be a miracle run for them to get, you know, above 50 points to push them into that top 8. Could happen, certainly. We've got 3 more games to do it. And it's a nice start to 𝐾𝐿, but I don't think so. I think it's a bit too far-fetched to realistically expect it. Pixel Stars on the emergency parachute, trying to find their way into the zone. Haven't really reached the white circle yet, but they're about to. It's going to show up on the minimap in any moment. And when it does, well, that'll be them deciding where they actually want to end up. They're going to go a little bit more central, though. It's not one of those emergency parachutes that has been timed perfectly for the phase 2 pop, but I don't think you necessarily need to do it in a moment like this. They are a little bit late, though, on this. So many teams find themselves already in the center of that zone. Maybe Pixel Stars thought that they had time, considering how many teams found themselves outside the zone on that northern side, but everyone has found their way in without using emergency parachutes. Granted, lots of vehicle rotations this time round. Pixel Stars might not have as much territory to play with as they would have hoped.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where exactly they're going to be dropping. If there's going to be any area, I'm suggesting it to be a lot more on the southern end. But they're already off the plate, aren't they? Well, not just yet. So Studio is going to be available if Pixel Stars eventually float by, but they drop directly in between Dopeness as well as a couple of all these teams through the hillside. Might be able to leverage onto some form of cover the moment that they arrive into the highlands at the very least. So moving over to the side of Daytrade Esports, just...
Okay. It happens.
Yeah, it does. But
happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I guess it's just wholesome for a little bit. Thankfully, there was not much of a threat coming from other teams, because that could have basically sent them off. Panic will be pretty much a couple 100 meters away at the very least. Could have actually given the Thai fans a little bit of a heart attack, man.
Yeah, I imagine if there was a team in position to exploit that, right?
Yeah.
Luckily for them, that wasn't the case. But I mean, you have to be on your toes if you're Daytrade right now. You just shake it off, laugh at it, all good. It does. I mean, it could have an impact later on because that player is now second knock, right? That could have an impact later on. But I don't think so. And you're not thinking about it in the moment. So all good for Daytrade. Just a little slip up, but not something to harp on about. Circle is shaping up quite nicely. Phase 2 coming in about 2 minutes. June looking towards Whitefish. Certainly should keep an eye on Reluctant Squad. They have fallen out of that top 8. They will be fully aware of that as well. ISG rotating past Unicorn Cyber. Sapao hits a couple of those shots, but no knock to be had. We'll get into the car himself and make his own rotate into the zone. But yeah, Reluctant Squad dropping out of the top 8. As I said, they'll be aware of that, and so they've got to start stepping it up a bit to find themselves back in that top 8. But if they do find themselves in that top 8, we lose one of Valee, Thai, Armory Gaming, or Daytrade. So it's going to get quite spicy from here on out.
Man, I don't even know who I really do want to see within these names to be able to make it out. Like, I don't want to form a form of bias because they've been putting such a good job throughout the course of the day. And oh boy, great catch onto TRA, as Hwang F will be able to at least give a little bit of a breath of life towards Reluctant Squad. With that 1 point being picked up, they are now tied with Armory Gaming for the moment. Of course, it's still a long hurdle here inside of 𝐾𝐿 in the early phase 1. GLS also getting themselves a pretty decent start here, as they are right smack in between Studio as well as Songnam at the moment. Thai Esports are going to be having a little bit of split, as KISS is going to be much further away. FRKS are just rotating in, while Muck will be taken out by the side of Unicorn Cyber. So far, things are looking pretty clear for now, at the very least. But the moment that if there's going to be any form of shift happening later, we'll probably see some of all these players struggle a little bit more into getting some clean fights through, because the moment that fight breaks loose, other teams will respond to backstab them at any given moment.
Dopeness nice and central. Continuing in good form from them. RXC making their way in as well. For a couple of these teams, RXC especially, it's just about finding a solidified spot that you can sit. But the phase 2 has popped. It's gone a little bit northeasterly. We'll see it in a moment. Here it is. PMA in a decent spot. Armory Gaming nice and tight. A little bit off-center spot from them, but it's a good 2-2 for them to operate with. A little bit of low ground, a little bit of high ground, and they can look towards Ohyang and potentially third-party teams that decide to maneuver their way in. But I think committing into Ohyang right now would be a little bit too much of a commitment, especially because Pixel Stars will be corralling you away from that city and convincing you to rotate much more northerly, join the likes of Valee and FTF on that northern rotation. It is the soft side of the zone after all. There's more space up there than there is down south, and those two teams, at least for the moment, realize that RXC, instead of rotating north, it's much smarter for them to just put themselves on that hill that we see to the northwest, look towards Baksansar, and see if they can take a fight towards PMA or just start to get some information as to how this circle is going to play out. Reluctant Squad versus Panic, except it's not really all of Panic, it's just light work. He needs to hit these shots as well. The prone from Hoang gives it up essentially to light work. It's easy from him from that point forward. He's got a second fight to take with Junt as well, targeted at the tree. Information gathered, nade will be launched, but Jun smartly backs off that nade. Could chase him down the hill, but it does not. Jun gets out of dodge.
Yeah. A little bit of a sloppy push coming out there from the RS member, and light work makes quick work out of that. So great catch from the side of PNC. While there is going to be a little bit more looming trouble ahead with Long Hai still managing to be able to catch PB off. So Reluctant Squad here gets himself that 1 pointer back. But having this current area to play out isn't exactly ideal. They don't really want to spend too much time because they're not exactly in a great zone to play out from. Though there are a couple of spots that they could take, they are actually opting to take the further route to loop backwards and hopefully cut through the north point from this current play that they are trying to make. While Dynasty have found a member outside of VLTH, Megalov already taken out, and Armory Gaming will try to actually get back at Kiz. Pot shot's not really heading on point. I'll take that back. I absolutely take it back. Oh,
damn.
Great stuff from Shanks with the Mark 12.
Oh, what a confidence booster. That was dirty.
Oh.
That's basically signaling to everyone around them, Valee especially, that's Armory Gaming's territory. And for Armory Gaming right now, this 2-2, you can argue it's risky. Sure, there are opportunities for teams to breach in, especially if a four-man comes along and really wants that spot that those two players sit in. But that's a fantastic way to persuade teams to go elsewhere. Valee will not mess with Armory Gaming right now, at least. And I think as well for Armory Gaming, they're in a spot where, 2-2s aren't risky in PUBG generally. 2-2s are standard. And so if they're going to be able to pull it off, or if they're going to think about it, I think it's something that they should absolutely go for. I feel like they should be considering 2-2s now. It's something they should go for. It obviously spreads out your net of kill potential, and it gives you a lot more control as well. For Armory Gaming, they shouldn't be scared of a little bit of risk at their current moment in time. They need to play the absolute best PUBG they can, secure that top 8, and secure it safely too. They don't want to be in any risky spot where they have to make desperate plays going into the final game of the night. This is going to be decent for Armory Gaming. That signals to me that they're just going to control their edge. FTF are going to have to find a way around them or find a way to push towards them. Same with Valee, although I suppose they can sit kind of pretty. They're down to 2. They might not even move on this zone. Pixel Stars coming out of Ohyang as well might have to fight their way up to Armory. But this is a good chance for Armory to get a couple kills on this edge of zone defense from them. Yeah,
it's just ideal for how they would actually love to play out, because teams will basically journey past them as we still see a little bit more of migration coming from the south side. Well, Pixel Stars already got themselves in trouble with Reels already on the shred, and will be able to quickly pick that point against Mal Rush. Pixel Stars now down to only to 3. And to leave Okyang is going to be really, really difficult to manage to spot out freaks cutting by. And just a run over to be able to secure that one member of the side of ISG. Map pick, they make the best out of the situation, trying to actually garner that point against the running member of the side of FRKS. Doesn't seem like 4J has any more options for vehicles, as he's going to be left by his teammates to just settle scores by his own. And ISG this time crashes out a little too soon.
Yeah, gone. Story of their tournament so far, but won't focus on them too much. GLS are getting peppered by Armory Gaming. This is a fight we definitely want to see. GLS again trying to fight their way up to the top 8. Armory Gaming gatekeeping that top 8, essentially. They're now up in 6th. Very close to Forest. Maybe this leaderboard's getting a little bit more close than I initially anticipated, but I won't get ahead of myself just yet. Still got 3 games to go. FRKS falling very short to Pixel Stars at the moment. 𝐏𝐿𝐾's on the other side of the road without anything to do. No chance that him and his teammate can save the 2 players on the other side of the road for FRKS. They'll lose their lives. Lucky G, 4G, they go down. Pixel Stars now looking to take out the rest of FRKS, but they're not going to go quietly. Warman and 𝐏𝐿𝐾 will certainly put up a fight. They've got Ridges to work with as well. Nades will come out, try to flush these players out of those positions. Luckily for Tuzi, or 2Yeezy as well, he's got a Ridge of his own, so he can go prone and heal. Up here, James got FTF in the form of Simoy down. 2Yeezy's been knocked by an 8. Actually, they certainly are putting up a fight, aren't they, FRKS? Even up on that kind of ridge behind these kind of greenhouses, I don't know what you call them. Never mind, he's on the roof of them, actually. So maybe this is a much better defense from FRKS than I initially anticipated.
Yeah, and they now get to basically zone away the rest of Pixel Stars. What I would say that they're not off the grip from Armory Gaming. As we saw, James has got some crazy angles to work with, and that is going to be FTF already off of this matchup. FRKS, though, still holding down the line. Will be eventually pick up those pointers there unless Real stills it away. Not going to be having any form of stocks, and he does not really have enough meds to even cut through, so I would basically write them off already. So FRKS just have to see whether if they could just seek out a few more. Well, Pixel Stars have managed to rotate, wrap around GLS. Some huge pointers gained from taking out Panic.
Yeah, I looked at that on the map stream. Panic just drove in, and all their little dots on the minimap basically disappeared. Mad Pig up against Armory. It is a tall task. Dimothy's got that off angle. I feel like Armory, they always have these off angles. Pixel Stars down and out very quickly. Nothing against Armory Gaming, who are already up to 8 kills. Maybe this is the game where they finally secure that top 8 spot and we stop worrying about them. Again, feel like they should have been a shoo-in off the bat, but they've been struggling a little bit. Again, night 1, night 2 felt like they were losing members back-to-back games. Not tonight, though. 4 up, on edge, controlling it exceedingly well. Only 1 member up of FRKS as well, and you can tell they've been looking at the kill feed. They know there's 1 up. They know he's out there somewhere. They might even be taking shots at him, or maybe Wom's taking shots back at FRKS, who knows, but they're alert of it, no matter the situation. And this is how GLS dominated Panic. Panic just drove into this bolt. They're obviously aware that this bolt existed, but the current tenants weren't so happy about that. GLS claimed all of those lives incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and later on, they'll eventually deal with the rest of RS. RS, though, based on the map feed, I'm looking at them basically having a little challenge against Daytrade, who's up upon the hills. And Armory Gaming will have their job pretty much wrapped up over the south side by taking out the final member of FRKS. Farming so much out of that, and we're looking at them reaching into a 10-porter. If they do, basically get a lot more out of dopeness, who have just arrived over the south, but now we could basically fixate our eyes a little bit more towards other squads that are playing around the center, as well as Daytrade and GLS. These 2 teams, I want to see how they will be able to fare if ever the case they do block horns. Quaysama managed to spot some movements through the forest, but they're not exactly in the position to actually go for those long exchanges for now. Huge nades onto RS. And RS, it looks as if they're just going to be stuck in the shack for the meantime, but not that they really have to move. This circle kind of is similar to what we have gotten ourselves into from the previous day, just on the outskirts of Busansa and destroyed now from the side of Unicorn Cyber Esports, will have to pull their way through against the rest of PMA.
PMA, they need it, don't they? Down in 11th, 82 points, close to top 8, yeah, but still got to get a decent game going. rack up some kill points. And against Unicorn Cyber, who have been on fire all of today, might be a too tall a task. Valee Thai fall in the meantime. Another team close to that top 8 who may just be falling out of it far too much. Unicorn Cyber, they're losing out to PMA here. Unicorn Cyber, the onus was on them to make the push, and PMA putting up a decent barricade to them. Nice peek from Tian, Manhunt down. The rest of Unicorn Cyber completely obliterated, now just 1 up. It is 𝐏𝐿, who's top fragging for them at the moment. Sorry, it is 𝐶𝐵, my bad. It is 𝐶𝐵 for Unicorn Cyber. I don't think he's going to be able to do much. Jump onto the fence. It actually does net him a knock onto Pete. Maybe a little bit too much aggression. It's a 1v3, but cleaned up by Small Town Kid. Pete maybe reprimanded a little bit for that aggressive play, but they finished them off regardless. And I guess the storyline for me, we were spectating that. Not only do PMA claim a couple points and put themselves closer to the top 8, but Valee Thai, look at them, 99 points, just about to fall out of top 8 if Daytrade have a good game.
Yeah, the moment that they just wrap up that fight against Unicorn Cyber, they now have to deal with the incoming attack coming from Daytrade Gaming. And this doesn't seem to be an ideal situation for them, especially with the zone closing upon in moments time. Still having a couple of a minute or two to work with at the very least, but I don't see a way out of this because Daytrade, they're covering all the angles. With them currently wrapping things around, it's going to be a little bit more of a squeeze for PMA to just slowly move towards the north if that is going to be a better place for them to actually play this one out. This next one to fall. 7 more teams left alive as they manage to find Omochida 10. And Daytrade somehow did manage to actually get good angles off of PMA, so this will be PMA surviving to tell the tale for a little longer. Well, Long High though goes in for a little bit more exchange, and that will be RS taking the blow instead. And GLS will have the last laugh, securing 8 total kills.
That is not what you want if you're a Reluctant squad. Earlier on when we saw them sat in that shack as a 3-man, I mean, you can just tell from that point forward, it's not going to be a good game for them, especially with teams so close to them like they were. Finally taken down. Fighting in the field, though, between Armory Gaming and Whitefish. Armory Gaming cannot lose that many members to this state, but Belmoth actually going to steal one away from Armory Gaming. Riz, too aggressive on that shack, gets punished for it. I thought the decisions were going to come easy to Armory Gaming here. The freedom they have on that eastern side is so clean. Rap Xiec versus PMA. Who comes out on top? Of course it's FAP. It's always FAP coming out on top for RXE. A nice pre-nade. Nets him 2 kills. James claims 2 onto WF. All this field fighting going on. We cannot keep track of all of it. Belmoth looking to steal as much as he can as well. 1 down onto Thanahan. Daytrade up here on the hill. No pressure from anyone else around them either. They can just look into these fields, shoot through all the weight inside that field and claim all these steals, all that they want. GLS might decide to contest them later on, but for the moment, Daytrade remain kings of this hill.
Yeah, Daytrade, they may be kings for now because that circle is pulling into the padded fields instead. And RXE also will have to find ways to somehow cut across these fields, though there is going to be a little bit of opening. Armory Gaming instead will lock eyes onto GLS, and that is going to be James that will be able to write them off into the top 4 rapidly in the rounds of Tego. And Daytrade's about to arrive to the range of the nade that's going to be cooked up by James. He's going to find Puchu in the vehicle, and Daytrade, they could basically send these 2 members to deal with him for now.
Oh boy, what a pivotal fight, right? What an intense fight. Not only in the fields in this specific game, but on the leaderboard too. It's a 4v3 versus Armory and Daytrade, but look at the rest of the map. RXE are involved. GLS certainly going to get involved eventually. It's not isolated. It's not isolated at all. Other players in the lobby are going to have angles onto this, and so this fight is probably just going to stall out. No way that Armory can do anything but chuck nades back and forth between them and Daytrade. And both these teams also have to turn their attention towards RXE and towards GLS. Xiec has a really nice spot on the edge of zone here that can probably lock GLS in, maybe even get a knock and a flush if one of them overextends. They don't have the same kind of position for RXE. Yeah, Dynasty's close, but he's not got the same cheeky angles that Shanks does onto GLS. RXE, they are creeping their way forward to Daytrade, not necessarily paying attention to Dynasty. If they were to engage with Daytrade right now, Dynasty's able to peek up and maybe get a couple kills, make it easier for Daytrade. But then you've got to think, if Dynasty makes it easier for Daytrade, does that mean Armory Gaming lose in that final 4v3 in the late game? Dynasty not going to be making decisions based off that, but certainly that's how it could go. Crates will land as well, close to Dynasty. He's got those options, and the mortars are coming in the late game as well. Wasn't necessarily expecting that, but happy to see it. They're landing very close to Daytrade, a little bit off to the left, maybe a little bit more right, and they would manage to get a knock. GLS versus Daytrade, though, this maybe determines a lot for Armory Gaming.
Yeah, zone grenades are also out there. They, of course, having a little crease to work with for the side of Daytrade right now. GLS just bombing their way through. Puchu's almost getting caught right there and then. Oh, he's definitely catching a little bit more breath while 𝐏𝐿𝐶 Esports wrap around. They could basically play spoilers in between this kind of battles where Daytrade has gotten their attention drawn from multiple sides as they will try to deal with both AG as well as GLS at the very same time. So hopefully they will eventually be dealing with the rest of 𝐏𝐿𝐶 the moment that they make themselves known for the current standpoint. A little bit of a ceasefire for a couple seconds, as they also have to look at whatever stocks that they still have on the table in order to trade back.
Those crates landed by Daytrade and GLS, not Dynasty. I think the ones next to Dynasty are a little bit old. Either way, crates landing. 3 gear will be picked up. And yeah, the circle's kind of panned out in a way where GLS and 𝐿𝐶, it favors them a lot more to look towards Daytrade, and they can utilize those ridges in front of them to get angles on Daytrade rather than fight towards Armory Gaming. Armory Gaming kind of a bit of a side piece in this game, to be honest with you, and that's allowing Xiec to make plays like this. It's allowing Dynasty to push up without anyone paying too much attention to them. James going to be the middleman at the moment, just keeping a foundational lock on Armory Gaming's spot in the circle. But certainly these spots from Dynasty and 𝐶 are going to play a pivotal role when the fight between 𝐿𝐶, Daytrade, and GLS pops off. And I'm certain that's a fight that's going to happen, because as soon as one of these teams gets involved with another one, then that third party is going to come in, certainly. And it's all going to go from 0 to 100 very quickly, because at the same time as, say, Armory wants to third party 𝐿𝐶 and Daytrade, obviously GLS is going to want to do the exact same thing, and then 𝐶 is going to come in the back for GLS. It's going to get real messy really quickly, but not at that point yet. At this point, people are just sitting very quietly, sitting very still, waiting for someone else to be the one who engages first.
Yeah, and while we look into how they've been basically set up for the end game potential to be pulling towards their own side, I do fancy the chances for GLS, though. A lot of supply have been given to them by the PUBG gods. So, but by just using some of all these loot crates for a little bit of cover might be giving them at least a little bit of the space. Though, of course, you still have 4 members of Daytrade to deal with. And Daytrade, as much as they do have the numbers for now, eventually when the rest of the members of 𝐿𝐶 as well as Armory Gaming also apply equal pressure, that may actually crack them, even with them being in the direct central area of the paddy field. So it's going to be some slow creep-ins for members of Armory Gaming, specifically 𝐶. So it will definitely take a while for us to conclude this one, but shots fired towards the side of Diane being spotted out already by Daytrade. Thankfully, it wasn't a clean headshot, so he's going to be able to just boost himself up and just get back to 100% in a jiffy. Now, 1 minute left, and I guess that's where we're going to get that full-blown action.
Yeah. Circle's closing in. 𝐶 and Dynasty have to move off their off angles once more. They're going to try and stay on them, though. They've got space in the fields on their respective sides to kind of maintain the same role, just a little tighter in the zone. Shots actually opened up now. I think that's by 𝐶 onto GLS, or maybe it was Daytrade onto GLS. Didn't actually see, but I think it was 𝐶. I think he decided to open up, so I'd take a peek. I don't think he had full info on where GLS was, so thought he might catch a timing onto GLS in the open. Not the case. GLS have those foldable shields set up. They've got a rock to work with as well. 𝐿𝐿 pushing his way ever closer to the ridge that was in front of them the whole time. They never actually moved to it. No reason to, I suppose. They always had cover, so they were never super pressured. But off the back of 𝐶 shooting, maybe it's time to move, get closer to your threat. James also obviously got that shack to work with as well. He's got hay bales on the back, but they're not going to give him the angles he wants. He's going to have to wait until kind of the perfect timing if he wants to even get on the roof of that shack. Maybe he'll net himself some superior angles if he's able to do that, but obviously puts himself at a massive risk doing that. It's all down to timing here. Decisions in this kind of endgame are absolutely critical. And there's 4 teams all with a decent shot at winning it if they're able to time their peaks correctly, take the fights that are the smartest fights to take, and just survive longer than the remaining teams. Who will be the first engager? Who's going to be the first team that's actually going to take a gunfight, an elongated gunfight, a gunfight that takes too long and gets these other teams involved? We have absolutely no idea, but yeah, about 30 seconds time, maybe even a minute, depending on how long these guys want to delay this for, and we'll finally get our answer.
Yeah, probably a couple of seconds more, we'll get that action. And, well, we don't have to wait anymore with Tanan putting in that perfect nade. Well-timed. Dropping one member down from the side of Daytrade. I'm pretty sure that Armory will be fancying some chances here to take a little bit of a peek. And with them on higher alert, you really see the rest of Daytrade putting in those smokes. 𝐏𝐵𝐶 Esports also want to close in at the very same time. Norins on the outskirts will be spotted out. Tanan trying to actually make a run for it, but will be challenged by Norins. 1 versus 1, and that will be Norins going in for a clean shot. And Daytrade, as much as they have gotten it, they are only left with 1 member, and that's going to be Xiec. And Armory taking full advantage of the situation.
14 kills to their name already. 1 down though on Jamie. You can hear the footsteps out in the blue. Xiec's got it in the smoke as well. I'm sure he can hear those footsteps as well. Yeah, Crosshair is locked. Middle of his screen. He gets it as well. 3 gear. Didn't even matter. Xiec with a nice 1v2. Norins as well, trying to do his best to survive for Daytrade. It's now Armory Gaming and Daytrade, except Armory find themselves completely in the open. 𝐷𝐼𝐶 the only one with cover to work with. Daytrade, they're off on the north. Who's going to get pushed up first? Nice shot from Norins. He continues to step up in this late game. Xiec's down. The res is going to come in onto James, though. It's going to be a 2v2. A 2v2 for the ages, potentially. A rock versus some hay bales. No damage utility on any of these players. It's already been thrown out. It's already been used to kill RXE, kill GLS. So these guys, it's just going to be gunfights. Never mind, I take that back. That's 1 grenade that deals damage to Flash, but just damage, no knock. Armory Gaming pushed their way up to the cars in the middle of the field. A little bit more cover to work with. It's forward cover to work with. I like this for Armory. It means the Daytrade are going to have to push their way out of the smokes, push themselves into Armory Gaming's crosshair, and it could be an Armory Gaming win. A 19-kill win at that, already on 17. An incredible effort from them, but looking to finish it off. 𝐷𝐼𝐶 will get his flush, and Norins continues to probe, but this is Armory Gaming we're talking about. This is Armory Gaming getting the win. 19 kills, and if that doesn't secure their spot in the top 8, then I don't know what the hell does. What a game from them.
What a game indeed. 19 kills, the record high for the playoffs here in the APAC qualifiers, as Armory Gaming should secure themselves that spot in the finals this weekend. What a game that was. A high-stakes game where they were basically fending up against a full squad of Daytrade. Of course, with some pressure coming from 𝐏𝐵𝐶 Esports and GLS from the top as well as the bottom, that left Norins trying to make plays happen. And honestly, I thought that Norins might have actually clutched in situations like that, because he managed to also go in for the pickup to make it a 2 versus 2 by the end of it all. Without Norins right there, they may not have been able to survive to tell the tale to this very final battle against AG, but AG definitely played this one perfectly. We saw from that early game, they zoned out multiple teams and just continued farming towards this position. It wasn't easy at all for them to be able to assess that final battle, because they were also being pressed by the zone for a little bit. But it's great that there was an opening that came in with Daytrade dropping that nade onto GLS, and suddenly with that eruption of the battle, we got ourselves that epic ending.
You said it, man. It was Norins with the heroic plays for Daytrade to save them and give them a chance in that end game, and then it was Xiec on the other side for Armory Gaming basically doing the same. Epic moments from the solos, and then of course that 2v2 to close it out. Armory Gaming, 19 kills, absolutely trouncing the previous record from both Panic and Unicorn Cyber. They are here to play, and I think with that, netting themselves 29 points, surely that secures them top 8. Surely that secures them safety and a little bit of peace of mind. They haven't really had that this entire tournament long. But I think after that match, if they don't deserve it after that, then I don't know what else Armory Gaming have to do, because that was absolutely spectacular.
Man, they really have to leave their fans on a tread for the most part of the tournament. And thankfully, this game, they show up strong. But 𝐏𝐵𝐶 Esports really did dent some of the hopes of Daytrade securing that chicken dinner. Oh, even despite Daytrade getting a win here, I don't think they could actually beat the record being set in terms of the number of kills, but it definitely won't be able to salvage both the PTS side from elimination. So with that said, I really want to look into the leaderboards right now, like who's currently within that borderline of the top 8, because now the dust has settled for the rest of Armory Gaming. They will be pretty well set for that finals. I really want to see how close are we for teams like Daytrade and of course a couple more names that I have to squeeze on top of my brain right now because I'm still not over that final fight.
Yeah, it's it'll boggle your mind for a little bit. Yeah, I actually think you brought up a good point because Daytrade are in the fight now as well. I mean, getting second in that game does a lot for their fight for top 8. I don't think that secures the top 8 just off the back of that game. We've still got fights that are going to happen in the final game of the night, which is fantastic. That's exactly what we want. We want something to fight for in the final game. Of course, that's when the best action in PUBG will happen. But I think for Daytrade and Armory Gaming, yeah, maybe that was just enough. Certainly for Armory, I feel like there's no way that's not enough to net them security in that top 8. For Daytrade, maybe not. Maybe there's a little bit of anxiety still going into the final game. But yes, then there will certainly be a couple other teams looking to fight their way up. Reluctant Squad is the one that comes to mind immediately for me. They have just fallen out of the top 8, so they're close in that 90-point kind of range. I think they ended that game on 99. They'll still be wanting to fight their way up. But yeah, I also can't get over that ending. Not only was it an exciting time in the game, but my lungs are hurting a little bit.
At least they give us a little bit of breathing room in between.
for Armory, that's the kind of Armory we were expecting. For those who have been watching this whole tournament the entire time, that's the Armory I know. That's the Armory from the Super Cup. That's the Armory Gaming that clawed their way back through last chance qualifiers and then to win the tournament after crawling it back through the last chance qualifiers. That's the Armory I know. I didn't know this previous Armory where they were losing 2 members off the bat for no reason. The Armory Gaming that would get a couple kills and then die. That's not the Armory Gaming I know. This is the team that I fell in love with when I was watching the Super Cup. The real deal, you know what I'm saying? Like, This is Armory Gaming, and I think finally, thankfully, if you've been watching the whole tournament, you're actually able to see what this team is capable of when they hit their stride.
Yeah, and that also means another thing. Valee Esports, are they now being pushed into the brink of defeat? Because I don't really see a massive game coming out of them throughout the course of the day. And you could also say the same from Reluctant Squads into really unfortunate circumstance into a Xiec, which they can't really defend or even engage upon any approaching attack. So it's time for us to find out who are going to be able to survive the final few games moving forward. So with AG setting the record high score of 29 points in this matchup, they will definitely secure their slot in the finals once again. Daytrade's got that massive turkey alongside with GLS, and now PMA is definitely on the struggle because that will basically push them down. But PMA at least secures 6 to be able to slightly neutralize it. So I'm not too sure how it all will add up. But with that being said, RS is still within the top 8, ladies and gents, as they do have that 100 points to hold on to.
Yeah, here it is, the all-telling leaderboard. RS top 8 with 100, but very close behind them is not only Valee Thai, but GLS. And so those are the teams we're definitely looking at going into this final game. To be honest with you as well, I can very easily see Daytrade Forest also falling out of it. If we have good games from PMA, GLS, Valee Thai, then you can certainly see Daytrade Forest and RS falling out of it. Probably not Panic, FTF, or Armory Gaming. Armory put themselves in 3rd off the back of that win. That is absurd.
It's crazy.
Absolutely insane.
Such a leap.
Yeah,
that's 29 points. That really skyrocketed them all the way there.
I didn't think it'd be that. I didn't think it'd be that much, though. I didn't think they'd put themselves in 3rd. But yeah, what a performance! We've had a couple kind of off-chance wins throughout the day. ISG and D&E both coming from Japan, and obviously that region can do a lot of damage. And it's good to finally see it in some qualifiers like this. We've seen highlights from Japan all the time, but they're never able to get consistent wins. I suppose they're able to put themselves, or at least multiple teams, in contention for international slots. Same case here in this this tournament, but we've seen highlights from them today, which is fantastic. Unicorn Cyber with the other win, and that was a very dominant win. It was a 15-kill win, but not as good as Armory Gaming's win. So as we go into this final game, whenever it does pop, I'm eagerly awaiting, but it is a very tight race between multiple teams vying for probably a couple of spots realistically in that top 8. Off the back of that, Armory Gaming secure it, but we still have yet to decide that final top 8.
Yeah, and that also begs the question. We've seen so many of these different regions show up in this final day, as well as, you know, from the prior days. But we haven't really seen too much out of the Masters region, because the lifeline here throughout the number of squads representing the region here in the playoffs, realistically, it's only PMA that may be able to survive the cut currently in this position. I guess it really requires them to come into this penultimate round, excuse me, to secure a big win in order to have their hopes into that top 8. Of course, with them doing so, they will be able to join Savage Men heading into the finals. But
yes,
now they didn't seem to have any form of that momentum, but we definitely see gradual improvements on the way that they've been playing for position. If that battle between them as well as Rapset didn't actually happen, then they could potentially challenge for that top 4 in that round of Tago. But of course, that really set them back a little bit more and still within that danger zone of being relegated.
Yeah, so 2 more Miramars now. 2 more Miramars to go, and ending on Miramar, to me, always a little dodgy, just because of the way it can play out sometimes. Obviously, I've said this multiple times, I'm a broken record at this point, but I'll continue to say it because it's a good talking point, I think. Miramar is a map that is separated by massive barriers. Of course, some of them have been flattened out in one of the most recent updates, but those massive unplayable rocks still exist. And with those existing, it can really shake up where the circles go. It can really cause problems for teams that were otherwise in good positions, and it can make rotations incredibly difficult. So going into Miramar on the final 2 games, you of course have your teams that will favor Miramar, but Miramar can be a cruel mistress sometimes and not really play to your favor no matter how much you want it to. So this could be a dodgy final couple games, but it is Miramar, and we'll get to it as quick as we can. I'm going to look at the top fraggers again going into Miramar off the back of that game, because I think it's probably going to be Armory who put themselves up there. In fact, you know what, Contra? I might not do that, because the Twire is on the hasn't been updated, so I can't look at the top fraggers.
We'll just get the suspense heading into, you know, the last round, and then we can basically announce the world, okay, this guy's top frag instead. And I guess, like, I'll keep my eyes on Valee Esports, because they're on that red line right now on 9th. And statistically, throughout the past 2 days when they were playing in Miramar, they have secured a lot of good finishes. They're getting not only chicken dinners, but multiple second place finish. Those were also the days where Rapsec Esports have been able to get those back-to-back wins. So maybe that gives them a little bit more of a comfort heading into this matchup inside the map. But it's always going to be a daunting task, especially needing to clutch out in these 2 rounds of play. So the pressure will definitely be on their backs to once again show up onto this final 2 rounds.
Oh, guess who has the most points on Miramar out of all the teams? It is Valee, a team that is very close to falling out of or being confirmed out of the top 8. They have 62. Xiec has 43 in second. So Valee very dominant on Miramar, it seems. That's a good sign for them. Again, I like to base, the kind of future off what we've seen historically in the tournament. And if Valee have been great on Miramar historically, I have no reason to think that's going to change up going into these last couple games, especially as well because, you know what? Never mind. I lost my point. I completely lost it. I completely lost it. And I had something good to say, and then my mind said, nope, you're not going to say that, Russell. So, yeah.
I'll wait till it gets back to your head. So
it'll come back to me eventually. It was something that I really wanted to talk about. Yes, that's what it was. When I look at the teams that are doing well on certain maps, right? So we look at Erangel and we see there's a team that has the most points. Maybe they're on 50 or something, and the team below them is on like 45 or something like that. That's generally how it goes. The point gaps on certain maps aren't necessarily that large. But for Valee, it's basically a 20-point gap. It's a 19-point gap between them on 62 and, like I said, Xiec on 43. And so that is fantastic historical data for me to base my judgments off. And I think if Valee TIE obviously were to fall short on Miramar, it would be pretty devastating for them given their record.
Yeah, and first, I'm also a firm believer that stats don't lie, but you know, being the final 2 games here, who knows whether if FRKS wants to go back into how they've been playing into Day 1 as well as Day 2. Their names are Kingslayers, so maybe they want to play spoilers to the party. Who knows? That may actually affect the results of how these 2 games will be run into the valleys of Miramar. As we approach our penultimate round, we see this flight taking off from the south side, headed all the way up towards the coverage of Campo Militar. So the cities of El Pozo will be a little bit more off limits. So I do wonder where this circle is going to be bringing them eventually, but we most likely than not will not have any hop drops happening in the early game. But I say that, I do think that there might just be a little bit of a close proximity for some of these teams.
Oh, that circle, man. That's not fair.
Oh, island ending?
Oh,
could that
dude.
Be it?
If we get it, I'm going to lose my mind.
Well,
that
Russell,
is...
you asked for it. It could very well happen. I did ask for it.
Oh, it's so rough in these last couple games, dude. We're fighting for PGS qualification spots here, and we might have an island circle. I don't want to get ahead of myself of either way. Like, even if it doesn't go to the island, that is a very harsh circle for these teams to navigate. Valee TIE with prime opportunity to get some central locations. Valee is already quite close to the center. Obviously, FRKS, the other team who will be looking at getting into that zone. But that's it. That and ISG down in Puerto. Those are the only 3 teams, if you exclude this hot drop that's happening right now in the picture-in-picture manhung. What can you do against Forest Gaming? We've seen Forest win one of these hot drops before. Different little beasts, though, going into this one. It's Unicorn Cyber that they go up against, and what a fight we're about to see. Destroy will get Olympus down on that roof. That's someone who probably can't get rezzed very easily. He's going to have to either fall off that roof or just hope that his team wins the rest of the fight. KM99 caught out by Hudat as well as he runs down the street. That an Uzi in hand, ready to deal some real damage with that weapon, but no chance, no dice. Hudat gets him, and this is looking better and better for Unicorn Cyber.
Yeah, and this is not good news for the rest of the members of Forest, as the rest of the teams might actually close in on it. Current position at 7th, while Sapal, of course, needing to find an opening to flush them out. I believe that there is no more damage coming from grenades, while they will be able to secure Olympus over the top side. Just trying to make sure that they won't be able to escape through the windows, as Unicorn Cyber really got them pretty much zoned off of any form of possibilities of exiting this safely. But Scappy did manage to pull Manhung down. So it might just be a lifeline here. Only 2 members left. Master now holding through the doors, as Hudat has already been able to spot out Scappy, and that will just be it. With those shotguns, man, it's a nasty way to go out for Forest natural game.
Yeah, that could spark Forest's downfall. Losing a hot drop when you're this close to falling out of the top 8 is disastrous, to say the least. Scappy tried to get involved and immediately just got shotgunned. It was kind of funny to watch it from his point of view. I can imagine him like Leroy just out of the doorway, immediately just gets shotgunned. Very unfortunate for him. Tried to help his teammate out and just immediately shut down. But yeah, for Forest, we've got to pay attention to them now and the teams around them, because that's 107 points that could quickly fall or have you falling out of the top 8, especially if Reluctant Squad have a good game, and then Valee TIE, of course, as well. Again, Valee TIE, nice central spot to play around. Warehouse next to the unplayable here. Very typical spot for teams to be, I guess, taking early on, and then they can probably split later on if they wanted. So phase 1, you could split with this and maybe something on the road if you wanted to. But I think Valee TIE probably in the mindset right now that we just want to play as 4. Keep 4 up, keep 4 alive. Don't lose, many members. Don't lose any resources that we so desperately need. Because if they 2-2 split, then they lose both those members. They also lose the cars that those members had, right? So keep 4 up, keep your resources up, and then use those to fight later on to the game. That's probably Valee TIE's mindset right now.
Yeah, that's definitely what they want to do. While we are also looking at the rest of Pixel Stars, trying to actually get a catch onto From the Future, 3-man rush, but he's going to hold it down with an F249. It's a quick double, but Happy's just going to blow him out with the Panzer. Oh, wow.
Okay.
I didn't expect that to happen. But Pixel Source, they still have a little bit of a chance here with Panzer coming in from the back. And I guess we want to see how that concludes. But you know what? Panic Esports, they find a different way to get into the circle, which is to get the shoots out. Are they going to land in the island, though? That could give them a little bit of wiggle room, but swimming back in the mainland would be problematic. Maybe they will be docking into Impala and find themselves in between Valee Thai and also FRKS.
That fight between Pixel Stars did conclude, by the way. Pixel Stars did win it off the back of a Panzerfaust.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. It was hectic. I thought the Panzerfaust might do a little bit more as well, but yeah, the Pixel Stars closed it out. And I don't think we're going to be seeing anyone commit to the islands off the emergency parachutes. Much better, especially if you're first to it, to just commit to the unplayable next to Impala. That's a much better play than committing to something that might not even happen. In fact, we're so convinced it might not happen. The picture-in-picture is over those islands. Forget about them for now. They will show themselves later, hopefully. For the moment, though, everyone positioning themselves around Impala. FRKS take the central spot, Valee Thai as well. Bat moving himself away from the rest of his team. This is a dangerous split from RXE, but remember, they're basically locked in for top 8, so they can do whatever the hell they want. Bat putting himself on top of these unplayables, looking for as many kills as he can possibly get. 𝐴𝐿 is surviving an absolute barrage of bullets from the entirety of Panic right now. They've hit a couple. They've hit even more. There we go, finally. I think with 4 guns trained at 𝐴𝐿's position, you would expect him to go down as he's in the open like that. Yeah, they aren't easy shots to hit, but when you've got 4 people all chiming in, I don't think 𝐴𝐿 has too much of a chance to survive. Whether or not they'll get the flush is a different question, because I think then you've got to land the remaining bullets to finish that player off, and I don't think that's going to happen. I think smokes are going to come out. Yeah, and then bring it back to the warehouse, get that res. It's a nice confidence booster, I suppose, for Panic, who probably would have had a laugh at that, but also funny for ISG. They do get the res, though.
Yeah, I thought that Muk didn't really have too much resources of smoke grenades to be able to at least give him a little bit more space to go in for rescue, but, well, that is a good save coming from the side of ISG at the very least. We do expect more and more players to be joining into the city of Impala. I mean, some of them could even take pit stops around Cantera or even Minister Morales. Well, we have Dopeness here to be seeing if they could actually get something out of some mid rotations of Daytrade, as well as having RS now getting some shots in. Daytrade isn't exactly having the clearance of passage. Well, Foxray Kingslayer will have the rest of Valee Thai all across, and this formula split coming from Valee Thai might either do them really give themselves a really good position into the later stage of the game. And why is it?
It happened again.
Why is it always Belmov?
I don't know, but those closer teams now. Again, no one will be able to exploit that, but. It happened again, and that's concerning in and of itself.
Yeah, this time they are actually close to other teams, so hopefully that isn't going to be too problematic, because based on the map feed, I'm looking at shots coming from the side of RS. Other than that, other teams are just looking to wait out for this zone to close out, and Belmov is the one that gets caught out, so. But they should have a little bit more of a leverage of these ledges through these hills to be able to still take cover. So Belmov should be okay at the very least.
Finally, 30 seconds away from finding out where phase 2 goes. Everyone's setting themselves in nicely. Again, it's a game where we've already lost a couple teams, so there's going to be more space available, which is obviously a lot less stressful for everyone involved. There's a couple extra spots on the edge and a couple extra spots in the center as well that won't be under too much contention. Teams will take full advantage of that. Very close by to Unicorn Cyber is GLS and Diane. Do we go to the islands? Is it an absolute disaster for basically everyone on the mainland? Or is it a simple game of PUBG, a normal game of PUBG? 1 second, it's dangerously close. but we can't commit to it yet. It's still devastating for basically everyone because that's basically 50% water. But we aren't going to the islands just yet. I wouldn't be surprised if this one shifts back to the mainland. Still, though, not enough space to fit 14 teams cozily. I can say that much. It's quite heavily 50-50, but still room to play. And as we've seen in the past, APAC knows how to survive in circles like this quite well. They've managed to find themselves in positions, no matter how dire the situation. Reluctant Squad doing just that, finding themselves implanted right in Impala with a few other teams as well.
Yeah, that really forces teams to hug by Impala a little bit more, so we'll see a little bit more of that long rally between multiple teams. Northern's going to be able to cap small town kit as they arrive upon the midfields, and there is a sandstorm going on the other section. So Valee Esports, they will basically hunker down on the outskirts of Impala, with Whitefish also driving past. Shots being fired across the fields here, and RS, I think they could basically find themselves a chance to pick up a couple of points within the city. They do spot some parachutes up in the air, and this is definitely going to be of their concern because the drops are coming in close. This is going to be the chance here for Hongab and maybe a lifeline here for Reluctant Squad to pick up these points for that top 8 finish.
Oh, do they actually make it in all alive? Yes, they do. You know who's not alive though? Conchop, Teddy. Teddy's gone. PMA is gone. 11th spot team. Maybe that's it for them. Need a desperate play to claim enough points to take that top 8 in the final game. For this one, though, they have absolutely no chance. Don't know why they were so stuck in the field like that. Stuck in their car, and it looked like they were just stopped dead still. But either way, FRKS, what can they do? A little bit of a mid-game fight for them. Usually you see them fighting early. Down, 2 taken down by Riz. Yeah, this is just momentum now from Armory Gaming. Off the back of that 19-kill win, they don't have any fear whatsoever. The mechanics on display from Riz. It's a nice 2K, and they claim one of the most priority spots inside Impala.
Yeah, he just shredded them apart with no chance for even reaction out of FRKS. We get to actually see Armory Gaming with that momentum. So, of course, fans are not too concerned about their position right now, with them pretty much qualified for the finals. And back towards what you mentioned about PMA, right? Like, I was also baffled as to why they decided to basically book it through those fields, because they had the option while they relate to either go down a little bit more south or even up towards the north, where they could still get a little bit more cover through those roads. And now really finding themselves with no more chance. Really sad day for the side of the PMS supporters, as they won't be seeing more out of these teams to be qualifying into the finals. But of course, they could still root out for Savage Men in the finals. But the squad now spots another squad of parachutes moving into the lower grounds, not being able to capitalize on this situation. Well, they still have a little bit more to take in. Maybe they could still steal one away as the circle pulls all the way towards the south. We're not getting our island ending, but the team's absolutely relieved with this. All right, so you know what's getting.
Not happy with that one. But, I mean, Impala circles are exciting in their own right? Impala circles, you end up with so many teams in Impala, and they're all fighting for position that doesn't really exist. There's not enough real estate to fit all the teams that end up finding themselves inside Impala by the time we get to the end game. So I'm sure we'll get plenty of action. Island circles, overrated, right, guys? Yeah, they're overrated. It's like a 4v4 by the time we get to 15 minutes. Overrated. I'm not disappointed at all. But look, an Impala circle, happy with it, and so will all the teams that are already set up inside Impala. But for the teams that aren't set up inside Impala, it's kind of a mad dash to try get inside or find yourself in the spots around Impala. The unplayables to the east of Impala are certainly playable. You can fit many, many, many teams below them, in and amongst them, potentially even get on top of them as well once Panic has to come down from their current reign of terror up there. They're going to be happy with the circle as well. Probably one of the teams that's the happiest out of everyone in this zone, just because of the amount of information they're going to be able to gather. A little bit sad that a lot of the teams will be sat inside buildings for Panic, which means they can't really take the shots that they actually want. All the stuff that they could realistically get is going to be super long range, looking at the fields, looking north into the industrial, potentially south as well, if anyone finds themselves coming up from the south, but it's only going to be one team in ISG. So Panic might have a bit of a dry streak of kills here, unless we see some kind of building breaches where teams and players have to expose themselves, run from door to door, from building to building. Panic might not get as many kills as they're hoping for.
Yeah, I thought so as well, because with the current situation of teams who are pretty much within any sort of state that they're currently at, with the off chance of them running out with the circle shift, then perhaps Panic will be able to get more. And speaking of more, we got some mortar coming in from Dame. That I want to see it landing on somebody out there. I mean, we've seen quite a number throughout our 3-day run. So one more wouldn't hurt at all. So we still want some to go into the highlight reels for sure. Anyways, I guess that's what we can hope for, since we didn't get the islands. Safe side for the side of ISG all the way down south for only the meantime. And I guess if it does pull in the city, that's a chance for the side of Panic to be able to catch a few over the south side, since they've already got that early information on ISG to begin with. While over onto the north, RXE will just basically take it a little bit slow towards the factory area to eventually close in onto Whitefish territory. Daytrade, I like the approach. They are not going to commit just yet into the city side. And if in the chance where it does pull towards their way, then they basically could farm it off. But not going to be an easy win for Daytrade at all. Now they will have to see that 2-2 to be forming up yet again to get into where they need to be, the center of Impala.
Panic loving life, continuing to love life. Those mortars, I think I saw a 21 damage tag off one of the back of those mortars, so not very accurate, and Panic still remain kings of the hill here. Multiple other teams deciding that now it's finally time to send their way in. RXC came in on an emergency parachute, and they've knocked down Omochida, and kind of miraculous, to be honest with you, but I believe he was the only one here for dopeness, and so completely overwhelmed in that case. Armory Gaming remain in fantastic stride to potentially take this game from that spot in Impala, but they aren't the only ones with fantastic positioning. RXC now claim the church, and that's something that you can certainly make a game out of. FRKS in the other kind of big motel building on the western side of Impala. If they were a 4-man, then maybe giving them a shot to do something in this game, just given the strength of that position. But they're a 2-man, and it's FRKS, so I don't really give them any shot at having a real chance in the end game here. Too many teams for them to get through, even if it ends up kind of ending in their building. I guess that would be best case scenario for them, but only with 2 men up, it can be quite stressful to actually pull that win off. But we're not at that point yet. Getting ahead of myself. Have to keep an eye on that leaderboard as well. 8th, Valee Thai, 9th, Reluctant Squad, 10th, GLS. Daytrade as well, needing to have a decent game to secure their spot in the top 8. Leaving it until the final stages. I'll say that. They are leaving it quite late, but I suppose better late than never for Daytrade and Armory Gaming. Valee Thai now falling a little bit behind, and they find themselves on the northern side of the circle, right here. We're looking at them right now. Sat in the industrials, certainly can do something off the edge that they're currently on, but it's going to be a much harder fight than everyone who's already found themselves inside Impala.
Yeah, it's so difficult, especially with a lot of unclimbable areas where when that happens, the members of Panic Esports will be able to also spot those migrating teams. And it really does depend on how this Phase 4 is going to treat them. Once it does shift into the outskirts of the farm site, then we'll see a lot of migration happening. And that's basically the perfect time for these teams to try to pin each other on board. So in a moment, we'll definitely get that update. Daytrade will have Belmov already moving in towards the hillside to get himself a better chance at maybe pick up some members of the side of Pixel Star should they ever leave. But if it does pull back into the city, it's going to be really rough for the side of Daytrade, since they've been dealing with a little bit of pressure from PNC already, and also that eventually ISG is going to gain a little bit of that attention. Wow, a little bit of wide coverage coming from K9 from the southeast instead, and it will basically zoom directly into the center of it all. But Thai Esports don't gain that advantage. They will have to find a way to get past the rest of Reluctant Squad. And when these two teams collide, we will definitely see that shift of when it comes down to the position of the top 8.
Yeah, basically donutted, didn't it? And so the only movers have to be the teams on the outside of Impala, essentially. Daytrade's currently outside. Valee Thai is currently outside. ISG are moving their way in. They shouldn't really have too much of an issue getting in. They can just sit under the unplayables and kind of play their game from there. But Valee Thai, completely different story. They've got to contest with Reluctant Squad. Probably a storyline we should be focusing on, to be honest with you, because obviously Reluctant Squad's fighting for a spot in the top 8. Valee Thai find themselves in that top 8. They are 9th and 8th right now, these two teams, and they are this close on the map. They are basically right next to each other. Oh, that could have been a knock onto 6, 7, 8, 9. That would have been go time potentially for Valee Thai. I don't think you're going to get a much better opportunity than that, but they miss out. 𝐿𝐆𝐒 just not strong enough for the one-hit headshot in that moment. 𝐿𝐵𝐒, what can you do against ISG? There's members coming in from behind you as well. Weren't expecting that, were you? And so 𝐿𝐵𝐒 goes down. Nuren's here to support, maybe even secure that res, smokes up. Make sure ISG can't get the angles onto 𝐿𝐵𝐒. There's another drive-by, not expected again from Nuren. Sayuno just comes out of absolutely nowhere. He's got the orb, sorry, but no more damage dealt. Flash is here to save the day once more, but there should be no more day saving on the side of Daytrade. They can't let this slip anymore, and they haven't. That said, though, Pixelstar's getting involved from the background. Panchka, very much aggressive, leaving Impala to come out here and claim a couple kills. He's actually stolen a few away. Daytrade have lost 3 members on this fight. Disastrous for them. They've already got a couple, maybe securing their spot in the top 8 up there in 4th, but it's too close for Daytrade to be happy with a result like this. Flash now has to do it all against a couple members here from Pixelstar's background help. Nades coming in from Mao Rush. Banksker up close, he'll take him down. Flash gone, Daytrade gone along with them. Ooh, Pixelstar's nice proactive play from them to finish off Daytrade. That's an opportunity that wasn't going to come easy, and luckily for them, they absolutely capitalized on it.
Yeah, they took that perfect opportunity on the weekend side of Daytrade Esports. And I thought that Daytrade will be able to do much better against ISG. Flash literally was trying to give them that saving grace by basically securing a couple of all these knocks and also providing that cover fire. But now we focus back onto Thai Esports as well as Reluctant Squad. These two teams need to make it into the top 8 and are just basically locking each other out. Latte has already been bombed out. They've been relying on this man to carry those points ahead. And that's a lot of firepower off of the hands of Thai Esports already. And today, these two teams haven't had the strongest of showing. This is the only moment that they could basically get the best to secure that top 8.
They make it in. At the very least, they make it into Impala without falling out of the points, right? Without dying to Reluctant Squad, without dying to FRKS or anyone else inside Impala. Not necessarily best case for Valee Thai, but you could definitely see that going a lot worse for them. So to have 2 members up inside Impala right now is decent for them. Very close to RS though, and now RS have full information that it's Valee Thai. It's a weakened Valee Thai as well. RS know going into this game how close they are on the leaderboard to that team. But they've decided to shift away from them. They see their future in the game in a different spot to where Valee Thai have found themselves. That's not the 2v4 they want to take. They want to make their fight towards GLS, towards Armory, and it's a very stacked side of Impala to be making your fight towards. I almost would much rather them just double back and take that 2v4 versus Valee Thai, but I think those angles are quite open. I think Armory would have a field day if RS took that fight. So making their decision to come over here and take a very stacked fight. Like I said, Armory Gaming up in the top floors. I don't know if these smokes are going to be able to do much. I think Armory Gaming might be able to see over the tops of them. So if Reluctant Squad make this push across the road, it could be death for them in an instant.
Yeah, they're just squeezed on tight through these broken walls. Well, on the other hand, Valee Thai could just wait it out. They have a lot more spacing within the cities. And this is basically the first urban finish that we are getting here throughout the past 3 days. And now Reluctant Squad funneled into the doorway, and Diane gets the double. This could be even worse if they have all 4 traveling to the door. A little bit of a nade, or should I say, a little bit of a wrong toss that almost clipped their own member, GLS Esports. a little bit shaky here, but they will still get to zone up the entirety of Reluctant Squad, blowing them out with one big bang.
Okay. What a hero play from Hwang Nam. He goes down to Armory to get that nade off, but all 4 members are in vicinity of that nade, completely wiped out. Reluctant Squad gone. Blown to smithereens by Hwang Nam's nade. Worthy sacrifice, if you ask me. The helmet could be gone, the vest could be gone, but to take down Reluctant Squad in that fashion, absolutely necessary. 3 points separate those 2 teams now. We'll lose the leaderboard for the moment. Focus now on Panic. Circle hasn't shifted away from them too much in the last couple zones, so they remain on top of these unplayables. They can't do much. Again, only 2 kills to their name. A spot like this, you're hoping for a lot more, but I think this unplayable is a bit deceptive. Again, especially if it ends up in an endgame like this, everyone's inside buildings. Everyone's inside buildings, and as soon as they leave those buildings, they're running through smoke walls like we just saw Reluctant Squad do. So Panic have basically nothing for the amount of time that they've been up here. They might have a ton of damage, but you can see Lightwork down to basically 80 ammo. So he's just been popping off the entire time to no avail. 27 remaining left for Dusky as well. I can imagine Pivy and Suspect are on very similar standing as well. So Panic will certainly want more from this game, but they're locked in for top 8, so it's not too much of a drama. Right now, looking to Valee type, GLS. Those are the 2 teams we need to keep an eye on for the moment. GLS, what an excellent defense from them. Again, that nade securing it in one of the best fashions I've seen this entire tournament.
Yeah, definitely going for the reels for sure. Now, Panic, they have a couple of options here where they could still, of course, take their sweet time to climb down and hit towards the southern end of the current phase, and we'll be able to actually get a little bit more restock since they spent too much time utilizing it, bullying teams off of certain corners of the map. But they're definitely not stopping on the tapping as they've managed to get the glimpse of reels that will run all the way back now. GLS, after that great nade, they will go into challenge with Panzer Faust. We'll try to flush some of these positioning of AG away. And for now, Valee, they just basically hold on to the firm area with a couple more nades being tossed right in. Diane does actually secure it, but Shanks traded back. 1 for 1 on the ground, and Armory Gaming swarms in.
Shinosuke getting involved as well. James down. Stolen by Hwang Nam, continues to be the playmaker for GLS. Over to Panic right now. Pangs get down. In the background, though, keep an eye on that kill feed because GLS versus Armory Gaming is a pivotal fight in this one. Dusky doing his best over the ridge. GLS losing another member in Diane. Suspect, Panic, Pixel Stars just trading blows. Stolen away from Thanahan. In the background is Pangska. And there goes Pixel Stars finally. Back to the important fight. Sort off in the top floor. What can Hwang Nam do? He's done a lot for GLS this game. Basically everything for them, but now might be his time to finally fall. Yeah, Riz is blind, but he'll get it. GLS fall in 6th place, 10th on the leaderboard. Close as ever, though, to 8th position. Armory Gaming, Riz, Dynasty, again, dynamic duo. Riz has done it all for them this game. 5 kills, Dynasty. His sidekick at the moment, and Panic, they try to make their way in, but I think it's too much of a desperate play. They've got smokes up, they can make their way to this hard cover, but how much are they going to suffer? How many losses are they going to take before they finally can settle down and debrief?
And at least with a little bit of dust settle over onto the lower end, Rapsec Esports has actually managed to pull through here without actually having to commit into much, and it's finally go time for them as they drop a couple of nades towards side of Panic. We'll be able to get an easy catch as they're already into the compound, but I say that still latches on to both Dusky as well as Pivy. 𝐿 has been able to open up so much room for this push, and now this is a perfect opportunity for them to seize out the rest of Panic Esports. Valee, they played it safe for most part, but can they close up these fights when they need to? Was the rest of Armory cutting across? Panic Esports now trying to get the hole against 𝐿 as he's being held back. Not going for that full push for the moment. He climbs through the crates. Might be able to get the angle against Lightwork. He's already keeping the angles here. Lightwork repositions. Be a pretty close one. PV still needing a little bit of help, but of course, no time to even think about that rescue yet from inside of Lightwork. Rapsec Esports, though, with these numbers, they would still be fancying a little bit more chance to, of course, put themselves up there, but not that they actually need a little bit more. While Panic Esports will get more room for themselves with the rest of RXE backing away.
Armory still in fantastic stride to win this game. And yeah, like you said, Panic don't really need any more points at this stage in the game. Xiec, neither do they. One team that we absolutely need to keep an eye on is Valee in 8th spot. How many points can they garner from the remainder of this game? Every point's valuable for them. Brings them further and further away from the likes of Reluctant Squad, GLS, them closer to the teams that are guaranteed in that top 8. Valee second in the Thai League before this as well, remember that. So expectations high for them. Xiec are going to now try to make their move. This is phase 9, ladies and gentlemen. 10 alive. 5 different teams. I believe it's a 2v2, v2, v2, v2 between all these 5 teams. So we've got excellent action ahead. Panic Esports clearing out the buildings. They've thrown smokes across that road so they can make this cross safely. Valee, I don't think they need smokes just yet, but they're certainly making their way building to a building. That is a massive gap between them and Armory Gaming, but there's no windows on the sides of those buildings that Armory Gaming are in. So Valee can probably make this cross. Only worry for them is maybe Panic looking their way, but I think there's too much obstruction in the view of Panic to actually capitalize on Valee's movement. This is dastardly from Dynasty, but in a close range fight like this, you may as well go for it. Vinasuit down, Danahan now the last one up for RXE. Panic close on the other side of the road as well, probably looking to maybe get that kill onto RXE. They have spotted Valee, have Panic. Nades go out, but as I said, too much obstruction to actually take those gunfights. Those nades are getting dangerously close though to the team currently sitting in 8th place. Valee, this is their opportunity to move as well. Armory Gaming is completely occupied by Dopeness, and Valee have made the cross.
Yeah, they're just going to make it rain right now. Valee Esports have Magloff being blinded out, and he's only through the door, and there goes the Panther. And somehow he still survives. Instead of Dynasty having Magloff here to pin him towards the wall, and he needs to pull on the run. Dynasty will shut him out. Still going to be a top 5 finish, but that was dangerously close. I thought that Magloff could make a play right there and then, but it's still going to be Armory. 8 kills in their name. Dynasty as well as Rules really having quite the time here in this urban finish in Impala. And now smokes through the streets. It's all about who steps out right now. Tanan finds Pivy, and this is where we'll be able to claim that one for free. Lightwork needs to stay input for now, but Tanan's got nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, no more smokes for them. Xiec Esports goes out, and now somehow Dopeness is still within this match. And they're not going to partake in the fight. Armory Gaming here, just random space into smoke, and it's just helter-skelter right in front of his eyes. Dynasty finding one more. It's now to a 1 versus 1. Right for him, Panic, and he takes a stab and will be finished off by Panic to secure the chicken dinner here in the penultimate round.
Oh my, I don't even know what to say about that ending. That was just chaos, absolute pandemonium. I thought Panic, I thought he threw the pan. I'm going to be honest with you. That's why I got all up in arms. I thought he finished that off with a pan, but it wasn't. It was the sawn off in the end. Oh my gosh, man. What an ending in Impala. A straight 5-team finish. All teams have 2 members up. Valee, man, the bullets just didn't land for Megalos, did they? They just didn't land in a very pivotal 1v1. If he gets that 1v1 off, I'm not going to say that the rest of his game is easy, but it certainly puts him in much better standing than if he had lost that 1v1, which was exactly what happened. Panic take the win, though. It'll be, I believe, their 3rd win of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. Not necessarily a dominant win like they had the previous couple times, but it's a win that they'll absolutely take. It firmly secures themselves in the top 8, as if they weren't already secured in the top 8. Yeah, I might have lost my voice at the end there. I thought something happened that didn't, but yeah, what a crazy ending.
It is crazy, yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of Panzer plays coming out in the mid game as well, which also see the exit of FTF. While Armory Gaming played it out almost to perfection, I gotta say that whip onto Megalos, that's an opening for Valee Esports, which wasn't exactly capitalized, but on the outskirts though, Daytrade, this fight was monumental for them to try to actually pick up a huge number here against ISG, but they were unfortunately caught off by surprise with the rest of Pixel Stars pushing from back. and it really sends them into a dire final round heading into our upcoming match. So looking at Daytrade here to see if they would still be able to pull through. Well, of course, back towards display, where we had also GLS to unfortunately shut down the rest of the Reluctant squad. So that will also dent their hopes. But the nade, that was what we were looking for here in the highlights.
What a nade, right, man? Absolutely insane. Again, hero play. He probably knows that when he runs out of that building, he's going to get knocked. This was the other thing. Like, 𝐏𝐿𝐼 just can't get it done. Dynasty is fully blind. It's so devastating for 𝐏𝐿𝐼. Call it nerves, call it, you know, awkward fights between a doorway, call it whatever you want, but it's just devastating for Valee Thai. That could have been them getting a lot more points out of this game than they actually did. I thought that was the pan. I don't know why. It was the sort off, though, from Lightwork. An incredible final 1v1. Lightwork not losing his head in that moment. The sword off out, of course, throughout the smokes. What other gun are you going to have? If you don't have a shotgun in one of your 2 primary slots, then you pull the one out that's currently in your 3rd slot and you just take him out just like that.
It would have been an epic end if it really was a pan, but I'll take it anyways. I mean, that chaotic fight inside of Impala, I couldn't ask for more. I'm kind of glad that it didn't went into the island, because that would be a little bit more anticlimactic with potentially maybe a win coming from the side, ISG being the closest to the island at a certain given point in time. But Panic, remember this, they were basically playing on the unplayables over the top end of those hillside, and somehow managed to squeeze into the city safely to be able to secure this win. It was still an incredible feed coming from the Aussies. So I'm happy with that. And with the rest of the squads really having the roughest time of their lives inside the city, it was also very sad to also see how PMA did manage to even put up a fight here in this match, and that basically sealed it for them. No chance for the finals.
To be honest with you, it was a couple devastating moments from the teams that we really need to show up if they want to end up in the top 8. You had Reluctant Squad going out like they did. You had Valee Thai going out like they did. And those are very critical moments for both those teams to be able to capitalize on, and they just couldn't. I don't know if you're expecting that nade if you're a Reluctant Squad. I think because obviously 2 got downed pretty much off the bat. Diane had that nice 2K through the doorway. I think that's a bit of complacency potentially on the side of Reluctant Squad. You put yourself in the doorway of that building, but you don't bother to clear the rest of it. You know there's a team on that side of the road you've just crossed, so I feel like you should be a little bit more aware, if not of your angles, then certainly that there's probably going to be a team nearby. They weren't. They suffered 2 losses because of it, and then the last 2 members are just scrambling, thinking, do I want to get this res? Am I even going to go for this res? The comms are probably completely in shambles at that point, and then they all bunch up because of it. It's very easy to bunch up in that moment because the blue's very close to their side. What can you really do? If you run out this way, you're probably dead. If you run out that way, you're probably dead. So it's a very hard decision to make, but yes, of course it did. And with all 4 of them getting blown up by that nade. Armory gaining back-to-back wins, 17 total for them this time. Far cry from that previous game they had with 29, but they'll certainly take 17. They might even take 2nd off that. I don't think they're quite that close to Unicorn Cyber in 1st, but 2nd is certainly decent for Armory Gaming in a spot that is much more where I thought they would be. If they end up in 2nd, then that's okay. That's Armory. We've got Armory Gaming back, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't fully disappear. They certainly are here to play. Panic with 15, RXC with 10. And then obviously the leaderboard finalizes out after that. Here we go. Valee Thai still in 8th, though. 4 points between them and RS and GLS, who are both tied on 102. That's the fight. That's the fight we're really looking at. Them and Forest as well. Forest might fall out. I think FTF are good to go. It's between Forest, Valee Thai, RS, and GLS. Those are the 4 teams we absolutely need to keep an eye on. And if we don't catch them in the game, then keep laser focused on that kill feed to know exactly what happens. I'll try my best to keep you updated. But absolutely, those are the 4 teams we're looking at. I don't think PMA have any chance. They are too far away from top 8 in this moment. And of course, no one below PMA has any chance of making it to the top 8. It's been an absolutely insane day. I thought Armory and Daytrade would fall out of the points and potentially have a blunder of a tournament, but no, they have both come back. They've both put themselves in very solid positions inside of that top 8. It's Forest, Valee Thai. Those are the 2 teams who were in that top 5 before we started today. They've fallen out of it. They have completely, not necessarily completely fallen off, but they have certainly been incredibly lackluster. And absolutely not something that we would have expected from them. Also, I was incorrect. Obviously, it's not Armory Gaming with back-to-back wins. They just got the most points. That's why that graphic confused me. It was obviously Panic with the win, a nice little sawn off from Lightwork in the end there.
That's right. And looking into how things have played out, of course, it looked pretty good for a lot of all the teams coming from PVS as well as PTS. But the rivalry will brew with these 4 teams that are on that borderline to be from these 2 regions. So either one will have to say goodbye. While, of course, the Challenger Rumble side will be pretty happy to also still see more representation heading into the final. So I want to see how this one plays out. And another urban ending will definitely send everybody off their seats, because this itself is already crazy enough. I don't know what else could elevate the third final round. But, well, when we take a look at how a lot of all these plays have happened from day 1 as well as all the way up to day 3, of course, we expected a lot more based out of Valeti's performance in Miramar. Statistically, this is where they still managed to squeeze in the top 5, though with a lower volume of kills in this matchup. I still think that it was really vital of them, because if they didn't actually get those kills or so, then we might actually see them slide down even further through the block. So maybe they've just woken up in time for that final hurdle. So we'll definitely have to see if they would find a lifeline here, because their chances for a chicken dinner is still pretty high heading into this particular map. So we'll definitely see if that pressure has really gotten into them. Whereas I think like everybody else really got their hands pretty warm throughout the rest of the day for those who are fighting for that chance. So it's going to be a really, really close battle.
Remember, the funniest way I could probably put this final game is that there are 12 teams who aren't really playing for anything. There are 12 teams who are either finalized in that bottom 8 or finalized in that top 8. And there are 4 teams who are playing for everything. What that's going to do to the macro game surrounding those 4 teams, what that's going to do to the game as a whole is yet to be seen. Obviously, these teams are going to want as much practice as they can get, even if you are in that bottom 8 and solidified not going to make it. But for everyone in that top 8, it's limit testing, remember, right? They've already made it. We can do what we want now. We can practice. We can try things out that we didn't necessarily want to try when we were actually fighting for position. For those 4 teams that are fighting for a spot in the top 8, I wonder how that play style change from the teams, that it doesn't really matter where they place, how it's going to impact the overall lobby. And of course, like you said, if we get an urban ending, if we get a crazy ending, like a loss finish, I think would be worst case scenario for those 4 teams fighting for it. Something like that. Obviously, it's going to get incredibly crazy. We'll find out in a moment. Yeah, 𝐿TE as well. I was just thinking about it while you were talking. 𝐿TE is putting Valee on his back in this competition. He's absolutely carrying the team. You can't have a star player like 𝐿TE be the only one who's putting up numbers, right? Obviously, you're going to have your IGL who's going to have less kills no matter what. He's throwing away his scopes and throwing away his life for the betterment of the team. But then you've got 2 other players who need to be stepping up, and 𝐿TE is the only one right now who seems to be doing it for Valee. If they fall out of the points because there's 2 players who aren't picking up the slack, that's a really devastating way to go out. I'd feel very bad for the individuals in that case. But sometimes that's just how it is in PUBG. Sometimes that's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles, I suppose.
Yeah, and it also brings me back to, what we could have actually potentially see with those direct challenges for the teams that are looking for that qualification. With RS, they were the ones in charge to take down 𝐿TE. I thought that the moment that they see his name pop up, it's go time instead, first falling back and then met their demise with pressure from all sides of the city. So we might actually see maybe these 4 teams basically going head to head again, so that we got a lot more to talk about when it comes down to those type of brawls. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, our final game of the playoffs. And 3 days just passed like that, Russell. Yeah. It's been rapid, and here we are to look out for our best 8 teams here of the playoffs to join the ranks of the seeded squads. So we'll enjoy what the outcome may bring, and we want to see the best out of these squads.
Yeah, that's probably a good segue into who actually is the best out of the 4 teams that are fighting for this this top 4. Obviously, Valee, or this top 8, sorry. Obviously, Valee came second in Thai League, so maybe on paper they're one of the better teams you would expect to be up there. But what about over the tournament? What teams kind of passed that eye test? I don't think Reluctant Squad necessarily deserve to be up there. I think it's been too hot and cold from them. I think GLS probably the same. Maybe GLS's peak is a bit better than Reluctant Squad's. But who knows? It's hard to judge off one tournament entirely. Forest Gaming, they were very consistent day 1 and day 2, and they've fallen off. I don't think that necessarily means they shouldn't be in that top 8, but they have lost that consistency going into the final day. But you're right, it's it. This is the final game, game number 6, night number 3. No more chances after this. If you're out of the top 8, you're out of the entire tournament. No chance you're going to PGS 3 or PGS 4. Everything is on the line right now for 4 specific teams that we have to absolutely keep our eye on. And we might even have to start keeping our eye on the drop. Valee, Thai, GLS very close to each other. ISG and FRKS, well, they're going to act like it's the 1980s. It's the olden days right now for these two teams. They used to go at it in Puerto Priso back in day 2. They're going at it again in the final game of day 3.
Oh, we just love to see these actions. FRKS back to their old ways. At this time, actually securing it from the hands of Jay. And this guy be popping off in the best of moments, the final game of the night. And look what we have for the circle. A little bit of wraparound prison, but I would basically call this to be around the north side of Valdemar, across the valleys, maybe through the hills as well. Too much area could also be playable for Daytrade Esports, who's in a really, really good spot to really hold on to this game.
Ooh. Well, 4G got 2, traded out by Tay9, who's then traded out himself. Lucky G got that one. Wommy, Turtle Key. Lucky G now looking to finalize this win onto ISG. Vector's out, running through the doorway. No vest though, got to be careful against the other Vector in the back of the kitchen, but it's easy done for FRKS. They don't lose a single member, they'll claim 4 kills. And it's a nice little confidence booster going into the rest of the game. Obviously, at this point, they're not really playing for anything, but it's a little victory. It's the little victories that count for FRKS. Again, leaderboard left side. Keep your eyes on it. Keep your eyes peeled. I'm looking at the map stream because I want to know if any of these teams are getting close to each other. Obviously, GLS and RXC kind of close to each other right now. Don't know if any action is going to come of that. Valee Thai is pretty separate from GLS. Valee Thai right now in Cantera. GLS kind of rotating next to Hacienda. And the northern side of Minas. So I think they're going to avoid each other for the moment. Forest find themselves on the far western side of the zone. They've got access to the center if they so want it. And I'm sure they are going to want it. This is GLS's rotation. So they have kind of avoided all the teams around them. They've skirted past them and taken the road in between them, essentially. And then the other team, obviously, that we're having to keep an eye on is Reluctant Squad. In fact, I've lost them on the map somewhere.
Yeah.
And I can't see them. Where's their logo?
I'll tell you when I spot it out.
It's in Lost. Never mind, it's in Lost. The biggest city on the map. I couldn't see them. They were kind of camouflaged. Maybe my vibrance is messed up. But yeah, so Reluctant Squad in Lost. Not necessarily the easiest entry to the zone on certain circles. But if you're looking at the map stream right now, well, Reluctant Squad have basically the entire side of the zone to themselves. They can make their way in on that eastern side and play their game out from that.
Which is really great for Reluctant Squad. And judging from the current standpoint with 102 points, them as well as GLS, they need to ensure that within this matchup, they will have to commit to a certain battle or so in order to have a go at it against Valee Thai as well as Forest Natural Gaming. Since if in the case where, of course, with all the other squads taking battles or so, and if all four of these guys survive to tell the tale to maybe phase 5 or so, then these scores basically neutralize each other. While we do have Destroy here, spawn out some targets with Bloodfish pretty much trying to climb up. Pretty spread apart as well. Dahlia's going to be able to punish him with that aggression and directly with a headshot. Pretty clean with the M16.
A little M16 burst action. Nice shots. Nice shooting from Dahlia. Firefish looking, again, they're not really playing for much, neither are Unicorn Cyber. So I think Contra silly season has begun for basically 12 teams in this lobby. Dahlia coming out with the nade now. Manhung down to 47. If this nade is anywhere close to him, then he's probably going to be taken down to prone, basically saves him there, down to 10 HP. Heads up play from Manhung. The second one puts him down to 1. Manhung just barely surviving. Dahlia will be devastated when he looks at that VOD. Manhung allowed to scrape away. First aid lands as well, so both back up to 75 HP. Dahlia's got a little bit of support, but it's a bit too far away. You can see off in the distance there, the rest of Unicorn Cyber up on top of those unplayables. That's scary for Dahlia, but what's even scarier is the fact that Manhung's just stood up and taken the fight like a man. Dahlia down, Manhung now having to
to a 1v2. Actually, this is a straight drive-by from WF. They don't want to let him get away with that. They want to try save that member of their team, and they are probably going to start that off in a decent fashion. Runax gets man-hung down. 𝐴𝐿 now looking to fight back.
Absolute silly season antics where we're looking at a run over just to secure man-hung, but I don't think there's going to be any time at all for Whitefish to salvage their fallen ally. So Dahlia will be picked up by 𝐴𝐿. We do have 𝐿 covering the other angle at the same time. For these unplayables, they're going to be waiting for even more teams to be joined by later on. And I did take a look at the minimap as well. It will be a little bit concerning for GLS because they have the furthest distance to cover to even get into phase 1. Hopefully they won't be caught up by teams like RX or even, eventually through this highway where we have Whitefish trailing all the way back, and now they're running into Armory Gaming. And there's just no safe spot for them at all. And Dave will be happy to pick up that one, but they will be able to take him down instead. TRA as well as Steven will be able to find a little bit more, but 𝐷𝐼𝐿, he's left out all alone. Somehow Whitefish is fancying the odds right now, but that nade will be cooked to perfection with 𝐷𝐼𝐿 to take them all out. Armory Gaming having a scare here, and wait.
He killed Riz. He killed his teammate with that nade. That's okay, though. That's okay. Armory Gaming have secured themselves. That's all good.
Okay. Yeah.
That is totally okay.
If it was 3 games ago, nah, that's not cool.
Yeah, if it was 3 games ago, honestly, if it was 3 games ago, that might be a worthy sacrifice because, I mean, you trade 4 for 1 in most scenarios in PUBG. That's something you'll be happy with. So I think it would be okay. But yeah, in that scenario, it's just a little bit funny. And our Armory Game, we have to go up against 𝐴𝐿 from Unicorn Cyber. Just top for them. And again, this is the top teams, the teams that have nothing else to play for, just fighting in and amongst themselves. Seeing what they can do, showing off their individual prowess, trying to put on a show for the audience and us. We get to yell over it. 𝐴𝐿 moving ever closer. 𝐿𝐿 and 𝐷𝐼𝐿, last 2 up. Not the dynamic duo, but we've seen 𝐿𝐿 pull off some absolute miraculous moves in this tournament so far. He's going to make his way across the road. 𝐴𝐿 dodges out of the line of sight of 𝐿𝐿, trying to avoid giving 𝐿𝐿 that information. Did he do it in time or not? I don't think so, because 𝐷𝐼𝐿 is quite silent inside that warehouse. Reluctant squad, we have to look towards them. Daytrade, pretty sure they are secure. Pooch is, as soon as he finds out that Reluctant squad is down there, if he ever does get a knock, maybe he can ask his team to potentially act off that or put a little bit more emphasis towards Reluctant squads just to make sure that Daytrade stay nice and tight there in 6th position. 𝐵 has already lost 2. That's something we absolutely should talk about, keep an eye on as well, because I mean, they're fighting for their lives up there in 7th. If Reluctant Squad and GLS have a decent game, it's over for 𝐵. The consistency that we continue to praise for them, or from them on day 1, suddenly fell off on day 3. Don't know where it went, but it would be a devastating way to fall out of the top 8.
Yeah, especially being so early into Miramar, it is so difficult to play as duo with all these squads pretty much very healthy. So just trying to actually spot them out where exactly they are in the map. I'm not too sure whether if they were caught in the midst of rotation or in a direct challenge for a compound. But I would still say that there is still possibilities that they could basically make their way into securing that top 8 by keeping themselves alive for most part. If they can finish within that top 5 ratio, that would still give them maybe a fighting chance. But for GLS, I did mention that they were one of the 4 teams away. They'll take this opportunity to go for a shoot, and there will be a lot of space to take. Ideally, if we're looking at around the corners of Brickyard and maneuver their way through the valleys, that will be the best option available for them. Whereas for the rest of the teams, PMA is firmly planted into the city of Chumacera. So eventually we might actually see a little bit more eruption of fight, with Valee Thai Esports also being around that vicinity alongside with Daytrade. So that's in moments time though. For now, it's just pretty much empty spaces for the taking for most of these squads. While side of Daytrade, well, they were definitely happy enough about that past game that they had. They did massive spot some of those movement coming from the side of GLS, and we'll try to see if those pot shots will connect.
Where does GLS land? I feel like we've got to keep an eye on this. I don't think they're going to be in too much strife, but Daytrade are going for it. Daytrade are actually really going for it. I'm surprised. Oh, actually, no, sorry, the circle changed. My bad. Circle changed. We did hit phase 2. That's why Daytrade are moving. They're just regrouping, getting closer to their teammates. It's shifted to a very unfortunate area for a lot of these teams. Valee making their way in. Daytrade trying to group up, claim as much space as they possibly can. GLS have found themselves a decent off-center spot. Can be dodgy later on, but for the moment they're okay. Same with Reluctant Squad. They find themselves in Valdemar again. As like I said, Valee moving themselves in on the eastern side. They should be pretty okay. They've got high ground to work with. And then for Forest, for the 2 remaining members of Forest, well, basically the entire side of that zone for them is free. They don't know it yet. They don't have that information that we do, but if they scout it out properly, then they'll eventually find that out. They've got plenty of compounds to play with, even access to the center if they manage to get onto that high ground quickly enough. Pixel Stars making their way. They are close to the blue, so they are quite far away from this zone. They'll take the coastal road, as so many teams do on a zone like this. Maybe even send it into Valdemar, but they won't be doing it without contention.
Yeah, we're starting to see Valdemar being occupied, a potential urban finish once again, heading into the direct center stage of what's about to come. Well, Armory Gaming is also going for the shoot into the city, I suppose, and they should be pretty orbital enough to be able to go in for a direct challenge. Dropping directly to the center, I believe that RS might be fancying this opportunity for them to maybe score a 1 pickoff or so. Daytrade paying eyes closely as these bullets are flying their way, not being able to actually get anything out of it. So the rest of AG, they will land safely. But of course, Belmont did take a little bit of damage coming in from those stray shots. While we did mention very well that there are members coming from inside the forest over onto the western end, which will secure them a really good area of play. They could have actually opted out to be on top of the mountainside and perhaps get a bird's eye view upon other teams rotating in, but chances are we'll see a little bit more action coming in from the eastern side instead, because there are a lot of all these space now taken through those hills from Dopeness as well as Valee Esports to try to pick off teams like GLS as well as PMA. Force Natural Gaming only with 2 though. I don't think they'll be playing too aggressively, I suppose. And since they're on the far end of the stretch of Valdemar, they should be all right for now, but PMA absolutely caught up by Rapsec Esports. But the tower popped up, not really a good sign. Teddy won't be succumbing to the shots coming from Belmoth.
Yeah, Thanahan yoinks that one away from Belmoth though. Obviously, Rapsec, another one of those teams not playing for much other than ego, pride, dignity, all of what you want. They're up there in 3rd, secured for the grand finals, which is good to see. And I love this little circus squad. And I believe, again, you can confirm, but that is a rough translation, is circus. So
I'll try to confirm it.
Either way, I do love this squad because they not only do they always put on a show, but when they get that win, again, it's not one of those wins that just kind of comes to them and they let the game close in and it's boring. It's wins that they take for themselves. They very assertively go for the plays that are going to win them the game. So I love RXC for that reason. The circle shifts back up to the northern side of the zone. GLS sitting quite pretty. Valee don't have to stress just yet. Forest, maybe they're the team that has to stress quite a bit. Reluctant Squad in a fantastic spot as well. If they can group up on the edge of Valdemar here, they can gatekeep a lot of teams, control that edge, then they've got terrain to play with across the other side of the zone. Not at that point yet, though. Looking at Jun, doing his best to deal damage to the teams around him. At this point in the game, that's one of the things you're looking to do. That's one of the goals you have, is just weaken the teams around you. Speaking of weakening teams, that's Jame and Dynasty combining onto Panic. 2 down for them. Again, they are secured, but devastating way for them to go out in the final game.
Wow, quick pickup coming from Armory though, where we just saw Panic just exiting through the coastal shores and trying to actually cut over the bridge and absolutely got themselves caught up. While Hong F is going to be able to take some big pickups here by taking down one member of the side of FRKS, but Lucky J, he might be able to still maybe dent a little bit more of RS. Reluctant Squad seeing the light of day here by securing even more members. Now, this is definitely going to be a tough ridge for them to actually play out from, but they'll take whatever cover that they may with pressure coming from the side of Daytrade Esports at the same time. Reluctant having June trying to close in on the rest of FRKS. This should be very manageable for them. That's only 1 point for now. I believe the other one was being stolen away, where June comes in, drops in the nade, Haven't really found him just yet, but with the numbers here, they should be able to do something about this. Lucky J just threw the door on the opposite side. Pong F, is he really gonna pull the sawed off? Sawed off of all weapons? Oh, he's going!
Oh my god! What? So quick, absolutely rapid from Hoang. How do you even react to that? If you're Lucky G, you don't react to that. RS will happily take those couple kills, push them closer to the top 8. Necessary kills from them. Flash, this is onto Valee Thai. Got to keep an eye on them. If Kiss goes down now, that's absolutely devastating. Pixel Stars in the background as well. It's all falling apart for Valee Thai. Sitting in 8th place right now, 106 points. Or just like that, they've already lost 2. I don't think they can get those reses either. I feel like it's survival mode for Valee Thai. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 is here to fight back against Pixel Stars. They certainly weren't expecting this. 𝐿K, he can't get Kiss. I think Kiss is long gone, so he's got to come over here, back 𝐏𝐿𝐒 up. I feel like it's do or die right now for Valee Thai. Get over here quick, 𝐿K. A nice angle from 𝐏𝐿𝐒, but the shots have been whiffed, just like last game. They continue to not hit for 𝐏𝐿𝐒. The M249 has to be on point against Pangster. Right now, it's not, though. Pangster gets away with it again. 𝐿K now here to back him up, make this a 2v1. How desperate do Valee Thai get for this kill? The blue is slowly closing in as well. Pixel Stars have thrown Valee Thai's strategy completely out the window. They now need to fight for their lives up against this 1v2. But remember, Mad Pig on the background as well. If Valee Thai get this 1v3 now off, then they've got another member of Pixel Stars to contend with on the low side of the hill.
I didn't expect this coming out of Pixel Stars, and they are going to at least get a little reprieve with a little bit more of a reset. Pangster now down to 2 HP, gets to heal up. That time with still the squad strength of 3, will need to look out for Mad Pig because he's going for that big flank, and this might actually overwhelm them. 𝐿K has no idea. 𝐏𝐿𝐒. This will be a M249 battle through the walls. He has an idea right now, but he doesn't get those clean shots in. Quick peeks, and he does get it. Mad Pig. Oh, he might just deny their qualifications right here, right now. Holding down the line against Latay. At least they still have Latay to depend on. The Mad has to pull it out. 𝐿K down. 1 versus 1. Is he gonna do it? Pixel Stars. Damage done. Latay saves a chance.
Of course it's Latay. It's always Latay to save this team. Top fragger right now, zone closing in. He's got to pick his teammate up and start running. It's too late though, just get out of there. There's a car in the compound he can use to get inside the zone. Saved the day, panic down. Nice shots from Dynasty. What a clutch moment for Latay. Oh my God, Contra. This is getting quite spicy indeed. They have space to play as well. Or Latay does have space to play. He can sit there, just survive. He won't be able to take many good fights, but he doesn't really have a choice at this moment in time. Terrain on the other side of the road for him to utilize. Could even send himself into that dip next to that crate, but that's a play for much later on in the game. Right now, he's just going to have to sit pretty in that ridge. Spotted out though by Daytrade, that could cause problems. As long as he doesn't lose those tires, I think Latay should be okay. Those tires are so precious for him right now. So precious.
Indeed it is, and he just really have to play it as safely as he can because the rest of the teams so far are wrapping around the other sector over onto West. I think they may have been out of the game already, are they?
Did they
I don't
go
see
out?
them around. I didn't notice it. I don't see them on the map.
Oh boy, I didn't even notice that. Maybe that happened when we were looking at Valee Thai. I have no idea. I didn't see the knocks in the kill feed. I think that's because there's that potential kill feed thing where you don't see knocks from a K away. Kind of frustrating, but yeah, Forrest gone. Sitting in 8th place right now. Reluctant Squad, all eyes on them. Can they push themselves up into that top 8, or do Reluctant Squad and GLS fall short? The zone is not on Reluctant Squad at the moment. They need to make some sort of play to cross that road, and they need to time it perfectly. If this play from Reluctant Squad isn't timed perfectly, they open themselves up to the lines of sight of Armory Gaming, FTF. Daytrade potentially even on top of that hill. It has to be a fully perfected play here from Reluctant Squad, otherwise their tournament could be over.
So they do have a couple of choices there if they did not find themselves into the circle. So if they did manage to clear off the entirety of FTF, that's 4 points to be secured, and that should be sufficient for them to basically push down Forest Natural Gaming. But I say that it's not going to be easy because there's so many walls across the corners of Valdemar. Daytrade's been fancying their chances with their Mortar, but you know, they're already safe. Play however you want it to be. Nimbusy finds a Molotov onto Happy, and Reluctant Squad basically looking for a pickup here. Traix is going to try to book it his way with the vehicles running all the way up towards the north side, and Armory will have that invade coming through with Awkward cutting across. Will be able to stop him. Now also holding on to the sawed off to defend himself. Quick, precise shots early on, and Nimbusy now spotted out. We'll be able to just flush them off. FTF stood no chance, but now soaking some damage from top of the hills. It's going to be UNC to look for a little bit more. So that chance of basically picking kills for RS is not going to be going in their favor. That's why Esports is already out.
Gone. Out in 7th. That is 7th and 8th, completely out of this game. Reluctant Squad and GLS with it all to play for, and I mean all of it. I seriously do mean all of it. PGS 3 and 4 qualification on the line for these two teams. Only a few points separate them, and the comeback of a lifetime for them. In the car, hop 6, 7, 8, 9. They've made their way across the road. A little bit more of a trek for them to make before they can call themselves safe, though. GLS holding down that compound that they've had the entire game. RS, they move themselves up into 8th. That's it for Forest Gaming. That consistency that we saw from them day 1 through to day 2 is gone on day 3. Forest Gaming have not shown up at all on this day. They push themselves, or they find themselves outside that top 8. A devastating result for a team that we heavily praised on the initial couple days. For them to find themselves out now, I can't imagine the state of the Discord. It'll be a very somber mood for the moment. A comeback hopefully in their future, but right now we look straight at GLS. For Reluctant Squad though, they've done exactly what they needed to. Exactly what they needed to indeed. Up into 8th, securing their spot in the grand finals.
I'm sure they're just absolutely devastated with the outcome. They really did shine back in day 1 as well as day 2. One bleeding out to the blue, unable to actually get right in. Believe that to be 6, 7, 8 mine. As Reluctant Squad now dealing with the pressure from up top. That's Daytrade that's been staying put for the longest of time, and they will make it rain. But I guess that they would possibly try to fight this one out. RS already qualified themselves, but there is still going to be a lot to take in here, as Norris will be getting them that knock, and they will basically shut Reluctant Squad. But RS, they are now pretty much safe for the count. Now it's really down to GLS so far, still having 4 members remaining in this matchup, but yet to pick up any form of kills here. They only need 2 points to basically knock out Force to a low ladder, and of course RS in similar state as well, but that will require a little bit more work. So them needing about 4 points to say the very least.
Yeah, forget what I said before. I think I said that RS was secure. That's absolutely not the case. GLS can knock them out too.
And it's all done by Daytrade.
Yeah, exactly right. They continue to show up, even in the late game, not playing for anything, but certainly still putting on a show. Pushing over now to try and deal with GLS, take them out. Make sure GLS don't have any chance of getting into the finals. It's a good start from Belmoth. A flush onto Huang Nam as well, but fighting back is Xiaoyu. A flush as well. There is a chance. Only 2 up now for GLS. Make it 1 up. GLS, they have absolutely fallen short here. Daytrade take them out, and GLS find themselves out of the top 8. No chance of grand finals for them. No chance of PGS 3 and 4 for them at all. Our top 8 is secured, and now we just bask in the glory of that top 8 and the final end game here for the playoffs of the PGS APAC qualifiers.
Commiserations to those that did not make it to the top 8. Well, of course, this is a phenomenal game coming in from Daytrade Gaming, where we see them basically taking the best focal point through these hills and are also in a really good position to eventually contest against RXE as well as Dopeness. Each respective teams have been able to offer us chicken dinners throughout the span of days. Of course, with Dopeness having of a decent run for today. Unfortunately for Dopeness, they would not be one of those who have qualified to the finals for this weekend. Fab, he's taking his sweet time. He spots Kana. He's just going to slowly creep in. Wonder what kind of stuff would they basically pull up while 𝐿 has been spotted out. Will be able to pull back. Circle does favor the side of Dopeness, so they will be the ones on the driver's seat, but I'm pretty sure that RXE will be able to challenge for a little bit. 𝐿 out, having to turn tail and run. Caught out by Shinosuke. And now RXE down to 2.
Who's going to win it? Final game of the final day. We've secured our top 8. So this is just for fun, essentially. Daytrade looking very good, though, in this endgame. Looked very sharp. And the rest of RXE trying to make their way up the hill. Might even res. Okay, yeah, of course it is. Ooh. It's always Fap. It is always Fap. Nice little flank from him. 2 of Dopeness down very quickly. Nice org spray transfer from him. The rest of Dopeness now don't want to let him get away with any more. It could have been dangerous. The crosshair was on, but the AK is too good at that kind of range. Fap down. Not much out and claims him. Now fighting back from Daytrade. They want to get this third party off and they want to make it incredibly clean. 11 kills right now. They won't be able to get the record, but they could certainly have a little bit more fun than they currently are.
Yeah, Daytrade right now will be able to basically enjoy all the angles here. They already know every single position that they would possibly hide. And a little small little challenge from the lower side. They just basically have to deal with 𝐿 first, and then we'll have a little bit more of a longer trade against the rest of Dopeness. Now 𝐿 here, what can he possibly do? He's going to be committing towards the fight towards Daytrade. Well, 𝐿 will take that opportunity to knock him down. So Daytrade still have a little bit of problem here to close out the game. 𝐿 though, somehow still by the edge of it all. I don't think he'll be able to make the cut though. Belmov on that Groza. Just gonna keep watch as he will just layer more and more of these smokes. Daytrade's gonna be having enough fun as they will secure that top 2, but now they just need to deal with the PJS squad. 𝐿 on the AUG. This he will have to first catch onto Nuriz. Already have the Molotov out as we have Nuriz now going for a really good angle, but the zone's also pressing him on. Tomochi that 10 all the way from the far edge will be having someone sent his way, and that will be it. Daytrade will be the one to claim the final chicken dinner of the night, and that will conclude our run here in the APAC qualifiers.
What a playoffs, eh? What an absolute barn burner of a series of 18 games. It has been a hell of a lot of fun. Daytrade claimed the final game. What a devastating way for multiple teams in that final game to close it out. We'll have a look at the overall leaderboard in a little bit to just confirm and visually see who actually made it into that top 8. But yeah, Daytrade get that final win. What a game full of highlights as well, as has been every game basically throughout these playoffs. If this is what the playoffs is like, then I cannot imagine what the grand finals is like. I feel like maybe this is a new dawn for APAC. If this is the kind of crazy individually based, talent-based PUBG we're going to see, then I'm all here for it. We'll have a look at the highlights though throughout that game. FRKS, I can't even remember who won this hot shot. I believe it was FRKS. And then, of course, there's just pandemonium between a couple teams. The teams that don't really have anything to play for, they went at it in the early stages of this game. Armory Gaming. Dynasty got a little bit of a team kill nade. Riz probably wanted a little bit more damage to stat pad more in the latter stages of that game, but didn't get the chance. Dynasty said no and completely shut him down. PMA, they didn't really have a chance going into that game, so not really watching them there. And this is Dynasty just showing up, showing off his individual prowess. And, of course, this shot from Hoang. How do you even react that quickly? I don't even know. That was absolutely insane. And then, of course, this wasn't insane. This was devastating to watch.
Yeah, this is just saddening for the side of those who have been giving the outlet support for Valee Esports, because Pixel Stars really damaged them up good and denied them that chance to qualifying. While we did have a lot of things that happened in between, but the pivotal moment, of course, for out of the 4 teams that were basically struggling to qualify, it was massive coming in for the side of Reductant squad to be able to secure those field pointers out there. While the rest of these teams were, in majority of the case, playing a lot more passively, but it's basically a good day out for Daytrade to actually close off the night here with great control, great zoning, and just massive pickoffs all around the map to secure that chicken dinner. So that basically sums it up for our final map of the evening. But man, it could have played out so differently from the looks of it in certain moments, especially on that Valee Thai Esports side. If they have actually won that trade against Pixel Star a little bit much early on, maybe they would have maybe a little bit more time to squeeze into some of all these safe spaces. But by then, we've already seen Daytrade as well as some of the members of Dopeness who were on top of the hill to eventually be able to close in on them. So tough luck, really tough luck for all of these guys. While over on to another squad that I kind of lost track of, there were a little bit more of an opportunity for them to actually seize. I gotta pick that one quickly. Meanwhile, I'll just toss it to you till I get my point back.
Yeah, look, the storyline for me, other than that four-way fight that we'll look at in a second when we go to the leaderboard, so we can just see visually exactly the top 8. The other storyline for me was the comeback of Daytrade and Armory Gaming. Going into yesterday was dodgy, really dodgy, looking for those two teams. And of course, I gave potentially an excuse to Daytrade if they didn't make it. Obviously, they're going through things as a team right now. There's going to be a roster change, whatever. We've been over that a million times. Gave them a bit of an excuse, but they showed up, absolutely showed up today with some fantastic performances, not only from the individuals, but from the team as well. And then Armory Gaming, a highlight of the day was that a 19-kill win. Just absolute domination over that field ending. That's the Armory Gaming that I like to see. That's the Armory Gaming we saw during Super Cup. It's the Armory Gaming that, honestly, if they go to PGC or PGS first, I guess PGC is at the end of the year, PGS first, they could deal some real damage. I genuinely think an Armory Gaming in peak form in a PGS lobby could be someone to be reckoned with. So honestly, Armory Gaming, Daytrade, other than obviously that four-way fight, those two are the highlight of me today. Thankfully showed up, thankfully put themselves securely in that top 8. Otherwise, it would have been pretty devastating to say goodbye to only one of those teams, right? And let alone both of them. So I'm happy that they picked themselves up and put themselves in that top 8.
Yeah, of course, the saddest one was to actually see for this Natural Gaming go out of the tournament like this, because they definitely put a lot of great show hitting into all their matches, being so consistent, and nobody expected Daytrade to result in such a dismal run for that squad overall. So that is one of the shock factors of what really went on, because all the other teams like Daytrade as well as AG that you mentioned have absolutely popped off for today. So of course, credit where credit is due. We do see, of course, all the teams who have been able to be fit to be heading into the finals here to challenge the seeded teams. Now, that's something different to talk about, because I am absolutely happy to finally get to see some action coming from teams like Cerberus as well as TE. These two squads from Vietnam, they've always been able to put really high frags on the board when they do get those moments. And also, you know, we got E-Arena, we've got Roy, and so many more names to be able to finally get their hands on some games.
Yeah, I genuinely cannot wait for the grand finals. Again, I've said this before, but if this is the kind of PUBG we're getting in the playoffs, what kind of PUBG are we going to get in the grand finals? It's got to be a level better than this. I guess the one question for me is, when we get to those grand finals, are the individuals going to be the main source of highlights from us, or is it going to be team play? Because obviously those grand final teams, on paper, a little bit better than the ones we have in the playoffs, but of course the ones we have in the playoffs know exactly what they're doing as a team as well. I just think that in these playoffs, we've seen so many individual highlights from so many different players. And we've seen these players kind of carry moments for their team. In the case of Latte, it's carrying the whole team. I haven't looked at any other kill stats, so maybe I'm being too unfair on Latte. But yeah, we've seen a lot of individual moments. I feel like these playoff games have been carried by the individuals, not only for the spectator, but also in the stats and on the leaderboard as well. It's been fantastic to watch individuals show up so consistently in back-to-back games. Of course, that doesn't entirely leave out team play. We've seen some fantastic teamwork from all the teams involved as well. It's unfortunate that Dopeness shows up this consistent on the final day, whereas we obviously would have liked to see that much earlier on. Even if they had finished 9th through to 11th or something like that, 9th through the 10th, that would have been a respectable result for them. Obviously, they would have had top 8 expectations or top 8 dreams. But I think when you look at Japan, just a little bit weaker on paper than some of the other regions they're competing with. But it's good to see them show up on the final day. ISG as well got a win on Erangel, I believe. Yeah, it's been good to see them show up better late than never. Wow, we don't even see the leaderboard. These are the final teams. The top row is the teams that were the top 8 seeded teams that made it through first in their respective regions. The bottom 8 are the ones that made it through in the final games of today. Valee, Thai, it looked dodgy. It looked very dodgy, Contra, but they make it through. They scrape through, and so do Reluctant Squad. Those two teams thankfully don't fall out of the points for too long. I mean, they were up in there. I think Valee was up in the top 5 for quite some time. So it's good to see that they didn't fall too far down enough to fall out of the top 8. But it was dodgy. Same with Reluctant Squad too. They were up there for quite some time. And then obviously it gets really nervous. You suddenly fall out of the top 8 on the final day. It's like, oh, what happened? Man, we got to pick ourselves up. And luckily those guys did for the final game.
Oh, quite a relief for those that have been supporting them all the way through. And of course, I want to see how well will they fare, because they need to be in their peak form coming into this weekend, because we got demons on the block for them to face against with, of course, I mentioned teams like Cerberus, E-Arena, but I'll also be keeping my eyes onto squads like Magnetic, because they come in with a veteran roster with a little bit mix up of some young bloods as well. So it's definitely going to be a very dynamic lobby heading into our final. So finally, we do get our confirmation on the total leaderboards, and we are looking at such a close fight till the tail end, and we see ourselves a 3-way tie at 8. My.
Yeah.
107 points. That's the golden number. And it's all based off one factor only: placement points, because neither of these teams of GLS Forest have been able to secure enough of chicken dinner. So Reluctant Squads are going to be able to take that final spot of the top 8.
That's insane. Every time APAC comes together, man, we just get these close tournaments. It's devastating for the teams that fall just short, but it is a moment of pure elation for Reluctant Squad, for Valee, Thai as well. It's a crazy final leaderboard after a crazy few days of playoffs. Unfortunate for everyone who didn't make it. Would have liked to see more from PMA. Obviously, Dopeness as well. Showed up on the final day. Not good enough, though, on day 1 and 2. Unicorn Cyber are your winners, though. Whether that matters or not is something you can decide. They look very good going into that final day of play. We're going to have a bit of a day break, but when we do get into those grand finals, we're looking at Unicorn Cyber to continue this streak of dominance.
Yeah, I do expect them to be able to really put on a really good showing. And reps like Esports, I want to see how exactly would they be able to also sustain themselves heading into all these upcoming match. So make sure you guys don't miss out on all of the action that we will be having. It's going to be the same time, same place here in PUBG Esports on YouTube, Twitch, and hope you guys have been having a fantastic weekday and stream. I guess I'll be taking a little bit of break till I rejoin you next week.
Yeah, I'll be doing the first couple of days of the grand finals with Xenox. Him and I will reunite for just those first 2 days, and then it's Contra and I for the final 2 days of the grand final. So look forward to that. I'm sure those grand final days will be absolutely epic. That's it for us, though. Contra, any closing thoughts? Because my closing thoughts, I'm just a happy man right now. I'm a little happy chappy sitting in my chair at home after watching these playoffs. So any final thoughts from you?
Well, I'm also super happy of the outcome of the result, and I'm just expecting great games. I'll be watching, and of course, I hope you have a whole lot of fun. I hope all of you guys back at home or anywhere you are have been able to enjoy all that has to be offered here in the PGS APAC qualifiers. We'll also like to thank all of you guys that have been giving some kind words to me. So we'll be seeing you guys really, really soon. So till then, take care. We'll catch you guys again in the weekend. So with that, good night. And first, take good care, everybody.